The Ringing Cedars of Russia, Book 2. Translator's Preface. Most readers of this present volume will have already marveled at the horrific and mind-boggling revelations contained in Megre's first book, Anastasia, published in English translation by Ringing Cedars Press in February 2005. In addition to offering the readers fascinating glimpses into the story of the publication of the first book, the second volume, The Ringing Cedars of Russia, delves deeply into the ethical and metaphysical concepts behind Anastasia's sayings, presented so dramatically in the series opener. The chapter titles associated with these concepts range from the mystical, the space of love, to the mysterious, illusory people, to the theological, why nobody can see God, to the downright practical, how to produce healing cedar oil. They all ring a chord of response in the reader's heart and soul, at the same time call upon the thinker in each reader. And out of concepts such as pop up at least as many questions as answers, questions that may well cause the readers either to re-examine or reaffirm his or her basic concepts of life. My own involvement with the Ringing Cedars of Russia did not pass without personal effect on me, independently of the actual translation process, in which I take special care to be guided by objective professional standards. In no small measure, the opportunity to work closely with the book not only reconfirmed much of what I had already believed, but also helped me to rediscover my own faith, allowing me a fresh look at a number of concepts I had been brought up on from childhood, like moving around a three-dimensional object and seeing it from a different angle. It also caused me to re-examine the reasons for believing in what I had long believed, including the practical understanding and applications of spiritual approaches to healing. And for this I am grateful. Indeed, it is hard for me now to believe that at this time last year I had never heard of a Siberian recluse named Anastasia, or a Russian writer named Vladimir Megre, or a Russian-American forester named Leonard Sharskin, or the mysterious Ringing Cedars. Yet these are names that, since entering my field of awareness in September 2004, have not only become a significant focus of my professional activity as a translator, but also figured predominantly in my daily thought, conversation, and life experiences. Within 4 months, I had not only read the first 3 books of Megre's Ringing Cedar series, but also completed the translation of Book 1, Anastasia, and now less than 4 months after that, the translation of Book 2 is ready to go to press, and I have already started to work on Book 3. Translating the Cherry Tree chapter brought back a particular memory of my initial read of the 3 books. This had taken place back in September and October, when our Ottawa weather still allowed a pleasant outdoor afternoon, sitting out on our front porch, with its southwest exposure and view of nothing but the field and trees across the road and porch, made an ideal spot in which to absorb this brand new literary adventure into the delights of a summer glade in the far-off Siberian taiga. The afternoon sun was bright and warm enough to permit me to dispense not only with heavy outer clothing, which had already spouted on the backs of many pedestrians on downtown sidewalks here, but also with my eyeglasses, which I am accustomed to make use of during any indoor reading. During the same period, I was especially struck by the following incident. On the porch right in front of where I was sitting stood a clay pot containing several red geraniums my wife had planted earlier in the year. My reading prompted me to look at them, and one flower in particular, the one closest to me. Through new eyes, I began to regard it with warmth and affection. I would even say love, every time I saw it. Of course, I had known from news reports about the effects people's thoughts and attitudes on growing things, but it is not until my reading of Vladimir Megre that I had really seen anything like this in practice. My newfound feelings for the geraniums remained strong throughout the month of October, and as the days gradually grew colder, most of the flowers in our garden, as well as our geraniums on the same porch, faded and expired for the season. But the geraniums in this pot, especially the one closest to me, refused to fade or even drop with the cooling of the air. Even toward the end of October, when I finished my reading of Book 3, it was still standing proud and just as bright red as when my attention was first drawn to it. and even when I saw it months later, all bent on the ground by winter snows, its vivid red hue had scarcely faded. Two other extraordinary coincidences occurred in our home during this period. In mid-November, just after I had finished translating the concert in the Taiega chapter in Anastasia and was working on the description of Anastasia's dance routine in the morning mist in the following chapter, Who Lights the New Star, my wife Susan, who had not read any of the text at this point, presented me with a poem she had recently written. The poem was entitled Gracefully the Dancer, and described a dance of a young girl where all movement conformed to poetry, and whose life itself had become a never-ending dance, rather close indeed to Megre's own expression. 3 months later, shortly before the first print run of Anastasia rolled off the presses in February 2005, Anastasia's amateur artist was as well as a poet showed me a colorful pencil drawing she had been working on, of a nude figure in her 20s with blonde hair, her hands upstretched to the heavens, of parts of her body drawn with color of nature instead of the flesh, and with a face very similar to the illustrations of Anastasia on the cover of the Russian edition. The remarkable thing is that at that point my wife had not read any of the text about Anastasia, nor even seen a portrait of her, and did not have her consciously in mind as she was doing the drawing. In this afterward, editor Leonard Sharskin will be sharing with you similar coincidences from his own experience connecting with the publication of the English translation of Anastasia in America. These and the hearty welcome of the books in English-speaking world are indeed reminiscent of the surprising reactions of thousands of readers of the book's initial appearance in Russia in 1996. Hearing the impressions shared with me by the first readers of Anastasia in English, by people from quite different walks of life, I have come to appreciate just how far-reaching and universal Anastasia's message is in its scope. For one thing, it does not limit itself to any formulated creed. It is not a new religion with a new set of doctrines for which we must necessarily abandon whatever we believed in previously in order to follow. It speaks to the hearts and minds of people of many different religions, as well as equally to those who profess no religion at all. It speaks to the hearts and minds of many scholars and students of the physical sciences, especially those who are reaching out to explore the more holistic dimensions of their fields, and to find answers that lift them beyond the confines of their specialist training and into an understanding of how their investigations relate to the universal aspect of man, nature, cosmos, and even God. In addition to a deeper exploration of these universal concepts, Book 2 offers an in-depth behind-the-scenes look at how Book 1 finally came to be written and published. Like all great-minded, stirring works of history, the birth throes attending its emergence into light came at a considerable price to the author. Just how high the price was? Indeed, the whole chain of extraordinary circumstances that led from the wilds of Siberia to the book's appearance on Moscow street corners and its eventual inclusion in national bestseller list is part of the fascinating adventure you will now share with the author as you journey from the mental heights of a taiga glade to the urban depth of Russia's capital city, passing indeed through the valley of the shadow of death, en route along with a surprising encounter in a completely different tree-lined setting, and a final stop in the foothills of the Cascais mountain for yet another amazing discovery. While the book's message is indeed universal in its scope and applicable to individuals the world over, there is no escaping the fact that its original expression in terms of not only words but concepts draws in significant measures upon the Russian tradition, and this fact, as with its predecessor in the series, presented its shares of challenges to the English translation. Two of these deserve particular mention here. First, the Russian word svetyenye, derived from svetoy, holy or sacred, has no direct equivalent in English. It refers not only to holy place, such as sanctuaries, tabernacles, shrines, and crypts, but also to sacred objects. including icons, statues, and relics, sacred texts, Bible or Quran, and even trees, having the same root as a Russian word for light, may also be used to designate sacred concepts such as spirit or grace. None of these alternatively by itself would be sufficient to compass the range of the original Russian term. Since most of its occurrences relate to what we call locations, it was eventually decided to use the awkward but more or less accurate combination sacred sites as a general equivalent and employ alternative translations where the context required. Another Russian word whose translation engendered considerable discussion was pervostikoi, derived from two basic roots, perv, first, primary, or primal, istok, origin or source, or spring, is in describing the headwater of a river. For example, the compound term, especially as used in this book, unmistakably conveys the sense of pure, uncontaminated source, and this eventually led to the selection of the particular combination prism or origins. Other specific translations challenges are documented where appropriate in the footnotes. Again, as in Book 1, the footnotes are also used to give background information on specific people, places, and events, unfamiliar to most English speakers, and I never read the footnotes. I read everything else but the footnotes. I just feel that it'd throw you off otherwise. And now, dear readers, I need only invite you once again to find yourself a comfortable reading place, preferably on one shielded from a possible intrusion of artificial sounds. A quiet outdoor setting would be ideal. And join with me in exploring the second installment of the author's adventures through both the geographical space of Russia's vast distance and the mental space of the spiritual essence of the universe, as revealed by the ringing cedars of Russia. Ottawa, Canada, 2005, John Wordsworth. Chapter 1, Alien or Man. Before telling about further happenings connected with Anastasia, I should like to thank all the readers of Religious Domination, scholars and journalists, along with ordinary readers who sent in letters to religious literature and comments regarding the events recounted in my first book. Anastasia has been called many things. The press has referred to her as Mistress of the Taiga, a Siberian wizard girl, a fortune teller, a divine manifestation, the girl from outer space, and so when one Moscow journalist asked me, "Do you now love Anastasia?" I replied to her, "I can't really tell what my feelings are," and all at once the rumor started flying around that I was incapable of grasping anything at all because of my immaturity in spiritual matters. But how can one love what it's not yet clear just who is there to be loved? After all, no one has yet been able to come up with a single definitive description of Anastasia. On the basis of her assertion, I am man, a human being, I am a woman. I've been trying to come up with some sort of explanation for her extraordinary abilities. Initially, everything seemed to be falling into place. Who is Anastasia? A young woman born and living as a recluse in the remote Siberian taiga, brought up after the death of her parents by her grandfather and great-grandfather, who have also been living in the life of a recluse. Can one consider the loyalty of wild animals to her as something unusual? Even this is nothing out of the ordinary. Many animals in pleasant farmlands get along peacefully with each other and treat their human masters with respect. A much more difficult task is determining the mechanism whereby she is able to see things at a distance and can know details of various events, even those that occurred thousands of years ago, and to be completely conversant with our contemporary way of life. How does this ray of hers work? When it heals people far away, when it penetrates the depths of the past or peers into the future? Philosophy professor Kim Ivanchuk, who is also a corresponding member of the International Academy of Information, has written a number of articles analyzing Anastasia, saying in one of them he wrote, "Anastasia's creative potential is a gift of God, a gift of nature which is universal, not merely a a personal gift to her. All of us collectively and each one of us in particular are connected with the cosmos. Okay, I won't read with an attempt of an accent or a different voice, sorry. The means of escaping and approaching catastrophe lie in a harmonious synthesis of our cultural principles. The development of this type of harmonious, pure childhood culture results in a feminine culture type. This cultural type has been expressed most fully and clearly in Buddhism, but also in our Anastasia. It may be formulated in the following identification chain. Anastasia equals Tara equals Buddha equals Maitreya. Anastasia is the fullest sense of man in the likeliness of God. Whether this is true or not is not for me to decide, only I can't understand why, then, she hasn't written down any teachings like all other enlightened people in the likeness of God, and instead has concentrated all during her 2 decades of conscious awareness on Dashniks only. Nevertheless, in reading what various scholars have to say, I have been able to conclude that she is not some kind of crazy person, insomuch as there are at least hypotheses in the scientific world about what she has talked about. The experiments are being conducted on certain aspects of her sayings. So, for example, to the question, Anastasia, by what means do you discern and depict all the different situations of thousands of years ago, and even decipher the thoughts of the great thinkers of the past? She replied, the first thought, the first word was the Creator's. His thought still lives today, surrounding us unseen and filling universal space, reflected in material, living creations, produced for the number one creation, man. Man is the child of the Creator, and like your parent and any parent, he could wish for his child no less than he has himself. He has given him all, and even more freedom of choice. Man can create things and perfect the world by the power of his thinking. No thought produced by man disappears into oblivion. If it is a thought of radiant brightness, it will fill the space of light and rise on the side of the force of light. A dark thought, however, will fall on the opposite side, and today any man may make use of any thought produced at any time, either by people or by the Creator. Then why doesn't everybody use them? Everybody does, but in varying degrees. To use them, one is obliged to think, and not everybody succeeds in doing this because of the vanity of daily life. So all you have to do is think, and the ability comes to you, and you can even discern the thoughts of the Creator. In order to discern the thoughts of the Creator, one must attain purity of thought, appropriate to him, as well as the pace of his thinking. To discern the thoughts of enlightenment people, one must possess their purity of thought and the ability to think at the same rate. If a given man has insufficient purity of thought to communicate with the dimension of the forces of light, the dimension in which radiant thoughts dwell, then man will draw his thoughts from their dark counterparts and will end up suffering himself, causing others to suffer. I'm not sure whether this is directly or only indirectly explaining the academian Anatoly Akimov, director of the International Institute of Theoretical and Applied Physics at the Russian Academy of Natural Science. In his article in the magazine Wonders and Adventures, entitled Psychics Recognizing a Supermind, he writes as follows: there have existed, and there it exists now, 2 schools of thought, 2 models of perceived nature. One model is associated with the Western scholarship, knowledge gained in the methodological basis prevalent in the West, evidence, experiments, etc. The other is the Eastern approach, wherein knowledge is received from an external source through esoteric means in a state of meditation. Esoteric knowledge is not something acquired, it is considered a gift to man. As it turns out, at some point this esoteric approach was lost and a different route was embarked upon, one extremely slow and complex. following this route, it has taken us over 1,000 years to arrive at a level of knowledge which was common in the East 3 millennia ago. I have the intuitive feeling that those are right who say that the matter filling the whole universe on a field level is some kind of interrelated structure. Excuse me. In his book, The Sum of Technologies, in a chapter entitled The Universe is a Supercomputer, Stanislav Lem proposed the existence of a gigantic computer-like universal brain. Imagine a computer the size of an observable universe with a radius somewhere in the order of 15 billion kilometers, filled with elements taking up a volume of between 10 and 33 cubic centimeters each. And here the brain which fills the whole universe is naturally endowed with powers which we are incapable of imagining or even fantasizing. But if you take into account that in reality this brain functions not according to any computer principles but on the basis of toroidal fields, then it all becomes clear. The manifestations of the absolute proposed by Schelling or Schnott of ancient Vedic literature. These, in essence, constitute a computer, and there is nothing in the world apart from the computer. Everything else is some form or the other of the absolute. This is what academician Vladimir Kazhnishov, active member of the Russian Academy of the Medical Science, wrote about the ray in his article Living Rays and the Living Field in Wonders and Adventures of May 3rd, 1996. Verdisansky was probably right in asking the question, how does the ideal, which is mental, translate the planet Earth into its new evolutionary phase? How, if you say only through labor, only through explosions, or only through technological activity, such a primitive answer will not do. There is factual evidence showing that man is capable of exerting a remote influence on many electronic equipment readings. He can throw the measuring devices out of whack, and that from far away. Here in Novosibirsk, experiments are taking place on telepathic communication with Norilsk, Dixon, Simferopol, and Tiumen, as well as an American center in Florida, and the remote links between man and man, as well as between the measuring device and the operator, register accurately and reliably. We are confronted with an unknown phenomenon, the interaction of living substance over huge distances. These articles unfortunately contain many unfamiliar terms along with references to work of other scholars. It would be quite a task just to read them all, let alone make sense of them. And yet the book's trying. Still, I have found out that scientists are aware of man's capability to make contact at a distance. They are aware, too, of the universal data bank used by Anastasia. She calls it the dimension of the forces of light, home to all thoughts ever produced by mankind. Modern science also speaks about this phenomenon, which is referred to as the supercomputer. I then had to figure out how I, who had never practiced any literary art, having never been trained for it, managed to write a book which continues to excite so many people. When I was in the Taiga, Anastasia told me, "I shall make you a writer. You shall write a book, and many people will read it. It will have a beneficial influence on the readers." Now the book has been written, and one might suppose that it was all due to her involvement. But then one would have to figure out how she influences other people's creative abilities. However, nobody has yet managed to figure this out. It might make things easier, of course, to pretend that I myself possess at least a little talent and was simply setting forth the interesting information I had learned from her. Then it seems everything would fall into place. Everything would be explained. There would be no need to waste any further time in reading scientific or religious literature or badgering specialists with questions. And here Anastasia presented a new phenomenon, for which neither I nor any of the people who had been helping me can find an explanation to date. You may remember me writing in Book 1, as she said 2 years earlier, artists will paint pictures, poets will write verses, and they will make a movie about me. You will see all this and think of me. No movie yet, but excited to see. Maybe I can help bring that about as I work in this industry. To my question, what do you mean? Can she predict the future? Anastasia's grandfather replied, Vladimir, Anastasia does not predict the future. She visualizes it and turns it into a reality. Words, just words. Words come cheap. And to be honest, I didn't pay too much attention to these words, dismissing them as mere metaphors, since I had absolutely no way of even imagining how accurately everything Anastasia said would turn out to be true in real life. But the incredible does happen. Anastasia's words are starting to come true in reality. First, there was the flood of poems. A few of these poems I published in the end of Book 1. Next, Anastasia's clubs started springing up in various cities. The first of these was in the city of Gelsenek, where they held an exhibit of paintings by the Moscow artist Alexandra Sineko, who all dedicated to Anastasia and nature. I visited the clubhouse and looked at the walls hung with large pictures. The surrounding place seemed to change in appearance before my gaze. From the many pictures, Anastasia looked out at me with her kindly eyes, and the scene, I couldn't get over it. Some of the pictures showed scenes from the second book, which hadn't been published yet, and there was this glowing sphere, sometimes appearing right next to Anastasia. Later I learned that the artist painted not with a brush, but with her fingertips. Most of the pictures had already been sold, but left hanging for the duration of the exhibit, since more and more people were coming to see them. The artist presented one of them to me as a gift. Depicting Anastasia's mother and father, I couldn't take my eyes off her mother's face. Offers started coming in from various film studios about making an Anastasia movie, and this was now something I was already accepting as a matter of course. As I touched the painting and sheets of poetry with my hands, as I listened to the songs and looked at stills from a film which had already been made, I tried to make sense of what was going on. And now there is a Moscow research center devoted to investigating Anastasia's phenomenon, which has concluded. The greatest spiritual teacher known to mankind for their religious teachings and philosophical and scientific investigation cannot match the fantastic pace of Anastasia's influence in the human potential. Their teachings have had a noticeable manifestation in real life only centuries and millennia after their first appearance. In some inexplicable way, over a matter of days and months, Anastasia has managed, without the aid of written doctrines and religious teachings, to directly influence people's feelings, provoking emotional outbursts and causing a surge of creativity manifest in artistic creations on the part of a whole lot of people who have been mentally touched by her. We are able to perceive them in form of works of art and inspired impulse towards goodness and light. How is it possible that this lonely recluse, all alone in the remote taiga, has at this time managed to soar over our lives in real time and space? How does she bring artistic creations into being through other people's hands? They are all about light, about goodness, about Russia, about nature, about love. She will cover the world with her great poetry of love. Poems and songs will shower the whole planet like a spring rain and wash away its accumulated filth, Anastasia's grandfather told me. But how does she do it, I asked. And the answer, she gives off inspiration and illumination by the energy of the impulse of her own aspiration, by the strength of her dreams. What kind of power is hidden in her dreams? The power of man as a creator. But man should receive some sort of compensation for his creations, honors, money, titles, and here she is giving them away and asking nothing in return. Why? I asked. She is self-sufficient. Her highest rewards are her own satisfaction and the sincere love of at least one person, replied Anastasia's grandfather. But so far the answers are not something I've been told about. I've been able to make complete sense of. In attempting to grasp who Anastasia really is and my own relationship to her in particular, I have continued to seek out various opinions about her and read as much as I can in the way of religious literature. In fact, I've read more over the past year and a half than in all the previous years of my life taken together. But what has come of it? I have managed to come to only one indisputable conclusion. A number of learned books claiming to be historically accurate, religious and sincere, are nothing but a pack of lies. This conclusion arose out of the situation connected to the historical figure of Gregory Rasputin. In Book 1, I cited passages from Vladimir Megre's historical epic novel At the Last Frontier. Megre's narrative tells about a semi-literate peasant named Gregory Rasputin from the remote wilds of Siberia, where the Siberian cedar grows. In 1907, he came to St. Petersburg, when the capital of the Russian Empire. He not only endeared himself as the imperial family, impressing them with his predictions of the future, but ended up sleeping with a good many of the most prominent women in the capital. When a group of officials tried to kill him, they were amazed to find that even after swallowing the cyanide poison slipped into his drink, he was still able to get up from the table and make his way outdoors, where Prince Yusupov fired shots at him point blank from his pistol. Even after being riddled with bullets, Rasputin would not die. His wounded body was thrown off a bridge into the river, then fished out and burnt. The mysterious and enigmatic Gregory Rasputin, who impressed everyone with his stamina, grew up amidst the cedars of the Siberian taiga. This is how a contemporary journalist described his staying powers. At age 50, he could begin an orgy at noon and go on carousing until 4 o'clock in the morning. After his fornication and drunkenness, he would go directly to the church for morning prayers and stand praying until 8 before heading home for a cup of tea. Then, as if nothing had happened, he would carry on receiving visitors until 2 in the afternoon. Next, he would collect a group of ladies and accompany them to the baths. From the baths, he would be off to a restaurant in the country, where he would begin repeating the previous night's activities. No normal person could ever keep up with a regime like that. As with many other people, such descriptions also shaped my impressions of Rasputin as a hopeless debaucher. But fate threw my way a different concept, as though trying to induce me to reconsider. This is what the Pope of Rome, John Paul II, had to say about Rasputin. Today from the river comes unscathed the body, never found, of a holy monk, and his secret offspring will enter into the ark with prayer. What's going on here? On the one hand, he's referred to as a debaucher. On the other, a holy monk. Where is the truth? Where is the lie? And there's more. The text of some of Rasputin's notes, written during a trip to the Holy Land, happened to fall into my hands. They were brought to Paris by a refugee from the USSR named Lobovsky, and this is what Rasputin himself wrote. The sea effortlessly comforts. When you wake in the morning and the waves speak, they dance and make glad, and the sunlight glistens on the sea. It seems to rise ever so quietly at that moment. Man's soul forges all about mankind and fixes its gaze on the glow of the sun, and happiness kindles in man. And he feels in his heart the book of life and higher wisdom of life, indescribable beauty. The sea awakens him from the dream of earthly vanities, and many thoughts arise all by himself quite effortlessly. The sea is a vast space, but in the mind is even more spacious. There is no end to man's higher wisdom, no philosophy can possibly contain it. Another moment of stupendous beauty comes when the sun sets over the sea, and its rays fill the western sky. Who can estimate the beauty of the sun's twilight rays? They warm and caress the soul and offer healing comfort. The sun disappears behind the mountains minute by minute, and man's heart grieves a little at its amazing twilight rays, and then it grows dark. And oh, what silence falls! Not even the sound of birds is heard. Lost in thought, man begins to pace the deck of the ship, involuntarily recalls his childhood and all of life's kerfuffles, and begins to compare the silence around him with the bustles of the world, and quietly talks with himself. desiring company to starve off the tedium inflicted upon him by his enemies. So where were you, Sibilek, a Russian named Gregory Rasputin? Where is the truth written about you, and where is the lie? How to make sense of it all? What can one rely upon in trying to fathom the essence of one's being, one's destiny? What great work can help one discern between truth and falsehood? Where is the spiritual and sincere as opposed to the mere pretense of the omniscience? Perhaps one should try probing one's own heart. I have never written poetry before, but I want to dedicate my very first poem to you, Gregory Rasputin. People read Anastasia and come up with sincere original poetry. I have tried too, and this is the result. For you, my apologies if the rhyme doesn't always work out. So you're semi-literate. Why, yes, semi-literate. From the cedar forest, well, those are my roots. And barefoot, walking all the way from Siberia, you're bound to wear out more than one pair of boots. I'm going to the Czar to help you, dear Batushka. Hold on just a little bit longer out there. I am going to go to our Russia, our dear Russia Matushka, to give her a taste of our pine forest air. What about it, hussars? You dashing rogue, freely debauching the ladies, making bold in a brawl. Just look at me, look and see how one really debauches. You scum, thinking you know it all. Peter's city is in fine Paris garb is assembling. But watch lest your corsets too tight squeeze your hearts. The Cyberk enters, and ladies are trembling at the sight of this pleasant form, far eastern parts. But as he went off in the morning prayer service for others' redemption from error to pray, he heard his hand calling. She spoke in a whisper, the only one telling him this, go away. The flesh-eating age of the beast is upon us, all drunken and growling it leads men astray. While your fiery soul has been keeping it from us, it can no longer do so. You must go away. You can't hold the savagery back for much longer. Just a moment, that's all you will last. It's too strong. I am Russian. You cannot imagine my sorrow. I know now you never will finish your song. Go back to your cedars, my rebounding is certain, and then you may ask whatsoever you will. Oh, how I'd love us to go to the Banyu. I'd treat you with besoms of birch, even pine. My profligate Russia, for you I'm longing. I shall stay with you, Russia, forever you're mine. The age of dark madness, for fury came howling, Gashika stumbling, his breast full of bullets that day, while the blackness stood mocking, its dark visage scowling, saying, crawl, you Cyberek, go on, crawl away. You can hold me back only a half-second longer, and then from the depth of my pit you will be shown a punishment frightful, more painful and stronger than ever the world in its history has known. You, a hero you are, but you'll be called a blasphemer. From bottles of poison your image will peak, and the scions you save will curse you as a schemer, and spit on your soul, you Siberian muzhik. Crawl away, it is I now have all the power. Fly away if you like to your heaven on high. But a moment is left, see, not a day, not an hour, so give me my moment. You're still going to die. Bring in the madre, let's her head for the beignet, and there I shall show you what's real and what's crass. The Cyberek, you say I'm a down-to-earth peasant, so what's all the babble and gab about, ass? His body was shot through and drowned in the river, then burnt in a courtyard midst rubble and sand. Today as spring winds blow their way over Russia, they carry his ashes across the whole land. Well, Mashek, said the blackness, still standing there mocking, where on earth is your tomb, and where are your eyes? You can never bring back now the days of your living, and your Scanians will see but an image despised. Show them the debt you owe. I give you power, show them the bills for your service unpaid, or is it your wish just to weep and to cower? Grishka, spit a lead bullet. You Satan, you are foolish, as if I could care about either weeping or loans. Come now, my Mershak, now's the beignet, dear fellows. Time for more boiling water to be poured on the stones. Gregory Rasputin from the cedar forests of Siberia stepped into the life of a pre-revolutionary Russia in an attempt to head off the storm of revolution and perished. Anastasia also lives amongst the cedars and is also trying to do good for people, but also trying to head off something before it happens. But what fate has our society prepared her for? And prepared for her? Chapter 2. Just seeing how long it is if I want to read it tonight or not. Okay, I'll do it. During my first days of talking with Anastasia, Chapter 2 is called A Money-Making Machine. During my first days of talking with Anastasia, I saw her as a recluse with her own unique way of looking at the world. Now, after all that I have heard and read about her, after all her subsequent penetrations into our lives, she has become a kind of anomaly. My head has started to swirl in confusion. It is with great effort that I am trying to let go of the incoming tide of information and conclusion and get back to the simplicity of my first impressions. And to answer the oft-repeating question, why didn't you bring Anastasia out of the taiga? I wanted very much to bring Anastasia out of the taiga, but I realized it couldn't be done by force. I needed to try and show her how useful and appropriate her stay in our society would be. I reflected on which of her abilities could be used by people, and my business in particular, with benefit accruing to her as well, and suddenly I realized something. This Anastasia standing before me would be a real money-making machine. For one thing, she is easily capable of healing people from any disease, and she does this without any kind of diagnosis, but simply chasing out of the body any pains and sores that have invaded it. And she doesn't even have to touch the body. I experienced this for myself. She becomes utterly concentrated, looking out with her kind, unblinking bluish-gray eyes, and the body seems to warm up with her from her look, and even one's feet begin to perspire. All sorts of toxins escape from the perspirations. People pay big money for medicines and operations. If one doctor can't help, they go to another, or go to psychics, or a bioenergy therapist just to get cured of a single disease, sometimes spending weeks or months or even years in their search for a cure, while Anastasia's method takes but a few minutes. I calculated that if she spends even 15 minutes on one patient and charges just 250,000 rubles for that, although many healers charge a great deal more, and would make 1 million rubles an hour, but that's by no means the limit. Operations, for example, can cost up to 30 million rubles. It seemed as though a sound business plan was taking shape in my head. I decided to work out some details and asked Anastasia. So that means you can rid a person's body of any and all ills? Yes, replied Anastasia. I think I could eliminate any and all. How much time do you need to spend on a single patient? Sometimes quite a lot. A lot? That's how long? Once it took me more than 10 minutes. 10 minutes? That's nothing. Some people take years to get better. 10 minutes is a long time, considering the fact that I have to concentrate as to where and decrease my sense of conscious awareness. That's not a problem. Conscious awareness can wait. You know so much as it is. I've thought of something, Anastasia. What have you thought of? I'll take you with me. In the big city, we'll hire a decent office for you. I'll advertise and you can treat people. You'll be of great help to all sorts of people, and we'll have a right good income. But I sometimes treat people right now as is. When I visualize various situations with the Dashniks to help them understand the world of plants around them, my ray also emanates their disease. Only I try not to eliminate all disease. But they don't even know that you're the one that's doing it. They won't pay you any money for it, or even say thank you. You don't get anything for your labors. I do. What? I feel happy. Well, that's fine then. You can be happy and delighted, and the business will have some income as well. But what if somebody does not have any money to pay for treatment? She inquired. Now, why are you jumping into trifle matters like that? You don't have to think about that. You'll have secretaries and administrators. All you need think about is treating people, perfecting yourself, and attending seminars to share your experience and exchange ideas with the other healers. Do you know yourself how your method works, your ray, and what the underlying principle is? Yes, I know. This method is known to your world too. Doctors and career scientists know about it, or at least they feel its beneficial effect. In hospitals, they try to talk with the patients cheerfully, so as to uplift their spirits. Doctors have long noticed that if someone is in the state of depression, it is difficult to cure their disease, and medicines do not help, while if you treat a patient with love, the disease will go away more quickly. So why has nobody tried learning this method and developing it into the degree you have? Many scientists are trying to learn it, and many people you call folk healers also use this method, and they are having some success. This is the same method Christ Jesus healed by, as well as the saints. Much is said about love in the Bible, because this feeling has a beneficial influence on man. It is the strongest feeling of all. Why do healers and doctors have so little success, and you have so much? Because they live in your world, and they, just like everybody else in that world, have taken in harmful feelings. What kind of harmful feelings, and what do they have to do with it? Harmful feelings, Vladimir, are anger, hatred, irritation, jealousy, envy, and others. They and other similar feelings make man weaker. You mean to say, Anastasia, that you hardly ever get angry? I never get angry. All right, Anastasia. It's not important how this effect comes about. It's the final result that's important, and what benefit can be derived from it. Tell me, would you agree to go with me and get involved in treating people? Vladimir, you see, my home is here. This is my Everglade, the place where I belong. It is only by staying here that I can fulfill my purpose. Nothing gives man greater strength than his motherland, the space of love created by his parents. Treating people delivered them from physical ailments. I can do that right here from distance with the help of my ray. Well, all right, if you don't want to travel, you can do your treating from a distance. You and I can set up an arrangement as to where these wishing treatments can come. They will pay their money, and you will heal them at a specific time. We'll draw up a schedule. Would you agree to that? Vladimir, I know you want to make a lot of money. You shall have it. I shall help you. Only that is not the way to do it. In your world, people charge for treatments. There is no other way in your world, but I would rather do that without any questions of money. Besides, I can't treat everybody indiscriminately, since I have not fully realized in which cases healing will be helpful and in which ones harmful. But I shall try to become aware of this and understand, and as soon as I can decipher. Sorry guys, I'm losing my voice. What drivel is that? I broke in. How can healing and treating a person be harmful? Or do you mean harmful to yourself? Healing of physical ailments can often bring harm to one healed. It seems, Anastasia, your sophistications have given you a somewhat inverted concept of good and evil. Doctors have always been held in high regarding by society, even though they have not performed their service free of charge. And since you cite the Bible so much, you'll find that it's not forbidden even there. So cast those doubts out of your head. Curing someone is always a good thing. You see, Vladimir, I know this from experience. My grandfather showed me an example of the harm that healing can bring when the patient himself does not participate in the healing. What kind of strange philosophy you have here, I offer. I offer you a joint business venture. What have such examples got to do with it? Chapter 3, which I will read another time. Chapter 3. Healing for Hell. One day I saw with my ray a lonely old woman working on her garden plot, Anastasia began. She was sprightly, slim, and always cheerful. She caught my interest right away. She had a very small pot and a lot of different things growing in it, and they grew very well because she tended them with love. Sorry, just a second, my cats are hurting the baby. Hey! You be nice to him. I'm gentle. It's just a baby. Okay. She had a very small plot and a lot of different things growing in it, and they grew very well because she tended them with love. Then I learnt that the old woman would put everything she grew into a basket and take it into town and sell it. She tried not to eat the early fruits of her labors, but sell them when they would still fetch a high price. She needed the money to help her son. She had given birth to him late in life, and soon afterwards she was left without a husband. Her relatives never communicated with her. Her son liked to draw as a child, and she had dreams that he would become an artist. Several times he tried to get in some place where he could pursue his studies. Finally he made it, and once or twice a year he would come to visit his elderly mother. These visits were the highlight of her life, and each time she would save up her money and prepare a whole supply of food for him. As the time for his visit approached, she would pack vegetables into glass jars, put their lids on tight, and give the whole supply to him when he arrived. She loved him very much and kept dreaming about her son becoming a top-notch artist. She lived on that dream. The woman was kind and cheerful. Then for a while I did not watch her. The next time I saw her, she was very ill. She had a hard time bending over to work. On her plantings, each time she bent over, a sharp pain ran right through her body. But she proved to be very resourceful. She made her beds long and narrow. Each time she went out to her plot, she would take with her the seat from an old stool, minus the legs, and use it to sit while she did her weeding, and that way she was able to move around the whole plot without having to bend over. She dragged the basket along on a string, and she was looking forward to a good harvest. It really looked as though the harvest that year would be quite plentiful. Cats. Do you find the noisiest toy? Huh. It really... Can I read, or are you going to make noise? Okay. It really looked as though the harvest that year would be quite plentiful, since the plants felt her state of mind and reacted accordingly. The woman sensed that she would soon pass on, and to make things easier for her son before she died, she bought a coffin and a wreath and made all the funeral preparations. But she still wanted to bring in one last harvest and prepare the winter's food supply for her son before she died. I did not pay much attention then to why, as she was still sick after such close contact with the plants. I thought perhaps it was because she herself ate almost nothing from her plot, but she sold what she gave and then used the money to buy things she needed on the cheap. I decided to help her, and one night she lay down to sleep. I began warming her with my ray removing the pains from the body. I could feel some kind of resistance to the ray, but I still kept on trying. I did this for about 10 minutes until I succeeded in healing her flesh. Then when grandfather came, I told him about the old woman, and I asked him why the ray had met some resistance. He thought about it and then told me I had done the wrong thing. It made me very distraught. I began asking grandfather explain why. At first he did not say a word. Then he said, "You healed the body." I was amazed. "What harm could you have possibly brought to the woman's soul?" I asked. Anastasia sighed and went on. The woman's health got better and she did not die. Her son came to see her earlier than usual. This time he came only for 2 days, and told his mother that he had quit his studies and did not want to be an artist any more. He was now involved in some other work that brought in some more money. He had got married. Now he would have a lot of money. He no longer wanted her to prepare those insipid food jars for him, since transporting them would now cost more. "You can eat better yourself now, mother," he said. He left without taking anything. That morning the woman sat on her porch, looked at her plot, and her eyes were filled with such emptiness and depression. They looked as though she did not want to live. You see, her body was healthy, but it was as if there was no life left in it. I saw, or rather felt, the terrible emptiness and hopelessness in her heart. If I had not cured her body, the woman would have died at the right time. She would have died peacefully, with her beautiful dream and her hope intact. Now here she was, still alive, but in great despair, in this way many times more frightening than physical death. 2 weeks later, she passed on. Chapter 4. A confidential conversation. I realized, Anastasia continued, that physical disease is nothing compared with mental torment, but at the time I was not able to treat the soul. I wanted to know how I could do this, or even if I could do it at all. Now I know it was impossible. And I found out something else, that physical disease appears in man not just as a result of his self-withdrawal from nature around him, and not just as a result of the dark feelings which he allows himself to take in. They, the disease, can also be a means of warding off or even deliverance from considerable greater torments. Diseases are one of the devices or means of communication between the supreme intelligence, God, and man. Man's pain is his pain too, but it could not be otherwise. How else could you get the message, for example, do not keep throwing into your stomach all sorts of harmful stuff? You tend not to listen to words of reason. After all, that's why the message comes through pain. But instead you swallow painkillers and go back to stubbornly doing your own thing. So I countered, "It follows then, in your opinion, that there's no need to treat people at all, no need to help them with their ailments." Help there should be, but first of all to gain a proper understanding of the origins of the disease. Man needs help in discerning what the supreme intelligence, God, desires to say to him. But that is most difficult task. One can make mistakes. Pain, after all, is a confidential conversation between two beings who know about each other. Interference from a third party often harms man instead of helping him. "Well, why then did you rid me of my diseases?" I asked Anastasia. "Did that mean you harm me in some way?" "All your diseases will come back to you if you do not change your lifestyle, your attitude to things around you and to yourself. If you do not change some of your habits, they are the causes of your disease. I have done no harm to your soul." It became clear to me that it would be impossible to persuade Anastasia to make money out of using her healing abilities until she had sorted things out for herself. My business plan often fallen apart. Anastasia must have noticed my irritations, for she said, "Do not be upset, Vladimir. I shall try to grasp everything as quickly as possible. And now, if you really want to help others and make yourself, and not just make money, I shall tell you about the means by which man can cure himself from many diseases without undesirable side effects, as might happen when outsiders try to interfere in his destiny. If indeed you want to listen to this." "What choice do I have? I'm not going to change your mind in any case, so tell me." "There are several main causes underlying the disease of the human flesh, namely harmful feeling emotions, an artificial dietary regime, an unnatural meal schedule and food composition, the lack of short-term and long-term goals, and misapprehension of one's essence and purpose in life. Positive emotions, a variety of plants, and a reappraisal of one's essence and purpose in life. All these are capable not only in counteracting diseases, but also significantly enhancing one's physical and mental or emotional state. As far as bringing back under the conditions of your world, man's lost connections with plants. I have already told you about that. After man has established a direct personal contact with these plants, it is much easier to make sense of everything else. The ray of love, too, is capable of curing many diseases of one fellow man's and even prolonging his life by creating around him a space of love. But man himself, once he has managed to arouse positive emotions in himself, can use them to extinguish pain and cure the disease of the flesh, even the effects of the poison. What does that mean? Arousing positive emotions? I queried. How can one think good thoughts if one has a toothache or a stomachache? Pure, clear moments of life, positive emotions like guardian angels will overcome pain and disease. But what if someone doesn't have enough pure and clear moments to arouse the positive healing emotions? What should he do then? He could create at once something to make them appear. They appear when people around you treat you with genuine love, so you must create a situation along those lines, created by your actions in respect to those around you. Otherwise, your guardian angel will not be able to help you. I wonder whether I have ever had them myself, and if so, how strong are they? How does one call them forth? This can't be done through reminiscing. For example, let us recall something good, something pleasant from your past. With the help of that image, try to feel the soft and pleasing state of mind you experienced back then. Do you want to try it now? I shall help you try it. All right, let's give it a try. Please lie down on the grass and relax. You can remember starting from this point in your life right now, going back into the past. Or you can start with your childhood and proceed up to the present day. Or you can jump at once to the most pleasant moments and feel the sensations connecting with them. I lay down on the grass. Anastasia lay down beside me and pressed her fingers against mine. I thought her proximity might prevent me from concentrating on my reminiscence, and I said, "Perhaps I'd be better alone. I shall be very quiet. When you start remembering, you will forget about me, and you will not feel the touch of my hand, but I can help you remember everything more quickly and vividly." Chapter 5. Where are you, my guardian angel? The chronicles of my life story took me back to my childhood. My reminiscence continued up to the point where I was playing in the sand with the country kids, and then broke off. At that moment, my soul was overwhelmed with an inexplicable sense of alarm. Not a single event in my whole life aroused positive emotions or feelings comparable to those I experienced that morning after spending the night with Anastasia, or with those that aroused in me after she brought the rhythms of surrounding nature in tune with the beating of my heart. I described this experience in the chapter Touching Paradise, but I considered these marvelous feelings to be something created in me by Anastasia. They weren't my own, they were artificial, a gift from Anastasia. Involuntarily, I compared them with those of my previous life and found no analogy whatsoever. Again and again I hunted down recollections of my life, as though running a movie reel backwards and forwards. Everything I saw was related to my efforts to get or achieve something. Sure, I got what I wanted, one thing after another, but there was no great feeling of satisfaction. Instead, some new desire merely appeared. And the most recent years in my life, when those around me thought how splendid everything had turned out for me, aroused an even greater feeling of confusion and chaos. The cars I had acquired, the woman, the banquets, the gifts, and congratulations I had received all seemed empty and pointless. I quickly got to my feet and said, with some irritation either to myself or to Anastasia, "There are none of these healing sensations in man's life, at least not in mine, and I would say there are many lives where they can't be found." Anastasia also rose to her feet and calmly observed, "Then you should create them, as quickly as possible." "What do I need to create? Tell me what." "First you must understand what holds the greatest meaning or significance for you. You have just been looking over your past life, but even with the opportunity to analyze it, to look at it objectively, as it were, you still were not able to notice what was really significant. You kept latching on to usual values as you saw them. Tell me the situation where you felt you came close to a sense of happiness." "There are two situations, but each time something prevents me from feeling truly happy in them." "What kind of situation?" "Back in the early days of Petroskova, oh gosh, I don't know, I think that's a town, I managed to acquire a long-term lease on the steamship. This was the best passenger ship in the Western Siberian River Fleet." I'm not even going to try to read what that ship is called. "After the lease agreement was drawn up, I went up to the harbor, and there she stood. What a beauty! I remember the first time I stood on the deck of my very own ship. And did your feelings of happiness greatly increase when you stood on the dock? You know, Anastasia, our lives are filled with all sorts of problems. As soon as I climbed aboard, I was met by the captain. He went on to his cabin and had a bottle of champagne together. During our conversation, the captain advised that all the water pipes needed cleaning at once, or the health authorities would not allow us to set sail, and there were other things he told me. And so, Vladimir, you immersed yourself in all the problems and cares involved in running the ship." "Yes, that's right. There were a lot of them." "It is inherent in the nature of artificially created matter and various mechanical devices, Vladimir, that they bring more problems than pleasures. Their benefits to man is quite illusory." "Well, I don't happen to agree. Maybe in themselves these mechanical devices have problems. They need constant repair and maintenance. Still, they help us to get a lot of things." "What, for example?" "Even love. Genuine love, Vladimir, could not possibly be under the control of artificial created objects. Even if you owned all the objects in the world, you would not be able, just with their help, to gain access to the true love of even one woman." "Well, you simply don't know our women. You're spinning theories, that's all. I managed to get it." "What did you manage to get?" "Love. I quite simply succeeded. There was one woman I loved a great deal. I loved her for many years, but she didn't really want to go off with me anywhere alone. When I got my ship, however, I invited her aboard, and she accepted. Can you imagine how great that was? Here we are, sitting alone on the ship's bar. There was champagne, first-class wine, candlelight music, and nobody else around. Here we were alone in the empty bar on the ship. She was the only one there with me. I had the ship set sail without taking on any other passengers, just so we could be alone. The ship proceeded down the river. There was music playing in the bar. I invited her to dance. Her figure was fantastic, especially her breasts. I hugged her tight. My heart was pounding for joy, and I kissed her on the lips. She didn't run away. She even hugged me back. Do you see? There she was, right beside me, and I could touch her and kiss her. All this was because of the ship, and you say it can only bring problems. And then, Vladimir, what happened? Nothing much? Please try to remember anyway. I'll tell you, it was nothing important. Can I tell you what happened there on the ship between you and that young woman? You can try. You had a lot to drink. You made a deliberate effort to drink as much as possible. Then you put the keys to your cabin, your luxury apartment, on the table in front of her, and you yourself went down to the lower deck. You slept almost 24 hours in the cramped crew quarter, and do you know why? Why? The moment came when you noticed a strange expression on the face of that beloved young woman of yours. a preoccupied smile. Intuitively, even subconsciously, you realized that she, your beloved, was thinking how happy she could be if only it were her own beloved that was sitting across from her in this bar, instead of Megre. Your precious girl was dreaming of someone else, someone she really liked. She fancied that it was he, and not you, who was the master of the ship. You were at the mercy of inert matter, to which you had tied your living feelings and aspirations, and you were choking them to death. Don't go on, Anastasia, I pleaded. These recollections aren't happy ones for me. In any case, the ship did play its role. It was thanks to the ship that you and I met. The happenings of the present are the result of previous feelings and impulses of the soul, and it's only that they determine the future, and it's only their momentum, only the beating of their wings that is clearly reflected in the heavenly mirrors, and only their impulse and aspiration will be reflected in happenings here on earth. What do you mean by that? I asked in some bewilderment. Our meetings may well be the culmination of many aspirations of the soul on both your part and mine, perhaps on the part of our immediate or even more distant forebears. Perhaps it came from a single impulse of the cherry tree. Sorry, just a second. Weird. Perhaps on... Let me try again. Perhaps it came from a simple impulse of a cherry tree growing in the garden of your country home, only not the ship. What was a cherry tree in my garden got to do with it? In all your many glances back at your life, you failed to pay any attention to this cherry tree and your feelings connected with it. Yet those feelings have played a leading role in your life in recent years. The universe did not react to your ship. Just think, what could a primitive, run-down material device, incapable of either thinking or restoring itself, possibly mean to the universe? But the cherry tree, the little Siberian cherry tree, which you could not even make room for in your recollections, excited the cosmos expanse and changed the course of time and history, and not only yours and mine, because it is a living being, and like all living beings, has an inseparable connection with creation as a whole. Chapter 6. The Cherry Tree. Remember, Vladimir, everything within you associated with this little tree. Remember, starting right from the moment you first made contact with it. I shall try and remember if you think it's important. Yes, it's important. I was riding in my car. I don't remember where I was going. We stopped near the Central Market. I asked my driver to get out and buy some fruit. I stayed in the car and watched people leaving the market carrying all sorts of saplings. You watched them and you were surprised. Why? You see, their faces were happy and content, even though it was cold and rainy out. Here they were hauling away some kind of saplings with their roots, all bound in cloth. These saplings were heavy to carry, but the people's faces were content, and here I was sitting in my warm car, and I was sad. When the driver returned, I got out and went over to the market myself. I kept walking up and down past the merchants' stalls and bought a cherry tree sapling. As I was tossing them into the baggage compartment, the driver said that one of the saplings would survive, since its roots had been cut too short, and I better throw it out right off. But I decided to keep it. It was the most graceful of the three. Then I went and planted the sapling in the garden of my country home. I threw an extra topsoil around the tree with the short roots, and I sprinkled of peat moss, along with a bit of fertilizer. Can't read tonight, sorry. In trying to help it, you burnt 2 more little roots of the sapling with the fertilizer, Anastasia added, but it survived. In the spring, when the buds started coming out on the trees, its branches came to life too. Little leaves began to appear. Then I set out on my commercial expedition. But before that, Anastasia observed, every day for a period of more than 2 months, you would drive out of your country house and the first thing you did was go and see how the little tree was getting on. Sometimes you stroked its branches. You were so happy to see the leaves and kept watering the tree. You drove a stake into the ground and fastened the trunk to it with twine all around so the wind wouldn't break it. Tell me, Vladimir, do you think that plants react to people's attitude towards them? Do you think they feel good and bad thoughts? I've heard and read somewhere that those houseplants and flowers do react that way. They can even become all withered when their caregivers goes away. I've heard about scientist experiments where they attached sensories of various plants and the needles jumped on one way when the plants were approached aggressively, and the other way when someone approached them with thoughts of gentleness and kindness. So, Vladimir, you know about the plants reacting to expression of human feelings, and according to the Grand Creator's design, they strive to do all within their power, all that they can to meet man's needs. They bring forth fruit and try to arouse positive emotions in man and their flowers, beautiful and fair. Indeed, they put oxygen into the air so that we can breathe. But plants have been granted yet another function which is no less important. Plants which come into direct contact with an individual man creates for them, a space of true love. The kind of love without which life for a human race would be impossible. Many dashniks are in a hurry to get out of their plots because it is there that such a space has been created for them. This little Siberian cherry tree you thought to plant, the one you cared for yourself, it tried to do the same as all other plants and perform its assigned function. If there are a lot of them, plants can create for man a significant space of love. If there are different varieties, and man communicates with them and approaches them with love, altogether plants can create for man a significant space of love which enhances the soul and makes the body whole. You see, Vladimir, altogether when there are a lot of them, but you looked after just one sapling, and so this one little Siberian cherry tree began aspiring to do what only a number of plants acting together can do. Its aspiration was aroused by your special relation to it. It was something you yourself realized only intuitively. In all your surroundings, only this one little tree was not asking anything of you. It was not being hypocritical. It only aspired to give of itself. And then you came along. You were tired after a busy day. You went over to the tree, stood and pondered. You looked at it, and it responded. Before the first ray of dawn appeared in its perfection, the leaves of the tree tried to catch that ray's reflection in the brightening sky, and when the sun went down afar, it tried using the light of a bright star. And as it persisted, something transpired by and by, just a wee bit of something transpired. Its roots twisted themselves around the burning fertilizer. You were able to take it in, what they required from the earth. And the earth juices began turning and running through the veins of the little tree, a little more quickly than usual. And then one day, in an early morning hour, you came and saw the little flowers to which the tree's delicate branches had given birth. The other saplings were devoid of flowers, but this one, thanks to your gift of caring, had already blossomed. You were overjoyed, your spirits were uplifted, and then do you remember what you did, Vladimir, after seeing the flowers? I really was overjoyed. For some reason my mood was on a high. I felt a lightness in my head. I went and I stroked its branches with my hands. You gently stroked its branches, and you said, "Well now, my beauty, you've blossomed. You see the trees, Vladimir? You see the leaves, the fruit born thereof? But more than that, the trees created a space of love. The little cherry tree very much wanted to have this space. But where was the place for the tree to find the strength to give back to man what it had received from him? It had tried and had already given everything that was in its power, but it had received something extraordinary besides, a showing of tenderness towards itself from the flowers it bore, and when it had the desire to do more, all by itself, you went off on a very long expedition, and then, completing your journey and returning to the first things you did was go to the garden plot to see your little cherry tree. But along the way you were eating cherries you had brought by the market. As you approached it, you noticed that there were 3 red cherries growing on your tree. You stood there beside it, all tired out, eating and bought the cherries and spitted out the stones. Then you tore one of the cherries off your tree and tried it. Indeed, it was just a little bit more sour, a little less sweet than the market cherries you had decided to eat, and you did not touch the other 2. I had had my fill of other cherries, and this one was indeed more sour. Oh, if only you had known, Vladimir, how much power those little cherries contained on their own when that was so beneficial to you, how much energy and love, from the depth of the earth and the expanse of the universe and more. The tree had gathered everything helpful for you and poured it into those 3 cherries. It had even let one of its branches wither in order to make these 3 cherries ripen. One of them you tried, but you left the other 2 on the tree to die. I had no idea, but still I was happy that it was capable of bearing fruit. Yes, you were happy. And then, do you remember what you did this time? Me? Well, I stroked the tree's branches some more, and you not only stroked them, you even bent over and kissed the leaves on the branches, which was resting on the palm of your hand. Yes, I did, because I was in such a good mood. And something incredible happened with the tree. What more could it do for you, since you had not taken the fruit, therefore, that had been growing with so much love? What could it do? It trembled from the kiss of man, and thought and feelings inherent only in man, but produced by the little Siberian cherry tree, took flight into the universe's space of light, to give back to man what it had received from him, to give back to man its kiss of love, to warm him with this, the bright feeling of the space of love, and against all laws that thought swept across the universe, but could not find a resting place, a means of manifesting the breath and life of itself. Knowing that one cannot find a resting place means death. And then the force of the light returned to the cherry tree, the bright thought it had produced, so that it might destroy the thought within itself and not perish, but the tree did not pick it up. The little Siberian cherry tree's burning desire endured unchanged, extraordinary, pure, and trembling. The force of light did not know what to do. The grand creator was not about to change the established laws of harmony for you, but the cherry tree did not perish. It managed to endure because the thought, aspirations, and feelings thereof were extraordinary, pure, and by the law that constitutes creation as a whole, nothing can destroy pure love. And it circled over your soul and dreamt of finding a resting place, a place to thrive. Alone in the universe, it was striving, aspiring to create for you a space of love. I came to your ship to at least try to be of some help and fulfill the cherry tree's desire to find this resting place, to manifest its love, even though I did not know to whom it was addressed. Anastasia paused. You mean to say, I queried, that your relationship to me arose out of your desire to help the tree? My relationship to you, Vladimir, it's simply that my relationship, it's difficult to say who was helping whom here. The cherry tree, me, or I, the tree. Everything in the universe is interrelated. To perceive what is really going on in the universe, one need only look into oneself. But now, by your leave, I am giving an embodiment to this, to what the cherry tree desired. May I give you a kiss from the tree? Of course you may, since it's the right thing to do. And when I get home, I shall eat all of its fruits. Anastasia closed her eyes. She pressed her hands to her breast and quietly whispered, Feel this, little cherry tree. I know you can feel it. I shall now do what you wished. This will really be your kiss, little cherry tree. Then Anastasia quickly placed her hands on my shoulders, and without opening her eyes, drew near, touched her lips to my cheek, and held them there. It was strange. It was a strange kiss, just a touch of her lips, but it was not like any I had ever received before. It aroused an extraordinary pleasing sensation, one I had never felt up to now. The technique of moving the lips or tongue or body probably had nothing to do with it. What counted most probably was what was hidden in the inner man that was manifesting itself in this kiss. But what was hidden inside the Taiga recluse? Where did she get so much knowledge from? So many unusual abilities and feelings? Or maybe everything she had said was simply the product of her imagination. But then, where did the extraordinary, tender, charming, and heartwarming sensations come from? The ones I could most certainly feel within me. Perhaps our joint efforts will manage to unravel the mysteries through the aid of the following situation which I had the good fortune to witness. Chapter 7. Who's to blame? Once when Anastasia was trying to explain something to me about lifestyles and faith, but couldn't find suitable understandable words, which she no doubt very much wanted to find, a curious incident took place. Anastasia quickly turned to face the ringing cedar, pressing the palms of her hands against its trunk. But then something inexplicable began happening to her. Lifting up her head and addressing either the cedar or someone way up high, all at once she started speaking passionately and with a concentrated attention in a combination of words and sounds. She was evidently trying to show or explain something, or plead for something. From time to time her monologue seemed to be infused with tones of persistent demanding. The resonant ring of the cedar increased in volume. Its ray began brighter and quicker and thicker, and then Anastasia demanded sharply, "Answer me! Answer! Explain! Give it to me! Give it to me!" she said, shaking her head and even stamping her bare feet. And all at once the pale glow of the ringing cedar's tree-top became focused into a ray, and the ray suddenly broke off from the cedar and flew upward and dissolved into thin air. But at this point another ray appeared, coming down to the cedar from above. It seemed to consist of a bluish mist or cloud. The needles of the cedar pointed downward, were illuminated with similar misty rays, almost unnoticeable, and these rays pointed towards Anastasia, but didn't touch her. They seemed to disappear and dissolve in the air. And when she insistently stamped her feet and even slapped the ringing cedar's huge trunk with the palms of her hands, the glowing needles began stirring, and their rays joined to form a single ray of bluish mist. It aimed itself downward towards Anastasia, but didn't touch her. The ray dissolved in the air, literally dissolved, at about a meter away from Anastasia at first, and then just half that distance. I suddenly recalled with horror how Anastasia's parents had perished, very likely from such a ray. Anastasia continued her stubborn pleading and demanding, much more like a spoiled child insisting on some desired favor from its parents, and suddenly the ray made a dash for her, as it were illuminating her whole body like a flash bulb. A cloud first formed around Anastasia and then began dissipating ever so slowly. The ray from the cedar dissolved, the rays from the needles were extinguished. The cloud around Anastasia continued to dissipate. It was either entering into her or dissolving in space. Now radiant with a joyful smile, she turned and took a step in my direction. Then she stopped and began staring past me at something beyond. I turned around to see Anastasia's grandfather and great-grandfather coming into the glade. The tall, gray-bearded great-grandfather walked slowly, just ahead of his son. He was leaning on a stick that looked something like a shepherd's staff. Upon reaching my position, he stopped and fixed his gaze on me, as though staring into empty space. I couldn't even tell whether he actually saw me or not. Great-grandfather stood silently for a moment, then, after bowing ever so slightly without uttering so much as a word or greeting, he headed over to Anastasia. Even though grandfather was a bit of a fuss budget, he was a very simple man. His whole demeanor pointed to a most kind and cheerful fellow. As he approached the spot where I was standing at, he once stopped and offered me a simple shake of his hand. He started to say something, but I can't recollect exactly what he said. For some reason, both of us felt our attention and concern suddenly drawn to what was going on at the base of the cedar. Great-grandfather had stopped just a meter from Anastasia. They stood there for a while, silently staring at each other. Anastasia was standing before the bearded old man, her hands lowered to a vertical position, as though she were a schoolgirl or university applicant being confronted by a strict examiner. She looked like a child caught being naughty, and her anxiety was most evident. The tense silence which had come over the scene was broken by the deep, clear, velvety tones of great-grandfather's voice. He did not say hello to Anastasia, but proceeded at once to a stern, questioningly, even words slowly and distinctly pronounced. Who came to make an appeal directly to him, without going through the light and rhythm that have been bestowed upon us? Whereupon Anastasia responded without hesitation. Any man can make an appeal to him. From time immemorial, he himself has taken great pleasure to talking with man, and this is what he wills right now. Are all paths outlined by him in advance? Great-grandfather continued. Are there many earth dwellers capable of discerning them? Are you capable of seeing these paths? Yes, I have seen what has been outlined for mankind. I have seen how future events are dependent on the conscious awareness of those who are living today. Have his sons and their enlightened followers who have perceived his spirit done enough to bring enlightenment to those living in the flesh? They have done and are doing everything, not even taking thought for their own life. They have borne witness to the truth and are still bearing witness. Can one who has seen the truth have any doubt about his intellect, kindness, and magnificence of spirit? He has no equals. He is one, but he does wish to communicate. He wants people to understand and love him as he loves. In communicating with him, is it permissible to be insolent and demanding? He has given a particle of his spirit and mind to everyone living on the earth, and if a small particle, his particle in man, does not agree with what is generally accepted, that means he is not satisfied with everything as it has been outlined for the future. He is reflecting on it. Could one term his reflections insolence? Who is permitted to hasten the pace of his reflections? Only the one who was given permission. And just what are you asking for? I'm asking how to give understanding to those who do not understand, how to inculcate feelings to those who do not feel. Has the lot of those who fail to perceive truth been determined? The lot of those who fail to perceive truth have been determined. But who is to blame for the lack of acceptance of truth? The one who does not accept truth, or the one from who he receives it? What? You mean, great-grandfather said in agitation, and then fell silent. He stood silently for a while, looking at Anastasia. Then, with the help of his staff-like cane, he got down on one knee and took Anastasia's hand, inclining his silvery gray head toward her. He kissed her hand and said, "Hello, Anastasia." Anastasia herself at once knelt down before her great-grandfather. and exclaimed with excitement and surprise, "What do you mean, Grandpakins? Treating me like a child? I'm grown up now." Then she put her arms around her shoulders, snuggled her head against his beard-covered chest, and held still. I knew she was listening to his heartbeat. That was something she had loved ever since her childhood. The oldster continued kneeling, one hand resting on his cane, the other stroking Anastasia's golden hair. Grandfather got excited and rushed over to his father and grandfather, who were both still kneeling. He began strutting around them, throwing up his arms in some bewilderment. Then all of a sudden he too got down on his knees and embraced them both. Grandfather was the first to rise to his feet. He then helped his father up. Great-grandfather was still staring intently at Anastasia. Then he slowly turned toward and started walking off. Grandfather, in the meantime, started muttering away through, though it wasn't clear whether he was addressing anyone in particular. All the same, they're all spoiling her. Even he spoils her. Dear me, just look at what she's got to do. She pokes her nose in whatever she feels like. There's nobody to teach her a lesson. Who will now help the Dashniks? Who, I say? Great-grandfather stopped in his tracks. He slowly turned around and said distinctly, in his deep, velvety voice, "Granddaughter dear, follow the dictates of your heart and soul. I myself shall help you with the Dashniks." Turning away once again, the majestic gray beard started his way on the glade. "Do you see what I mean? They all spoiling her." Grandfather broke in again. Picking up a short switch, he strutted over to Anastasia, waving the switch about his head. He threatened, "I'm going to teach you a lesson right now." "Oh no!" Anastasia threw up her hands in feigned fright. Then she gave a laugh and ran off, trying to elude her pursuing grandfather. "So she's even taken into her head to run away from me, as if I couldn't catch up," he muttered under his breath. With unaccustomed speed he intensified his pursuit. Anastasia ran, laughing, waving her way across the glade. And while grandfather did not relax his pace, he was still unable to catch up to her. Suddenly grandfather gasped and sat down, grasping his leg. Anastasia quickly turned about. Her face fell of concern. She ran over to her grandfather and held out her hand to him, and all at once she stopped. Her infectious peals of laughter filled the glade. I paid particular attention to her grandfather's pose and realized the source of her mirth. Grandfather was squatting down on one leg, holding his other leg out in front, not touching the ground, and here he was stroking the very leg he was squatting on, as though it had been injured. He had outsmarted Anastasia, but she was not deceived. As it turned out later, she was supposed to have noticed right off the comic discrepancy in his pose. While Anastasia was laughing, grandfather managed to seize her by the arm. He raised his switch and gave her a light spanking. Like a child, Anastasia squealed, trying to pretend it was painful, and in spite of the endless laughter she was trying so hard to restrain, grandfather put his arms around her shoulder and said, "All right, that's enough. Don't cry. You've learned your lesson. You've got what was coming to you. You'll be more obedient in future. Listen, I've started training the eagle. It may be old, but it is still strong and remembers many things." And here she instantly poked her nose into everything. "Grandpakins, my dear great sweet Grandpakins, the eagle, that means you already know about the baby. The stars don't forget." Anastasia didn't let her grandfather finish. Putting her arms around his waist, she lifted him off the ground and spun him around. When she returned him safely to the ground, grandfather staggered a bit and said, trying to appear strict, "So that's the way you treat your elders. You see what I mean? She's spoiled," and continues to wave the switch. He hurried to catch up with his father. As he reached the trees at the edge of the glade, Anastasia called after him, "Thank you, Grandpakins, for the eagle. Thank you very much." Grandfather turned around and looked at her. "Only just be My dear child, please remember to be more. His voice was too gentle. Breaking off his sentence, he added, with a bit of more severity, watch out, or else. And he disappeared into the forest. Chapter 8. The Answer. Once we found ourselves alone, I asked Anastasia, what's all the big excitement about some kind of eagle? The eagle will be very much needed for a little one, she answered. For our baby, Vladimir. To play with. Yes, only play has a considerable significance for his future learning and feelings. I see. I said this even though I don't fully understand this business of playing with a bird, even an eagle. But what were you doing with the cedar? Were you praying or talking with someone? What happened with you in the cedar, and why did great-grandfather seem so severe when he talked with you? Tell me, Vladimir, do you think there is still, some kind of intelligence out there? Does there exist a mind in the invisible world of the cosmic, in the universe? What do you think? I think it's true, even scholars talk about that, as do mediums and the Bible. And this something? What would you say is the best word to describe it? I need to know this so that you and I can agree upon a definition. Say, for example, mind intelligence being forces of light, vacuum absolute, rhythm, spirit, God. Well, let's say God. All right then. Now tell me, does God attempt to communicate with man? What do you think? I do not mean by a voice from heaven, but through people, through a Bible, let us say, to offer a hint on how to be more happy. But the Bible was not necessarily dictated by God. Well, by whom then, would you say? People could have done that. People who wanted to invent religion, they sat down and wrote it collectively. You think it is that simple? People just sat down and wrote a book and thought up narratives and laws? A book that has lasted for millennia and is the most popular and widely read book that has existed to date? Over the centuries, a whole multitude of other books have been written, but few of them can compare it with the Bible. What does that mean to you? I don't know, I admitted. Ancient books, of course, have been around for a long time, but most people today prefer contemporary literature, novels, detective stories, and all sorts of inferior stuff. Why is that so? Because reading them hardly requires any thinking. In reading the Bible, one is obliged to think at a faster pace, and there are many questions one must answer for oneself. Only then will it become clear. It unfolds itself, so to speak, to one's consciousness. If one looks upon the Bible merely as a statement of dogma, then reading and memorizing few commandments is sufficient. But any dogma imposed from without and not grasped by one's inner being precludes taking advantage of the opportunities afforded man as creator. And what questions do we need to answer when we read the Bible? To begin with, replied Anastasia, you might try to figure out why Pharaoh was unwilling to allow the children of Israel to leave Egypt. Well, what's there to think about? The Israelites were slaves in Egypt. Who would want to let go of his slaves? Who would want to let his slaves go? They worked hard and brought Pharaoh a good income. The Bible says that more than once the Israelites brought a plague over the whole land of Egypt. They even killed people's firstborn offspring along with those of animals. Sorcerers were later burnt at the stake for such acts. But here Pharaoh simply refuses to let them go. Now answer the question, where did the Israelite slaves get enough goods and cattle to spend 40 years traveling? Where did they get the weapons to seize and destroy cities along their route? What do you mean, where? Didn't God give them everything? Do you think that was only God's doing? Then who? Man, Vladimir, has full freedom. He has the opportunity to make use of all the bright resources. God gave him originality, but he can make use of other sources too. Man presents a union of opposites. See, Vladimir, how the sun shines? That is God's creation. It is for everyone, for you and me, for the snakes in the grass, the flowers. But bees use the flowers to get honey, while the spider's power is to draw poison. Each of them has its own function, and no bee and no spider can do otherwise. Only man has a wider scope. Only man can act in more than one way. One man can rejoice at the first rays of the sun, while another might curse. Man, you see, can be both bee and spider. Does that mean God wasn't the only one helping the Israelites? How can you tell, then, what God actually did, as opposed to what was merely attributed to him? When something significant is created through man, Anastasia explained, there are always two opposites at work. Man exercises freedom of choice, which he will accept more of depends upon his purity and conscious awareness. Well, all right, let's accept that. So you were attempting to talk with him when you were standing at the base of the cedar. Yes, I wanted him to answer me. And great-grandfather objected? Great-grandfather thought I was speaking too irreverently, that I was too demanding. You really were demanding, I saw it. You were stamping your feet and pleading. What on earth did you want? I wanted to hear an answer. What sort of answer? You see, Vladimir, God's essence is not in the flesh. He cannot yell down to everyone from heaven telling them how to live. But he wants things to be fine and whole within everyone, and so he sends his sons, people into whose mind and soul he has been able to break through, at least to some extent. His sons then go and talk with other people. They speak different languages, sometimes through words, sometimes with the help of music or pictures or various actions. Sometimes they are listened to, at other times they are persecuted and killed. Just like Jesus Christ, for example, and still God is sending forth his sons. But as always, it is only some of the people who pause and listen to him, while others who are called do not get the message at all, and they violate the laws of happy existence. I see. That's why God will punish mankind by a global catastrophe, some kind of fearful judgment? God never punishes anyone, and he does not need catastrophes. God is love, but that is the way it was planned from the very beginning, created that way from above. When mankind reaches a specific point, one might say it is unwillingness to accept the essence of truth. Once the element of darkness manifests in man, reach that critical point in order to avert total self-annihilation. A global catastrophe rushes in which takes away a great many people's lives and crushes the destructive life support system of artificial creation. The catastrophe serves as a lesson to those who are left alive. Following a catastrophe, there is a window of time in which mankind seems to go through a fearful hell, but it is a hell of their own making. It is those who are left alive that fall into this hell. Then for a while their children survive as in the pristine original state, and they eventually reach a state one could call paradise. Then they fall away again, and it will all start over again in tears. This has been going on for billions of earthly years. If all this has been inevitably repeated in itself for billions of years, then what were you asking for? I wanted to find out how and by what means people could be made wiser without subjecting them to catastrophe. You see, I have figured out that a catastrophe can be blamed not only on those who do not accept truth, but also on the absence of sufficient effective means of making the truth be seen, of making people alert to the truth. I was asking him to find such means, to reveal it, either to me or someone else, to whom I feel it's not really important. What is important is that it is there to be seen and that it works. And what did he tell you? What kind of voice does he have? Nobody can tell you what kind of voice he has. His answer takes form, as it were, in man's discovery of a thought spontaneously occurring to himself. After all, he can speak only through his particles that is present in every man, and this particular And this particle is already relaying information to every other part of the individual with the help of the rhythm of vibration. Hence the impression arises that man is doing it all by himself. Though man himself can actually do a great deal, after all, man is God's likeness. In each man there is a tiny particle breathed into him by God right at birth. He has given half of himself to mankind upon the earth, and the forces of darkness try by whatever means they can to prevent this God-reflected particle from acting out its high purpose, to distract man from communication with it, and thought, and through it with God. It is much easier to fight with a small particle when it is all alone, especially if it is not connected to the basic force of the universe. But if these particles unite amongst themselves in bright aspirations, it is much more difficult for the forces of darkness to hinder them. Even if one single particle living in just one single man is in full contact with God, then it is impossible for the forces of darkness to overpower him, to defeat his spirit and mind. That means, I summarized, you appeal to him so that the answers would be given birth in you, so as what you say to people and how you say it, in order to avert a global catastrophe, more or less. What answer was given birth in you? What words must be spoken? Words, just words alone pronounced in the usual way are not sufficient. So many words have been spoken already, yet humanity on the whole continues to move towards its own perdition. You have no doubt heard words to the effect that smoking is bad, that alcoholic drinks are bad, and this is repeated by a number of sources, including your own physicians, in the language you best understand. Yet you still go on doing it. You go on doing it without regard for the deterioration of your own health. And even painful sensations will not restrain either you or many other people from their destructive habits. God says to you, you should not do that, and the message reaches you through pain. And it is not just your pain, but his too. And yet you take painkillers galore and go on doing your own thing as before. Again, you are not interested in thinking about what produces the pain. And all the other high truths are known to mankind, but they are not being acted upon. Time after time they are rejected in favor of monetary illusionary gratifications. It means another way must be revealed to allow them not only to know, but also to feel other kinds of pleasure. Once man has learned of these, he can compare and realize everything for himself. He will unblock access to the God-bestowed particle within him. It is no good simply threatening man with a catastrophe. It's no good simply blaming those who do not accept truth. Everyone who brings the truth to others must understand how needful it is to seek a more perfect method of explaining it. Great-grandfather agreed with me, but that's not what he said. There was a lot that great-grandfather said that you did not hear. If you were able to communicate with each other without words, why then did you say the words that I did hear? Would you not consider it offensive if people conversed using foreign words you could not understand, given that they knew your language too? Various thoughts ran through my mind. Either I believe everything she tells me or I don't. She herself, of course, believes, and it's not just that she believes it, she acts upon it. She takes it all so intensely. Maybe I should try to somehow restrain her enthusiasm, so I tried to dampen her fever by saying, you know, not fever, fervor. You know what, I think, Anastasia, maybe you don't need to take it so to heart and get so stirred up with your demands as you were doing at the cedar tree. Even the blue glow or vapor from the cedar came crushing down on you. Your grandfather and your great-grandfather were right to be concerned. It's probably very dangerous. If God has not given the answer to any of his sons as to how to explain everything to people most effectively, that means there is no answer. It means that a global catastrophe is the most effective way of getting his message across. Maybe he's even annoyed with you for poking your nose in too far and will punish you so you won't do it again, just like your grandfather said. God is kind. He will not punish. But he isn't speaking to you either. Maybe he's not interested in listening to you, and meanwhile you're wasting so much energy. He is listening, and he is answering. What is he answering? Is there something new you know now? He has hinted at where to find the answers, where to search for it. He's hinted to you? So where is it? In the union of opposites. What does that mean? It happens, for example, when two opposite extremes of human thinking in the avatisma contemporary merge into a new dynamic whole. This was behind the philosophies of Han-Yi and Qigong, which offer a world view of even greater perfection, not unlike the models and theories in your modern physics. What was all that? Oh, please do excuse me. I do not know what came over me. I completely forgot myself. What are you apologizing for? You must forgive me. I use words which are completely unfamiliar to you. You're right, they are unfamiliar. I have no idea what they mean. I shall try not to do that again. Please do not be angry with me. Don't worry, I'm not angry. Only explain in ordinary words where and how you will go about searching for this answer. I certainly cannot do it alone. It can only be known through the joint effort of the divine particles to be found in various people living on the earth, people with opposite modes of thinking and comprehension. Only through a joint effort will it be seen, and then, in a dimension invisible to the eye, the domain of thoughts, one can also call it the dimension of the forces of light. It exists between the material world in which man lives and God. I shall see it, and many others will too. Then it will be easier to attain a universal conscious awareness. It will be easier to bring humankind through the dark forces window of time, and the catastrophe will not be repeated. Specifically, what do people need to do right now to make the answer appear? It would be fine if a lot of people could wake up in the morning at a set time, say 6 o'clock, and think about something good. What specifically they think about is not important. It is important that they come out with bright thoughts. They can think about their children, about their loved ones, about how to make everyone happy. If they could only think 15 minutes like that, and the more people that do that, the quicker the answers will come. The Earth time zones may be different since the Earth is turning, but the image created by these people, bright yearnings, will merge into a single clear, fulfilled image of conscious awareness. A simultaneity of bright thoughts will intensify each person's ability many, many times. Oh, Anastasia, how naive you are. Who in their right mind would wake up at 6 o'clock in the morning just to think for 15 minutes? People will only get up that early if they have to go to work or have a plane to catch or are going to a business trip. Anybody else will decide, leave the thinking to others. I'm going to get some sleep. I doubt you'll find many helpers that way. But you, Vladimir, could not you at least help me? Me? I don't wake up that early unless I have to. But if I should somehow find myself waking up, then what good things should I think about? Well, for example, you could think about the little son I will be giving birth to, your son. Think how delightful he will be to be kissed by the sun's rays, to see the pure and magnificent flowers all around him, and have the bushy-tailed squirrel play with him in his glade. Think how good it would be if all the other children in the world could forever be kissed by the warm sun. Then nothing would make them sad. Then think about who you might say something glad to or give a smile to during the day ahead, and how good it would be if this marvelous world lasted forever, and what you could do, you in particular, to bring this about. I'll think about our son, and I'll try to come out with other good thoughts, only what's the point? You'll be thinking here in the forest while I'll be in the apartment in the city. That's only 2 of us. You say many people are needed. So until we get a lot of people involved, isn't it pointless for just the 2 of us to try? Even 1 person, Vladimir, is more than none. 2 together are more than 2 apart. Later, after you write your books, more people will come along. I shall feel them and delight in each of them, in each one. We shall learn to catch each other's feelings of the heart, understand and help each other through the dimension of the forces of light. Everything you say still has to be believed. I myself don't completely believe in this bright dimension, this domain of thoughts. You can't even prove it exists because you can't touch it. Yet your scientists have come to the conclusion that thought is something tangible. They have, but since you still can't actually touch it, it's not something you can get completely set in your mind. But when you write your book, people will be able to touch it. They can hold it in their hands like a materialized thought. Again, you are carrying on about that book. I've told you I don't believe in it either. Even less in your claims that you, with the help of a certain combination of letters known only to you, can arouse feelings in the readers. Bright feelings yet, but that will help the reader make some sense of it all, sure. I told you how it works. Yes, you told me, but it still doesn't make me believe. If I try to write, I shan't tell everyone all at once. People will laugh at me. You know, something, Anastasia? Can I tell you in all honesty? Yes, tell me in all honesty. Only don't be offended, okay? I shall not be offended. Everything you talked up to me, I'm going to have to verify with our scholars and see what they say about it in various religions and modern teachings. There's a lot of different courses out there now. A lot of preachers go ahead and verify by all means. And still, I feel you're a very kind person. Your philosophy is interesting, quite unusual. But if you compare your actions with those of others who are concerned about the soul, about ecology, well, frankly, you're way behind the rest. Why should you conclude that? Think about it. All the enlightened people, all you, as you call them, have gone off by themselves at some point. Buddha went off for 7 years into the forest and set up a whole doctrinal platform, and he has a lot of flowers and throughout the world. Followers, maybe flowers too. Christ Jesus went off for 40 days. And even now, people are excited about his teachings. Christ Jesus went off by himself more than once, Anastasia pointed out, and he did a lot of thinking when he was traveling about. So let's say more than 40 days. Let's say a year even. The elders who are now considered saints were ordinary people who went in the forest to live in isolation for time. Then later, monasteries were built on these sites, and a lot of followers arose, right? Yes, Vladimir, you are right. And here you have been living 26 years now in the forest, and you don't even have a single follower. You haven't come up with any platform, and here you're asking me to write a book. You're grasping at that like straws. You dream of laying out your own combination of signs in it. Well, if things weren't working out for you like with your other leaders, maybe it's not even worth trying. There are other more capable than you who may well think up something without your input. Come on, why not get real and live more simple? I'll help you adapt in our world. Now you're not offended, eh? No, I'm not offended. Then I'll tell you the whole truth right to the end to help you get a hold of yourself. Go on. You have some extraordinary abilities, Anastasia. There's no doubt about that. You can pick up any information you want as easily as counting 1, 2, 3. But tell me, now, when did you first become aware of that ray of yours? It was given to me right at the start, as it is to everybody. Only my awareness of it and how to use it, that was something great-grandfather taught me by the time I was 6. So that means at 6 years of age, you were already able to see what was going on in our lives. You could analyze situations, help people, even treat illness at a distance. Yes, I could. Now tell me, what have you been doing all the 20 years since? I have been telling you and showing you. I have been working with the people you call Dashniks, trying to help them. All these 20 years, day in and day out? So you've been acting like an obsessed fanatic, stubbornly holding on to the Dashniks all these years? Who made you do this? Nobody can make me. I did it on my own free will. After great-grandfather suggested it to me, I realized for myself what a good thing, how important it was. You know, I think your great-grandfather suggested the Dashniks to you because he felt sorry for you. After all, you grew up without your parents. He gave you the very easiest and simplest tasks. Now that he's seen you've begun to understand something greater, he's given you permission to work with other things and to drop the Dashniks. But this other is connected with the people you call Dashniks, and I shall continue to help them. I love them very much, and I shall never abandon them. Now that's what I call fanaticism. There's something in you that you don't have enough of to be a normal person. You must understand that. The Dashniks are far from being the most important people in our society. They have absolutely no influence at all over social development. Dashes and vegetable gardens, they're just small subsistence plots. It's where people go to relax after their hard work, or when they go into retirement, and that's all. You understand? That's it. And if you, with all your colossal knowledge and phenomenal abilities, are only interested in Dashniks, then you must have some kind of psychological disorder. I think I ought to take you to a psychotherapist. If you can get that disorder cured, then just maybe you'll really be in a position to help society. I very much want to help society. So then, let's go. I'll take you to a practicing psychotherapist at a good private clinic. You yourself said a global catastrophe could happen. This way you'll be able to help ecological movements, you'll be able to help science. But I shall be even greater help if I stay here. All right, you can come back here later and start getting involved in more serious issues. What do you mean more serious? You decided, probably something connected, for example, with heading off an ecological disaster or global catastrophe. By the way, do you have any idea when the latter might occur? They are localized disasters happening even now in various parts of the earth. Mankind has been preparing everything and more of its own destruction for a long time now. But when will it happen on a global scale? When will the apocalypse come? It might occur in 2002, for example, but it can be prevented or delayed, as happened in 1992. You mean to say it might have come to pass in 1992? Yes, but they delayed it. Who are they? Who averted it? Who delayed it? A catastrophe on a global scale in 1992 was averted, thanks to Dashniks. What? There are all sorts of people all over the world who are working against global disasters. The 1992 catastrophe did not happen mainly thanks to the Russian Dashniks. And you? That means you? Even at 6 years old, you were aware of the Dashniks' significance? You foresaw it? You worked non-stop? You helped them? I understood the Dashniks' significance, Vladimir. Chapter 9. Dashnik Day and an all-Earth holiday. But why Russian Dashniks in particular? What's the connection here? You see, Vladimir, even though the Earth is very large, it is very, very sensitive. Think of how big you are by comparison with a tiny mosquito, and yet when a mosquito lands on you, you feel it through your skin, and the Earth also feels everything. When people pave it over with concrete and asphalt, when they cut down trees and burn the forest growing on it, when they pick and poke at its innards and sprinkle it with powder called fertilizer, it feels the hurt, and yet still it loves people, as a mother loves her children. And the earth tries to absorb into its depth all humanity's anger, and only when it no longer has the strength to hold it back, that anger explodes in the form of a volcanic eruption and earthquakes. The earth needs our help. Tenderness and loving attitudes give it strength. The earth may be large, but it is most sensitive, and it feels the tender caress of even a single human hand. Oh, how it feels the anticipates this touch. There was a time in Russia when the earth was deemed to belong to everyone, and therefore nobody in particular, so people did not think of it as their own. Then changes came in Russia. They began giving out tiny private plots to people to go with their dashas. It was no coincidence at all that these plots were extremely small, too small to cultivate with mechanized equipment, but Russian yearning for contact with the earth took to them with joyous enthusiasm. They went to peoples, both poor and rich, because nothing can break man's connection with the earth. Nothing. After obtaining their little plots of land, people intuitively felt their worth, and millions of pairs of hands, human hands, began touching the earth with love. With their hands, you understand, not with mechanized tools. Lots and lots of people touched the ground caressingly on these little plots, and the earth felt this. It felt it very much. It felt the blessing touch of each individual hand upon it, and the earth found new strength to carry on. So what now, I queried. Should we erect a monument to every Dashnik in the savior of the planet? Yes, Vladimir, they are saviors indeed. But that would be far too many monuments. I have it. Why not set up a 1 or 2 day national holiday, Dashnik Day, or an All-Earth Day? It could be designated in the calendar. Whew, a holiday! Anastasia threw up her arms in elation. What a terrific idea, indeed! A celebration, a happy and cheerful holiday. That is something we definitely need. And you, with that ray of yours, can suggest to our government, to our deputies in the State Duma, that they pass the required legislation. I cannot get through to them. They are too busy with their daily routine. They have so many decisions to make, they have absolutely no time to think. Besides, there is not much point in attempting to raise their conscious awareness. It would be difficult for them to accept a complete conscious picture of reality. They are not allowed to make any better resolution than those they are passing at the moment. Who can stop the government or the president from doing so? The masses, the majority. As for correct decisions, they are what you call unpopular measures. Yes, you're right. We have democracy. The most important decisions are taken by the majority. The majority is always right. The great conscious awareness is always achieved first by individuals, Vladimir. It always takes majority a space of time to catch on. If that's true, then why do we need democracy referendums? They are needed to serve as a shock absorber to avoid sudden jerks. When these shock absorbers do not work, revolutions occur. A revolutionary period is always a challenge for the majority. But a Dashnik Day, that's not a revolution. What's wrong with it? A holiday like that is fine. It is needed. Definitely needed. It should be set up as quickly as possible. I shall think about how it can be done as quickly as possible. I'll help you. I know better which levers to pull in our world for the most effective results. I'll write onto the papers. No better still, I'll write about the Dashniks in that book of yours, and ask people to send telegrams to the government and the Duma requesting the establishment of a Dashnik Day as an all-earth holiday. Only, what date should it be? The 23rd of July. Why the 23rd? It is an appropriate day, also because it is your birthday, Vladimir. After all, this fantastic idea is all yours. That's great. So we'll ask people to send telegrams asking for legislation setting up the 23rd of July as Dashnik Day, and all-earth holiday. And as soon as the telegram starts arriving at the Duma, the people begin to wonder why people are sending them. You burst in with that your ray. Burst in I shall burst in with all my might, and it will be a fine, bright, and beautiful holiday for everyone. Everyone will have such a good time. The whole earth will rejoice in its light. Why does everybody have to have a good time? This holiday's only for Dashniks, isn't it? We must see that everyone has a good time. This holiday will indeed begin in Russia. But then it will become the most fantastic holiday for the world as a whole, a marvelous holiday for the soul. And how will it be celebrated the first time in Russia? I inquired. Nobody will know what to make of it. Each one's heart will suggest on that day what he should do and how. I can visualize a general outline right now. Then Anastasia began talking, clearly and enunciating each word. She talked with both speed and inspiration. It was all most extraordinary, the rhythm of her speech, the arrangement of her phrases, the pronunciation of her words. May all of Russia wake that day at dawn. May people alone or with friends and family come to the land and stand upon it with bare feet. Those who have their little plot of land, that let them greet with praise the first rays of the sun amidst the shoots and seedlings they have planted, and touch each species with caressing hands. As the sun rises in the sky, let them pick and taste the fruit of their plantings, one from each variety. And that should suffice them up till the midday meal. Before the meal, let them tend their plots anew. Let them one ponder their life and joy and what they are destined to do. Let each one remember their family and friends with love, and ponder why their planted seeds are growing and designating the purpose of every plant. And even before the midday feast, everyone should spend at least an hour by themselves. It is not important how or where or exactly when, but they should be alone for a spell, to spend at least an hour in an effort to look within themselves. Let the whole family gather for the meal in the middle of the day, those living at home and those who have come from afar away. Let dinner be prepared from what the earth has borne for an hour or past. Let everyone bring to the whole table whatever is desired by his heart and soul. Let all the family members look each other lovingly in the eye, and let the eldest bless the table together with the youngest, and let the table all around with quiet conversation resound. There should be good words spoken about all those who sit beside you. The scene Anastasia described was an extraordinarily vivid, that I could myself feel myself sitting at the table with people all around. I found myself caught up in the celebration. I was believing in it, or rather I was participating in it, and I felt led to contribute a feature of my own. There should be a toast before dinner. Everyone raised their glass. Let's drink to the earth. Let's drink to love. I actually felt I was holding the glass in my hand, and suddenly she broke into my reverie. Vladimir, please, let there be no alcoholic poison at the table. The glass vanished from my hand. Stop it, Anastasia. Don't spoil the celebration. Well, since you have your mind set on it, let there be some wine from berries, but this must be imbibed in very small sips. All right, wine it is then, just so as not to change our habits all at once. And after the dinner, then what shall we do? Let the people return to the cities and towns, having gathered the fruits they have grown on their little plots of ground. Let them bear in its baskets and share it with everyone at home who do not have plots of their own. Oh, how many positive feelings will come from this day! They will bring about healing of many people's diseases. Diseases which threatened with death, and those not erased by time, will simply vanish. Let those who are incurably or even slightly ill go out and meet the flood of Dashniks returning from their plots. The rays of love and of good, along with the fruit of their labors, will heal diseases. Look and see. Look at the city's main railway station, where floods of people are arriving with baskets of flowers. Look and see the people's eyes glimmering with kindness and joy and peace. Anastasia was virtually glowing with radiance as she became more and more inspired with the idea of the holiday. Her eyes were no longer merely shining with joy, they were literally sparkling with a pale blue luminescence. The expression on her face was changing, yet still remaining joyful, as though a mighty flood of images of the celebration were rushing through her brain. And all at once she fell silent, and bending one leg at the knee and lifting up her right arm, she sprang from the ground with a tremendous recoil, virtually taking flight like an arrow shot from the earth. She leapt almost as high as the bottom branches of the cedar. Upon landing, she waved her arm, clapped her hands, and blush glow flooded the glade. A bluish glow flooded the glade. All the words Anastasia now uttered seemed to be echoed by each tiny bug and blade of grass, and each majestic cedar. Her voice sounded as though it were being reinforced by a hidden power. Even though her words were not that loud, it seemed as though they could be heard by every vein running through the unfathomable expanse of the universe. Mother Russia will greet crowds of guests on that day. They are all of the earth as Atlantean borns, as prodigal sons they shall return. On that day, all over Russia, let everyone awake and greet the dawn. Let all the strings of the harp of the universe make cheerful melody and swell with resonant sound. Let all the bards sing and tell with joyful tongue and play guitars in all the streets and every yard and around. And he who is too old will once again be young as many, many years ago. And I asked Anastasia, will I be young once more? Both you and I, Vladimir, shall be young, and people will feel young for the very first time. And the old shall write letters to their children, and the children to their parents, and infants taking their first step on earth shall enter a better world of joy and mirth. And on that day no child shall feel insulted, for adults shall treat children as their equals. And all the gods on high will to the earth descend, and will commend themselves to take on simple forms. And God himself, the universal God, will be delighted. May you rejoice in love, making all the earth so bright. Anastasia was really getting carried away with images of the holiday. She was whirling around the glade in a fiery dance, becoming more and more inspired at every step. Stop, stop, I cried. Anastasia! Suddenly realizing she was taking it all too seriously, she was not merely uttering words. I now realized her every word and novel turn of phrase was actually visualization. She was visualizing images of the celebration, and with her typical stubbornness, she will go on visualizing and dreaming about it until the dream turns to reality. Like a die-hard fanatic, she will dream. She will give her all to these Dashniks, just as she has done for the past 20 years. And I cried to stop her. I cried out to stop her. What's going on? Don't you understand? All that stuff about a holiday is all just in fun. I was just teasing. Anastasia suddenly stopped in her tracks. No sooner did I catch a glimpse of her than I felt a big lump in my throat from the look on her face. Her face looked bewildered, like that of a child. She looked at me with pain and pity, as though I were an unmerited attacker. Unremitting attacker. And almost in a whisper she started saying, Vladimir, I took it seriously. I have already visualized it all into life's chain of events. People's forthcoming telegrams have already interwoven a link. The order of events will be broken without them. I have accepted your words, believing them, and brought them to pass. I perceived you were speaking of the holiday in telegrams sincerely. I do not take back the words that you have spoken. And do not take back the words you have spoken. Just help me with the telegrams so that I may, as you said, offer assistance with my ray. Okay, I'll try. Only don't panic. Maybe it'll end up that nobody will even want to send the telegrams. There will be people who will comprehend. They will feel it in their government and in their Duma as well. And a holiday there will be. It will arise. Time will tell. Look here. And once again, a celebration images passed before my eyes. There, I've written about it. Now you can go and do as your heart and soul dictates. Okay, just a little break. Can do it. Okay. Chapter 10. The Ringing Sword of the Bard. What do you mean, Anastasia, by such extraordinary turns of phrase in speaking about the holiday? You pronounced each word in such a tone that every sound was crystal clear on its own. I tried to reproduce a picture of the holiday with precision, to use detailed images. But what about the words? What particular significance do they have? Upon each word was born a multitude of happy pictures and events, and now they will all come true. For thought and words, you understand, are the principal instrument of the grand Creator, an instrument bestowed not on all that grows with flesh and bone, but just alone to man. Then why doesn't everything that people say come to pass? When the thread between the spoken word and the soul is broken, then the soul is found empty, and the image dulled. Then what is said, though it be a plenty, is an empty as chaotic sound, and nothing can it be token. That's sheer fantasy. Come on now, you let yourself believe in everything like a naive child? How can it be a fantasy, Vladimir? After all, I could have hundreds of examples from the world you live in, and even from your own life, as to what power a word has when it projects the image connected with it. Then give me an example I can understand. An example. Here is one. A person is standing on the stage before an audience and speaking words. An actor, for instance. He will repeat the same words people have heard many times before, but there's only one actor people will listen with bated breath. Another they will not adore. The words are the same, but there is a vast difference in how they are declaimed. What do you think? Why does that happen? Well, that's actors for you. They spend years studying at drama school. Some are outstanding in their professions, others just so-so. They memorize their lines at rehearsal so that they can say them with expression. They are taught at drama school, Vladimir, how to get inside the image that underlies the word. Then they try to reproduce that image during rehearsals, and if an actor succeeds in projecting even 10% of the invisible images underlying the words he utters, the audience will then listen with their whole intention. And if he should succeed in projecting the image behind half of his words, you will indeed call out that actor a genius. For his soul is speaking directly with the souls of those standing at the auditorium, and during the play people will laugh or cry as they feel in their soul what the actor desires to convey. Such is the instrument of the grand Creator. And you, whenever you speak, with how many words can you project with corresponding image? 10% or 50%? With all of them. That is the way the great Creator taught me. All of them? Really? All the words? Great-grandfather said it is even possible to project the images contained in the letters of the alphabet, and I learned how to come up with an image to each letter. Why letters? Letters don't mean anything. Letters do mean something behind every letter in Sanskrit. For example, there are words, even whole phrases. There are letters there too, and beyond them many written words, so that infinity is hidden in every letter. Well, isn't that something? And we just sputter out our words. Yes, that's what's happening to words that have been passed down to us over thousands of years. They have passed through the penetrated time and space. And the forgotten images underlying them still today are once more attempting to knock on the door of the human race, and they watch out for our souls and even go to war on their behalf. And what kind of words are these? Is there at least one that might be familiar to them? Of course there is, at least as a sound you have heard, but people have forgotten what underlies these words. Anastasia lowered her eyelids and sat silent for a while, then very quietly, almost in a whisper, she asked me, "Vladimir, please pronounce the word bard." "Bard?" I said. She shuddered, almost as though in pain, and said, "Oh, the difference and banality in your pronunciation of that majestic word. You blow a cold gust of emptiness and neglect upon the candle's restless flickering flame, a flame that has been connected through the centuries and possibly even addressed to you or to someone else living today by a distant forebear. Forgetfulness of our derivation is the cause of our modern devastation." And just what didn't you like about my pronunciation? What should I be remembering in connection with that word?" Anastasia fell silent. Then, in a quiet voice, she began uttering phrases straight out of antiquity. "Long before Christ's birth there lived certain people on the earth, our forebears, who were called Celts. Their wise teachers were known as Druids. Many people inhabiting the earth at that time knelt before the Druids' knowledge of the material and spiritual worlds. Not a single Celtic warrior would dare unsheath his sword in the presence of a Druid. To be awarded the title of Druid, even the starting level, they had to undergo at least 20 years of arduous training at the hands of a spiritual teacher. A Druid priest, those who were consecrated in this domain, were known as bards. They alone had the moral authority to go out among the people and sing about the incalculating the light and truth contained in their songs, using words to project images and heal people's hearts. The Celts felt subject to attack by the Roman legions. Their last battle took place at a river. The Romans noticed that there were women walking among the Celtic warriors, women with long, flowing hair. Experienced Roman commanders, though knowing what this meant, that they would have to outnumber the Celts 6-1 in order to defeat them, were unaware of the reason why. Nor do modern historians and researchers have a complete explanation. It all had to do with this unarmed women with their long flowing hair. The Romans surged in with a mighty force, outnumbering the Celts 9-1, aligned with their backs up against the river. The last family of fighting Celts was on the verge of defeat. They stood strong in the semicircle. Behind them was a young woman breastfeeding a wee baby girl and singing. The young mother sang a bright and cheerful song so as not to instill doleful fear in the little one's soul, so that she would be left the image of light. Whenever the little one tore herself away from her mother's breast, their eyes would meet. The woman would cease her singing and each time tenderly utter her baby's name, Barda. Soon there was no longer any semicircle to defend the pair, and all that stood between the nursing mother and the flood of Roman legionaries making their way along the narrow path was a young and blood-gored bard, armed only with a sword. He turned to look at the woman, their eyes met, and they smiled at each other. The wounded bard managed to stave off the Romans while the woman went down to the river and put her wee baby girl into a little boat and pushed it away from the riverbank, like Moses. With one last great effort of willpower, the bleeding bard threw down his weapon at the woman's feet. She took up his sword and fought for 4 hours straight with the legionaries on a narrow path, preventing them from reaching the shore. Their strength became spent, and they spelled each other off on a narrow path. The Roman commanders looked on in silent astonishment, but could not understand how strong and experienced soldiers could not come close enough to even scratch the woman's body. For 4 bruising hours she fought the flood of Roman attackers. Then the woman's lungs gave out, dried up with dehydration, as no liquid had touched her tongue. And drips of blood began oozing from her cracked, beautiful lips. One sec. Slowly sinking to her knees, her strength waning all the while, she was still managed one more faint smile in the direction of the little boat carrying away her wee Barda, a future songstress, downstream with the current, and one more gleam of this word and its image, which have been carried down through the millennia for the benefits of many living upon the earth today. Man's being is not only in the flesh. Man's invisible feelings, aspirations, and sensations are immeasurably sharper and greater than what can be discerned by the eye or ear. As in a mirror, they are built partially reflecting in the invisible material state. The baby Barda grew into a girlhood and later became a woman and a mother. She lived on the earth and sang. Her songs imparted to people only bright feelings, and like the all-healing ray, helped them chase away the gloomies of the heart.
Many of life's afflictions and deprivations tried to extinguish the source of this ray. The hidden forces of darkness tried to break through to it, but could not overcome the one obstacle in their way, the bard and his wife who stood looming before them on the narrow path. Man's essence is not in the fleshy Vladimir. The bard's bleeding body projected into eternity the smile of his soul's blessed light, reflecting the unseen essence of man. And the lungs of the young mother holding the sword gave out after a while, blood dripped and poured from the cracks in her lips, which had caught the bard's bright smile. And now, Vladimir, believe in me, understand and see, and you will hear the ring of the invisible words of the bard, beating back the attack of the dark and angry forces on the path to the hearts of his descendants today. Now please pronounce the word bard once again, Vladimir. I can't, not until I can say it with the proper meaning. Then I shall most certainly pronounce it. Thank you for not attempting it, Vladimir. Tell me, Anastasia, after all, you are able to tell. Who among those living today are the direct descendants of that nursing mother and girl and songstress Barda, of the bard warrior who stood on the narrow path? Who can forget something as important as his ancestry? Tell me, Vladimir, why has this question come to you, your thought? I want to get a good look at that person or persons who have forgotten such things, those who do not remember where they come from, those without feelings for the same. Perhaps you want to make certain that you are not the one who is forgetting. Now, what does that... Never mind, Anastasia, I've got it now. You need to give it another thought. Let each person figure it out for themselves. Fine, she replied, and fell silent, looking at me, and I too kept silent for the time, reflecting on the pictures Anastasia had painted, and then I asked her, "Why did you choose that particular word as an example?" "To show you how the images underlying it in the real world will soon take visible form. Guitar strings in swarms are now vibrating under the fingers of today's Russian bards. Even back when I was dreaming about it all in the taiga, these bards were the first to feel the images, their hearts and their souls. At first, it was only in one of them that flared a flickering, burning flame and the delicate resonance of the guitar strings, but then the soul of others caught the rhythm and joined in. Soon their songs will be heard by many, both near and far. These are the bards who will help us behold the new dawn, the dawn of enlightenment of human hearts and souls. You shall hear their songs, and these will be new songs, songs of the awakening dawn."
Cats are super hyper right now. It's night and that's when they go crazy, but I'm going to attempt. Gave them a quieter toy. Chapter 11. A Sharp About Turn. Returning to the ship after my 3-day stay with Anastasia, it was some time before I was in the frame of mind to take charge of company business. At first I was unable either to decide on the ship's next destination or answer the many radiograms coming in from Novosburg, and the hired workers and even some of my crew apparently sensed my intonation to the daily routine and began stealing. They were arrested by the police from Surrogat, the town where the ship was docked. Working with my bodyguards and detention papers were drawn up, but even this was not something I felt like delving into at the time. It's hard to say at the moment just why my talks with Anastasia had such a strong effect on me. Before this, my firm had received many visits from representatives of all sorts of religious denominations. They claimed they wanted to do something good for society, and always asked for money. Sometimes I would oblige just so they would go away without looking too deeply into the cause they were collecting for. And what was the point of asking them more questions if the conversation always ended up with a request for money? In contrast to all these so-called religious people, Anastasia never asked for money. In any case, I couldn't even imagine what I could give her. Outwardly, it seemed she had nothing, and yet I gradually got the impression that she had everything. I gave orders for the ship to proceed full speed to Novosburg, and holed myself away in my cabin to think. My more than 10 years' experience in business and team management had taught me a lot. The highs and lows I had gone through had given me the skills I needed to seek and find a way out of all sorts of tricky situations. This time, however, I felt I was at rock bottom. All the troubles imaginable came upon me simultaneously. The failure of the firm appeared imminent. One of those so-called well-wishers had already started a rumor, now increasing in currency, that something had happened to me, that I was no longer capable of making sound business decisions. So people concluded it was every man for himself, and that's exactly what happened. Upon my return, I saw how people were saving themselves. Even my relatives had their hand in it, pilfering what they could from my company. It's all going to go broke anyway, they figured. There's just one small group of my longtime employees who had tried to withstand the onslaught, but after the arrival of the lead ship, upon seeing what kind of literature I had my nose into, even they became worried about my mental state. I myself had perfectly clear and sober perspectives on what was happening. I was fully aware that I was no longer in any position to manage these teams effectively. Even those I had earlier trusted as my tried and true supporters were now starting to cast doubt upon any decisions I took. Even though I very much wanted to tell everyone who would listen about Anastasia, it hardly seemed possible to count on anybody understanding. It might even land me in the loony bin. My family were already starting to talk about what kind of treatment I needed. Without saying so in so many words, those around me were demanding I get back down to earth and come up with a business plan, and a successful one at that. They dismissed my latest distraction as either madness or nervous breakdown. I had really begun thinking about all sorts of things in this life of ours. What's going on here, I thought. You hustle through one commercial operation and even earn big money. But where's the satisfaction? You immediately want more, and it's been going on like that for over 10 years now. Where's the guarantee that this race won't last my whole life long without so much as a whiff of satisfaction? One person gets upset because he doesn't have enough money for a bottle of vodka. A billionaire gets upset because he doesn't have enough for some major acquisition or another. Maybe it's not the amount of money that counts. One morning, two old acquaintances of mine, both entrepreneurs in charge of a big commercial firm, came to see me at my office. I started talking with them about setting up a commonwealth of pure-minded entrepreneurs, about the purpose and goals of our business activities. After all, I just had to share all this with somebody. They played along, nodding now and then in agreement. It was a long conversation, and I ended up thinking to myself, can it be that they actually grasped it? They did spend a lot of time discussing it after all. Later my driver told me, you know, Vladimir, they were asked to come and see you by people concerned about your health. They wanted to know what you've been preoccupied with all this time, what's been on your mind. In short, to make sure you haven't lost your mind. They wanted to know whether they should call in a psychiatrist or simply wait and let it pass. And what do you think of my mental state? He fell silent for a while, then quietly said, For 10 years your work's gone along just great. Many in the city have said you are a successful businessman, but now all your employees are afraid they may be left without a paycheck. It was only then I realized the extent of people's concerns about me, and I said to the driver, Turn the car around. I went back to the office. I called an emergency staff meeting. I appointed supervisors for the company's various activities and gave them full authority to act in my absence. I then told the driver to pick me up early the next morning and take me to the airport. Just as I was about to go through the boarding gate, he handed me something wrapped in a towel. It was warm. I asked, What is it? Piroshkich. So, you're giving me these out of compassion for a crazy person, eh? They're from my wife, Vladimir. She couldn't sleep and backed all night. She never baked all night. She never baked anything before. She's still a pretty young woman, but last night she plunged right in. She insisted I give them to you. She wrapped them in a towel. They're still warm. She says you won't be back for a while, if you come back at all. This is goodbye. All right, then. Thank you very much. He resigned from the firm a few days later. Chapter 12. Who Sets the Course? Seated on the airplane, why can't I read? Seated on the airplane, I closed my eyes. The plane's course was set with precision. I was headed for Moscow. The course of the rest of my life was still to be set, but I was thinking more about entrepreneurs. Many people today still tend to regard entrepreneurs as people who are constantly working on business deals, having amassed their initial capital by some illegal means, and mutually at that it and multiplying it at the expense of those around them. Naturally, just as in any other segment of our society, there are entrepreneurs and then there are entrepreneurs. However, having been right at the center of entrepreneurial life in our country from the very beginning of I can tell you that the majority of the first wave of post-communism entrepreneurs made their initial capital by looking for unorthodox solutions, by producing new merchandise or goods which had been in the short supply, and finding more efficient ways of structuring manufacturing operations. It was a particular characteristic of Soviet and Russia entrepreneurs to make money from scratch, i.e., starting with nothing, not even credit. After all, the first wave of entrepreneurs had no access to privatized factories that the next wave enjoyed. They had to fly by the seat of their pants and hope they would be lucky. And they did make money from scratch. By way of proof, let me cite an example of my own experience. Chapter 13. Money from Scratch. Back before that town again, I was in charge of a small unit in a photographic collective. It included lab technicians and a number of roving photographers. Everyone had both a salary and an additional perks, which allowed us to make fairly decent living for the time. Each member of our unit received a percentage of the total profits. Naturally, we wanted more, but for that we had to find more clients. I managed to hit upon a solution anyone who wishes is free to copy it even today. One day while I was traveling on a highway in my humpbacked Zaporvets, I got a tire puncture. While getting the tire repaired, I watched the cars passing by, one after another, and thought to myself, if only we could give all these drivers a chance to have their photo taken, there would be huge profits to be made. It took but a few minutes to formulate a plan of action in my head, a plan whose realization and practice would soon quadruple our unit's profits. It worked this way. One of your photographers would stand at the side of the highway with the camera. He had two assistants with a green armband bearing the SB insignia and brandishing batons like those used by the traffic police. Motorists would stop thinking it was the Green or some other patrol. Upon learning that it was simply a photo service being offered and that nobody was about to pounce on them or fine them or inspect their vehicle, drivers were happy to stand in front of their car next to the license plate and have their pictures taken. They gave the address where they would like the photo to be sent, COD. The license plate had to be showing just in case there was a mix-up in the addresses. We ended up offering these services on all the major highways leading to Novosibirsk over a 6-month period. And more we started encountering motorists who had already used the service. But during these 6 months, our unit managed to realize a fairly decent income. Later, I thought of starting a photo campaign to take pictures of residential houses, adding postcards phrases like, I live here, home sweet home. People from our unit took pictures of thousands of houses and the demand turned out to be enormous. It got so that the photographers didn't bother asking which residents wanted it. They would simply walk along and take pictures of every house on the street. A few days later, the postal service would deliver the photos to each dwelling and collect payment. People would send these snapshots to their children. Many said the pictures inspired their kids to come home for a visit. Before long, the collective started having problems paying the members for our unit their salaries, which in the opinion of the management of the day, I had exceeded all reasonable bounds. But there was little they could do about it, since everyone in the collective was entitled to an equal share of their unit's profits. During the early days of that town, our unit detached itself from the collective and formed an independent cooperative. I was chosen as first chairman. This way, we enjoyed greater freedom for movement. We had the opportunity to gather some seed money and together and expand the scope of our operations. I began to think about new ventures to increase company profits. One day I happened to have a conversation with an acquaintance of mine who worked in the Institute of Theoretical and Applied Mechanics. He was complaining that wages were being delayed or not paid at all, and that the lab unit was being threatened with dissolution. Where could they go? What could they do? They weren't needed by anyone, it seemed. What did your lab do before? I asked him. We made thermal gauge taps. Nobody needs it anymore. What was it used for? All sorts of things, he replied. He took a piece of a black tape out of his pocket and handed it to me. See for yourself, he said. I took the piece in my hand, and all at once it turned green as I fingered it. I even threw it on the ground. What kind of junk is that? It turns green. Now I've got to wash my hands. I told him, to which he replied, Don't worry, simply change color from the warmth. It simply changed color from the warmth of your hand. It's supposed to react to change in temperature. If the temperature of your hand had been above normal, it would have turned red. The green color indicates a normal temperature. The concept took off quickly. Our company began producing flat thermometers and stress indicators. A piece of tape was stuck onto a sheet of cardboard with bright colored squares, each with a number beside it, indicating degrees of temperature, and presto, a new product was born. We had it distributed through the state's warehousing agency to many religions of the old Soviet Union. This was before the collapse of the USSR in 1991. Our production staff increased and everyone made a fairly decent living. Our seed capital was growing. The lab also came out of the red, since a share of the profit secured to the Institute. Our cooperative acquired new equipment along with 2 vehicles, and then something happened which gave us an incredible boost. One afternoon I arrived at the company office and noticed both our telephones in use. My secretary was on one of them, listening and taking down notes. The other telephone was being manned by the cleaning lady. No sooner had one of the phones been hung up than it started ringing again. At one point my secretary managed to tell me, They've been ringing off the hook for over 2 hours already. One call after another non-stop. Everybody asking for our thermometers and stress indicators. One fellow cussed us, calling us that town dimwits. If we were willing to raise our prices, he said he would buy them from us, wholesale, at the higher price. They're all placing bulk orders. They're even ready to give us advance deposits. During the early days in our country, if you remember, there was quite a proliferation of manufactured kitsch on the market. Plastic clip-on earrings, posters, calendars featuring semi-nude girls. Everyone snapped these things up like crazy. Against that background, what we produced looked like a super novelty. But after 6 months of production, sales suddenly took off with a bang. Something had happened, but what? It turned out that on TV broadcast the previous night, Foreign Affairs correspondent Vladimir was commenting on how innovative the Japanese were, and showed a Japanese stress indicator as an example. It looked just like ours. It was then that I realized for the first time the power of advertising and the nature of this beast called luck. Our staff began working 3 shifts a day around the clock. We hired workers to do the packing, trimming, and finishing in their own homes. Profits steadily increased. We acquired a small passenger ship. I also decided to manufacture seating equipment for independent farmers. I even chartered a large cruise ship to organize business tours and trade expeditions to the regions of the Russian far north. Chapter 14. A Destructive Force. As head of my very own cooperative, I got to know firsthand what a destructive force, one capable of crushing any material state of well-being, impatience toward each other, and the breakdown of mutual understanding can be. Later I learned that this is the very reason behind the failure of many collective, and it can all start over a trifle. Indeed, that's how it happened with my first cooperative. Not only was it torn apart itself, but severely families but several families were destroyed in the process. Even today, I still don't know how to counteract this force which erupts spontaneously and is not subject to common sense. It all began when I decided to produce for our firm, a country house with its own estate. I entrusted the details to our acting inventory and supply manager. He drew up all the necessary sales purchase documents while I went to take a look at the property. It included a large house, a fifth of a hectare of land, a bathhouse, garage, and greenhouse. We even got a cow and a flock of sheep in the bargain. Not exactly a priority, but Miss Huon said the owners had to go away and wanted to sell everything all at once. There was feed for the cow, and he had already arranged for a woman from the village to come in and do the milking. A couple of days later, I called the meeting of the members of the cooperative to tell them about our acquisition. I explained it was intended for entertaining guests as well as being a place where the members of the cooperatives could relax and celebrate special occasions. We would all have to work together to fix up the place, do some renovations, and modernize the kitchen. The male half of the cooperative agreed to the idea with great enthusiasm, but the women began whispering among themselves. It wasn't clear who the ringleader was, but my wife took on the role of a spokesperson, saying the men had overstepped all recognized bounds of decency in respect to the women. We worked with you as equals here, she declared. After that, we went home every day and cleaned house, cooked meals, and take care of our children. Does that seem trifle to you? And now you want us, in addition to all that, to work our asses off at the country house of yours, do renovations, and then be cooks and waitresses for your receptions and drinking parties? That was when all the hell broke loose. The women poured out on the men all their personal and family grievances and other pet peeves. I realized this when one of them cried out, "All you do is fool around with dominoes and stare at the tube the whole evening long." I knew that none of the men at the cooperative played dominoes. It was her husband, a firefighter, who played. He didn't even work for us, but wives of the cooperative workers were especially pissed off. One of them stupidly blurted out to her husband in front of everyone, "You always smell of sweat and cheap cigarettes." He was especially fond of the Prima brand. "And now you're going to be smelling of cow dung, too." A silence hung over the room. The husband took a deep gulp of air, blushed, and retorted, "I shall especially smell of cow dung, especially so that you won't come near me, you slut." At this, she burst into tears. The women gathered around to console her, and it made them even more pissed off. They started hurling all sorts of insults. One of their workers was named Xenia. He invited all sorts of devices to increase productivity and could fix anything that needed fixing. But now, they told him, "We have inventions here, but it takes a whole year to clean up after them." Then the discussion turned to politics. "Gorbachev goes on television, but it's Raisa Maximanov who makes all the decisions." I declared a recess. I thought everyone somehow might come to their senses. After the break, they all took their seats. Again, the onward restraint barely masking the inner tension. Once again, my wife spoke in the name of the women. With a contrived tranquility, she threw out a venomous ultimatum. "Of course, if you really want a country residence, go ahead, but not one of us women will step foot in it. In other words, it'll be yours alone. And since we share our funds in common, and you have no right to spend them without our consent, as compensation we demand you give us one of the company cars with a driver, especially for our household to use. We'll take turns using it." "Great," came a chorus of female voices. "Go ahead and choke yourselves. We'll give you anything you like as long as you promise not to show up here. There's bound to be some farm hussies out there," one of the women observed. "Let them look," retorted another. "Those hussies soon'll make themselves scarce. Who needs them?" None of the men whose wives worked at the cooperative went home that night. It was Friday, and we headed out to our hacienda. We took a good look around and started making plans for settling in. The next day we heated up the bathhouse. At Michan's request, the village women came to milk the cow. We watched how she did it. It was a pleasant time. The cow was quite quiet, not restless. She was ours now. The woman advised that she wouldn't always be able to come to do the milking. We need to look up somebody else. After an early evening cleaning at the bathhouse, we cooked ourselves supper. It turned out we had quite a feast. Michun fried some fish. We put our bottle of beer and vodka and sat down at the table. And all at once, moo! It was the cow. We got up and headed for the barn. It was milking time, and there was no milkmaid around. We stood there, 8 men, in front of a cow, and had no idea what to do. In any case, who can explain that what sometimes happens to people at the sight of an animal? You live your life day after day without the slightest thought for non-human creatures, and then all at once you find you're in a situation where one of them is in your home, a cat, a dog, or some other animal, and you find you have the same kind of feelings come over you that you'd have in the presence of a child. You're nervous, you worry. Why is that? Maybe it's really true that the first man, Adam, when God gave him the job of naming all the creatures, looked upon each one with love, and this love is something we've all inherited. It hides for the most part deep down inside us and makes an appearance only from time to time. Nobody can say for certain whether that's true or not. Only each one of us, I'm telling you, had some sort of feeling for that cow, and I'm positive it felt something for us too. And this is what came out of it. Staroshka said, The milk's likely bursting her udder. We've got to do something. We started in pestering Michun. Why on earth, we said, did you buy a cow? And yet at the same time we felt bad about selling it. It had only been 1 day, but we had somehow taken to it like one of our own. The cow looked at us with her sorrowful eyes silently. Then she stretched her head out toward me and let out a boo. She was mooing so pleadingly, and I told Miss Michun, better get to the milking right away, since you were the one who bought her. Michun quickly fetched the milk pail, tied the kerchief around his head, and kerchief the milkmaid had left behind, and climbed into the cow's stall. He asked us not to leave, as God knows what the cow might do. She let him approach and started milking her. We brought the cow some water to drink, put fresh hay into her stall, and gave her some bread. Michun went on milking. At first he wasn't very successful. Only very thin streams of milk came out, and even they sometimes missed the pail. But then it got a little better. After 15 minutes the milk was still coming. Michun said, whispering for some reason, Sweet, my sweet's getting in the way. Sweet, my sweat's getting in the way? We gathered up handkerchiefs from whoever had them, and Seroshkov climbed into the stall to wipe the perspiration from Alex's forehead. He squatted down beside him to see how the milking was going, from time to time wiping the sweat from Alex's face, and suddenly we could hear Sarika's agitated whisper, What are you doing? You're hurting her. You've got a good stream coming from her right hand, but only 1/3 of that from the left. You can permanently damage her udder that way. It's my fingers, Michun whispered. It's 'cause my fingers have gone numb on my left hand. Maybe you'd better help. Sarika's approached the cow from the other side, and they began milking together simultaneously. After half an hour, maybe more, they had milked a whole pailful. That night at supper we drank fresh milk, and I swear it was the best tasting milk we'd ever had in our lives. Early the next morning we were awakened by the milkmaid, who told us that, with some astonishment, that she had tried milking the cow that morning, but for some unknown reason the cow wouldn't let her anywhere close to her. Once again we trotted off to the barn. We did everything just the way we had the night before, and the cow started milking. Well, ain't that a limit? Exclaimed the woman. Ain't that the limit? Okay. Since the cow seemed to like you so much, you can milk her from now on. Happens that way, you know. A cow can let some people come close, but others she jolly well won't. Our cow, it turned out, was quite picky. Not only did she not let any of the hired milkmaids near her, whenever she was milked, she demanded that one of us stand by her muzzle and feed her and talk to her, while the milking had to be a joint effort on the part of two men together. That meant 3 of us had to go for each milking session. So that's how we drew up the schedule, 3 at a time, at least until we sold the cow, we thought. But it wasn't long before the rumors about our picky cow began flying around. Buyers would come and try milking her themselves, and nothing happened, and they refused to take her, even for a pittance. Granted, I did make one condition, that she wasn't to be slaughtered for meat. We called in the veterinarian, and he told us, "That does happen, fellows. An animal gets used to someone and may reject others for a long time. But tell me, what on earthly possessed you to domesticate her that way?" He didn't have any real advice to offer us apart from telling us that our cow was calving, meaning she was pregnant. When the time came, we would have to prepare for the birthing. The vet indicated the approximate date. We would know when the time was near, when she stopped giving milk. Since the men were obliged to keep watch 3 at once, we ended up spending a lot of time on our hacienda, even staying overnight there. Our wives had a hard time accepting that we were really having problems with cows, since they had sworn never to set foot in the hacienda themselves, and looked upon this whole story of the cow as a convenient excuse. The women and wives working at the cooperative completely lost all sense of self-control. They started telling obscene jokes. The one who complained about her husband's bad smell said only a sexual pervert can attract such a perverted cow. To which he retorted, "I'd rather spend my whole life milking a silent cow than listening to your dumb remarks." Soon afterwards, he moved out completely to live in the hacienda and later got a divorce from his wife. He married a young country girl with a child and became quite a decent farmer. Then the day came when the cow stopped giving milk. On the vet's advice, we got everything ready for the birthing. But the cow gave birth all by herself and without incident. She bore a little bull calf, a handsome son of a gun. When we called the vet, he took one look at the pair and said, "Well, that's great. Nothing more to be done here. She's taken care of all by herself. Just keep the place clean. Make sure she's well fed." Some time later, we managed to find a good home for both the cow and the bull calf. One day we went over to see what the handsome creature had turned into, our little bull, and everything was arranged nicely for his mother. Even now I still think of her. I wonder whether she remembers us. But while we got things settled for the cow, we did manage to restore a sense of harmony and mutual understanding to the cooperative. So I ended up dividing the cooperative in 2 regionary parts of it under a different name. I began using the charter ship to make long trade voyages to the north along the River Ob. In between such voyages, I conducted business cruises for Russian and foreign entrepreneurs. I took the lesson home that one indisputable condition of success among others is a sense of mutual understanding and respect in a collective. You must have faith not only in your own abilities but in everyone's. Any kind of ability you have is multiplied by your faith in the people around you. Okay. Stop there.
Chapter 15, Herbalife Entrepreneurs. It was only upon arriving at Moscow airport I realized my funds were rather low. I had only 5 million rubles, with 1,000 left, and I did not even have a specific plan of action. It was hardly likely that either my employees or my family would be able to cope with my accumulated debts. They would have to sell the company's assets, meaning I could not look to home for any assistance. Had I remained in Novosibirsk, of course I could have worked things out, but that would have meant concentrating all my attention on the daily affairs of my business, something that was impossible after what had happened in the Taiga and the promises I had made both to Anastasia and to myself.
Indeed, by this time, it was hard to determine whether my actions were being guided by my own awareness and desire or by Anastasia's influence. One thing was crystal clear: I was bankrupt. Having witnessed countless similar situations among my colleagues, I knew there was nobody I could turn to, either friends, relatives, or former employees. They would all avoid you like the plague. You can spend 10 years of your life being a hero, and then just one little mistake can put you in the doghouse and make you a non-person, despised by everyone you know. It's happened to a lot of prominent entrepreneurs. In a situation like this, you can only hope in yourself and your own ability to find a way out of dead-end predicaments. Sorry, they're like racing by my house, and the cats are jumping around. After leaving my bag containing a sweater, some shirts, and a few other trifles at a hotel, I started tramping around the streets of Moscow. I tried figuring out what it all meant. Anastasia had said about Russia's entrepreneurs. The first thing that struck my eye in Moscow this time was the activity of all the so-called Herbalifers. Neatly dressed people stood at the tunnels leading to metro stations in the city center, haranguing, whatever that means, passerbys with job offers, with a foreign firm, as they said. They were luring them with promises of huge earnings and opportunities for promotion. The word Herbalife wasn't even mentioned, probably because most every classified advertisement in the papers posted by job seekers ended with the words "No Herbalife offers." What's this? Still they stood there, wearing "Work for You" buttons and handing out flyers from some foreign firm, stubbornly urging people to at least come for an interview. Later I learned that those responding were subjected to intense psychological conditioning, with special emphasis on 2 points dear to the heart of the average Russian. First, seminar speakers would make a big thing of telling how they or their relatives, for example, received a fantastic healing with the help of this Herbalife from overseas, with the implication that any potential distributor could also engage in the notable practice of treating people's ailments. The system was so miraculous, they declared that no medical courses were needed, just 2 or 3 training sessions. Even if you were a simple painter or plasterer, and presto, you are qualified to act as a consultant to ailing consumers. Sadly, they made a point of telling stories with examples of how one could get rich through promoting and distributing Herbalife products. This meant buying at least one package for starters with your own money, then finding someone else and convincing him in a one-on-one conversation of the fantastic benefits of using Herbalife, then selling it to him at a slightly higher price. At the same time, you need to keep recruiting more distributors, getting a percentage from each new recruit. Sounds familiar? The more recruiters you attract, the higher you would rise in the hierarchy and more money would accrue to you. You would reach a point where you yourself wouldn't have to do any of the actual distribution work. As an entrepreneur, I soon realized one thing very clearly. Money did come showering down in a rain of gold, but only if the person at the very top of this pyramid system and his closest collaborators. It's a strange sentence. The whole long chain of distributors, divided into so-called levels, survived only thanks to each level's benefiting from its own price markup, and it was all paid for by the one of the very bottom consumers who believed in the miracle properties of the product. In some cases, the price increased by 12 times. The actual distribution kept rolling along non-stop thanks to the huge numbers of agents using their own accounts of healing to win the trust of their fellow Russians and make them believe in the miracle properties of Herbalife. A system like this is capable of selling even the ashes from one stove. Any complainers are simply told that they have somehow misunderstood the instructions on the label or not followed them closely enough. This system is especially effective in our country, where people are accustomed to getting the most reliable information from trusted friends and acquaintances, rather than through official channels. There is no point whatsoever in discussing the advantages and disadvantages of Herbalife products to themselves. That is a long story. I can say only one thing with absolute certainty. All the favor of the distributor telling about their own healing disappears as soon as they realize they're not going to get any money from you. In that case, you'll start hearing a whole string of counterexamples such as, "It's nothing but a load of crap. This distribution system was invented in the West, managed from the West, when it lures in all sorts of unemployed Russians, but these are not our entrepreneurs. And now I shall tell you of yet another gimmick invented by Western businessmen." Thank you. That's what I wanted. How do you know people want to hear this? Chapter 16. Free Holiday in Hawaii. That also sounds familiar. If you should be stopped on a crowded Moscow street by smartly dressed young people, some of whom speak with an accent, inviting you to a presentation by a foreign firm with your own reserved table and free lottery tickets offering you the opportunity to win a gold watch or even a trip to Hawaii, you can be sure that you will be guaranteed a free trip. But it is best to bear in mind that old saying, "The only free cheese is in a mousetrap." It's not hard to figure out just how the particular mousetrap works. What you get for free is the opportunity to stay in an elegant lodging. Upon arriving, you discover that they really do look like the photos in the brochure. The catch is you have to pay for the airline ticket, your food, and all the incidentals. A few days into your stay, you realize that this free vacation is ending up costing you quite a bit more than the full price of a stay at some other comparable resort. It's all very simple. Your free stay is paid for by a host of supercharges on a range of food and other services. These supercharges cover, by the way, the agent standing on the street corner and the so-called free presentation, the color brochures they hand out, not to mention the company profit. Of course, for those with lots of money to spare, it doesn't make too much of a difference. The only bad thing you might feel is the unpleasant sensation of being made a fool of. It's quite a different matter when an average Russian wage earner of a modest means, one who has spent a whole year saving for such a trip, takes the bait and instead of going to see his mother for a holiday at Russia Resort, hands over his hard-earned savings to his foreign smart asses and like fools spend 2 weeks in a lodging designed for fools like him. Gentlemen from abroad, where did this attitude of disrespect for us Russians come from? As I was looking at the sales kiosks on our streets filled with imported goods, even imported bottled water, I remember how it had been in the same way of my ships. Back then, I had never really thought about what was behind it. I was listening to a radio report, but about the suspicious quality of the chicken legs on sale, all over contrary, as well as about bottled water with fancy labels promoting its healing mineral properties. Belaying the fact that this stuff sold in our stores was simply tap water with suspicion additives, I was noticing the huge number of signs advertising how you could refresh your strength with hot dog, as if all of Moscow and even all of Russia had suddenly made these rubber sausages their national dish, and wondering why this had never struck me before as it did now. I remember the respect and enthusiasm with which we'd greeted visiting entrepreneurs from abroad at the beginning of wherever. I remember how I organized business cruises down the River Ob for them on my ship, and how the Siberian entrepreneurs tried as hard as they could to provide them with the highest quality service. Of course, not all the visitors were the same, but what did we gain in a long term? So, where are you, entrepreneurs of Russia, the ones that should be making our country flourish? Chapter 17. The beginning of Perestroika. It's a town in Russia that I cannot pronounce, and I've tried to avoid it, and now it's in the title of a chapter. At the very beginning of Perestroika, when the first law of cooperatives in the USSR was enacted, many saw it as a call to action, and a lot of young people, as well as many not so young, but invariably full of energy and desire to really do something for themselves and their country, literally threw themselves into the fray, and immediately found themselves surrounded by a hostile, pestering crowd. Down with them the crowd shouted, "Burgos, smartasses! What did we fight for anyway?" And even though many of the Russian pioneer entrepreneurs ended up working around the clock, pouring in a colossal amount of energy, not to mention their unique wit and inventiveness, hardly any of their effort met with so much of a thank you. A medium of support they realized was usually provided only by intercommunication and interaction with each other. Then a concept was born. It literally came out of thin air, the idea of creating Union USR cooperators. I was part of the pilot group, initiating the project along with the well-known Russian entrepreneurs. Sorry. Blossom! Blossom! Okay, just making sure I know where you are. That you're not getting into trouble like usual. Most of us at the time were communists. At the first Entrepreneurs Congress, I was elected secretary of the Congress Party Committee. I tried to explain to our overseer from the Communist Party Central Committee, Comrade Kolosky, that it was incredibly difficult for entrepreneurs to work under such pestering. We needed first and foremost of the party moral support, but I soon realized that we were going to be facing hostility and pestering from a segment of the ordinary public as well as high and low-ranking officials for a long time to come. We could not look to the higher echelons of Central Committee for any outward show of support, since they were afraid of losing popularity. Already their power was greatly diminishing compared to the heyday of Soviet communism. An internal struggle had apparently begun and was now in full swing. In addition, entrepreneurs had begun to feel mounting pressure from a tax squeeze, and today, with maybe one of the two exceptions, not a single business can keep afloat if it dutifully pays all the required taxes. Realizing this, many of them have managed to escape tax squeeze, as usual, all sorts of tricky loopholes, but in doing this, they have landed themselves in an even more precarious situation. Even being outside the law, attempting after attempt to make officials on various levels see the absurdity of the prevailing tax system have not exactly been crowned with success. Indeed, they could not be, since the ones who initiated the system, and this in my own personal assumption, understand better than anyone else the impossibility of paying all the taxes. But this was exactly what they needed. Needed for what? For power, of course, for extortion. One false step and you can be instantly ground to power, outlawed by tax police and inspectors. I felt sorry for the first entrepreneurs of Petrovska, as well as for Russia's current crop of business. I decided to do for them whatever law within my powers. I went to the League of Russian Cooperators and Entrepreneurs, originally headed by Vladimir whom we had elected to the post in Petrovska. Early days. Come on, when are you going to go back to Anastasia? Why? Go on and on about entrepreneurs. The League Executive Presidium still maintained a headquarters, but many of the offers were empty. This guy, who died a year and a half earlier, I was told that the chairman of the Russian Business Roundtable, some guy, had been poisoned together with his secretary just 6 months ago. Another guy had resigned from the League, and the organization membership was only a shadow of its former self. Thanks to the acquaintances with one of the 3 remaining League executives, my request for the space in one of the empty offices was granted, along with 2 telephones, a computer, and a fax machine. Since the League had no organizational funds available, I was pretty much on my own. To save time, the hotel expenses, I used the office for my sleeping quarters as well. I was awakened every morning at 6 o'clock by the arrival of the cleaning lady, and the absence of a TV allowed me to work most evenings right up until midnight. This sudden shift in living conditions from luxury ship cabin, where anything I wanted to eat or drink was only a bell ring away, to a drab office not designed for living accommodations, in no way embarrassed me. In many respects, it actually afforded me great opportunity to pursue my work. I spent my time thinking out and drafting constitutions to a fellowship of entrepreneurs, along the compiling letters of appeal. This I sent out by fax in the early hours of the morning when the communication lines weren't as busy. By hook or by crook, making use of both newspaper adverts and chance encounters, I gathered together a secretariat of various Moscow professionals who shared my enthusiasm for the project and realized its significance. The secretariat also included 3 Moscow University students. First, there came this guy who had been called in to fix a broken computer. Later, after learning of our work and organization, the fellowship, he brought along 2 of his friends, and they immediately began work on encoding the electronic version of the Golden Catalog of Russia, of which they were able to put together the highly professional computer program. Chapter 18. Fellowship of Russian Entrepreneurs. More about entrepreneurs. The idea of a fellowship meant that it would be open to any entrepreneurs who would have been active in the Russian market for at least a year and were sincerely striving to develop honest relationships, not only with each other but with their clients and employees. Representatives of various non-profit societies tried to persuade me that today's entrepreneurs were cool to the idea of any form of organization, that the age of faith-based euphoria had passed, and that membership in societies one could join simply by paying a modest fee had diminished catastrophically. They argued furthermore that the idea of organizing a fellowship with additional requirements involved the ethical standards of both the entrepreneur and the enterprise was simply absurd. My old friend, having heard about my arrival in Moscow and what I was up to, came to one of the round tables. He set to work on drafting documents, including an appeal to entrepreneurs. He laid out several thousands of dollars so I could make up glossy brochures to give out to delegates at the small business congress being organized in Moscow. But the congress organized decided not to allow any brochures at the fellowship to be handed out, no doubt fearing competition for us. As a result, secretarial staff and students positioned themselves just outside the entrance of the hotel, trying to hand delegates folders containing the brochures. They stood there withstanding both the cold and attempted to chase them away by militia, who thought some kind of illegal selling might be taking place. My friend still managed to take a package of brochures into the Kremlin Palace of Congress, where the Congress was being held, though unfortunately only a rather small quantity. The operation we had placed so many of our hopes on ended in failure. Organize the fellowship was proving to be an impossibility. The difficulty was that getting the necessary information out to all the entrepreneurs across the country required a huge outlay of rubles on printing and postage costs, since favorable response were coming in from only 10% of the people we managed to reach. The required funds were simply not available. How come I'm reading so well for this stuff, but with Anastasia I mess up all the time. Besides, the league executives kept back a portion of the membership fees as office space rent, as they had no other source of funds. Sensing some sort of snag, the league stopped giving out money for organizational expenses altogether, in spite of the fact that the membership fees had been specifically earmarked for organizational expenses. The league needed to use the entrepreneur membership fees just to cover corporate costs, they explained. Then they began holding back wage payments for the secretarial staff. I was obliged to vacate the league premise, leaving behind my second computer, which had been purchased with the funds from the entrepreneurs who had joined the fellowship. How come? Queried the students in bewilderment. Students who spent hours working computer programs at their own expense. We've been doing the work which non-profit organizations, according to its own construction, is supposed to carry out. And here they're treating us like tenants and spitting on the entrepreneurs in the process. The league executive argued. The office rent must be paid. With what was left of the secretarial staff, I tried to carry on the work out of one of the entrepreneurial trade union offices, but the same situation repeated itself there. After getting to know the leaders of several non-profit organizations, I suddenly realized that they all had titles, but no membership, something like the so-called sofa parties existing only for the benefit of the executives, while this was not true for the Farmers and Peasants Associated, headed by this other Vladimir. And there may be other exceptions. This was the general state of affairs at the time. Even today, there is a non-profit organization in Russia bringing together any significant number of entrepreneurs, and those that do exist are of the sofa party variety. Why? Amongst the possible cause, I would include the anonymity of the membership fees. For some reason, it always happens that once an executive body is created, it starts making decisions on behalf of entrepreneurs without consulting the majority. Walking away from the trade union office, I now found myself without any means of communication and without anything to live on. My friend had by this time immigrated to London. He had tried to get back to himself on the ballot for the Russian presidency, and he spent billions of rubles collecting and required signatures, but when the Central Election Committee invalidated most of those signatures, my friend was obliged to look after repairing his own financial affairs. The local residents worked in the secretariat, not receiving any pay, were obliged to quit. I was left all alone, or rather I thought I'd been left all alone, but 3 Moscow students weren't about to abandon the work they had started. Antoine actually used his own holiday savings to pay the monthly rent on the apartment for me. They were willing to wait until I sought and found a way out of my present circumstances, and could continue my work on creating the fellowship. They had got caught up with the whole idea, they believed in it, but I could see nothing ahead but a dead end. It was right at this time that some news arrived from Novosburg. Chapter 19. Suicide. One evening a man from Novosburg dropped by to see me. He was in Moscow for some business of his own. He brought along a bottle of vodka and some light snacks. We sat at the kitchen of a one-room flat, and he told me about how things stood with my family and my company. The situation was indeed deplorable. My firm had to give up one of its offices in the center of the city for lack of funds to pay the rent. Our automobile spare parts store had to close. The workers there tried selling shoes, but their debts only increased. The entire responsibility fell on my shoulders. And here you're up to the goodness knows what. A lot of people are saying you've gone mad. You should have worked out things in the company first and had then gone off and done your own thing. Whatever it is, nobody there has faith in you anymore. As we were finishing off the bottle, he asked me, "You want me to tell you my honest opinion that what they expect of you?" "Go ahead," I replied. "They would like you to do away with yourself, or at least disappear for good. You be the judge. It's simple to start anything now without any seed capital. And here not only do you not have any seed capital, you don't even have enough to live on, and your debts have been building up like crazy. You know nobody ever heard of someone climbing out of a hole like that. But with you out of the picture, your debts will settle everything, and even divide up what's left of your estate." Sick. "Your wife says that according to the horoscope you're Leo, and you've just been wasting your whole life away, so you should die in poverty, just like the horoscope. Come on now, why did you undertake the second expedition? Nobody can figure it out." In spite of the fact that we were both pretty drunk when I woke the next morning, I had a clear recollection of the whole conversation. His arguments were forceful and convincing. Novosburg was a dead end. There was a dead end situation in Moscow, too. People who had worked alongside me were suffering. My family was suffering. I couldn't possibly find a way out and fix everything. There was simply no way out. Only my death could put an end to the suffering. Of course, suicide is never the right thing to do, but according to the logic of events, my suicide would relieve the suffering of others, and if that was the case, then he was right, and I had no right to live, and so I decided to do away with myself. The thought of it even brought comfort to me. I was freed from the need to undertake a torturous search for a way out of my present situation, since I agreed that death was the way out. I cleaned up the apartment and wrote the landlady a note to say I wouldn't be back. I decided to go to the trades union office to put the fellowship files in order. Someone okay, maybe not now, but maybe later, perhaps, would carry on with my work. The only question was, how would I do away with myself when I didn't even have enough money to buy the poison? Then I really began thinking maybe it should look like suicide. Maybe I'll go take a dip in the river just like a walrus, and I'll jump through a hole in the ice and drown. So I headed off toward the Moscow River. As I was making my way through an underground passage in some part of the metro station, my ear all at once caught a familiar melody. It was being played by two young girls on the violin. An open violin case lay on the pavement in front of them, and passers-by were tossing in money. A lot of buskers make money like that in a metro station, but the way these two girls were playing the sweet melody amidst the bustle of noise, pedestrians, and screeching of the trains in the background caused many passers-by to slow down and listen. As for me, I couldn't help but stop dead in my tracks. The violin bows were echoing a melody I had heard only once before in the Siberian taiga, the melody sung by Anastasia. Back there in the taiga, I had once asked her to sing something of her own, a song I'd never heard before, and she came up with this extraordinary, unusual, captivating melody without words. She started by screaming like a newborn baby. Then her voice began sounding ever so quiet and tender. She stood beneath a tree, her hands clasped to her breast, and it seemed as though her voice was lulling, gently caressing a little baby, trying to tell him something. Her voice was so quiet it caused everything around to be still and listen. Then she seemed to be filled with delight at the little one waking from sleep, and her voice took off with rejoicing. The incredible high-pitched sound and cascading trills soared and took flight in the heavens, radiating through space and delighting all around. I asked the girls, "What are you playing?" They exchanged glances, and one of them said, "I was just sort of improvising." The other girl chimed in, "And I was just playing along." Here in Moscow, caught up as I was with the idea of setting up a fellowship of entrepreneurs, which had become the main focus of my life, I had almost completely forgotten about Anastasia. And now, on the last day of my life, as though to say farewell, here she was, reminding me of her existence. "Please play some more, the way you were playing before," I asked the girls. "We'll try," the older one replied, and there I stood in the metro station passersby's passage listening to the captivating melody of the violins and remembering the glade in the taiga and thinking, Anastasia, it's much too complicated to make all that you thought up come true in real life. If it's one thing to dream, quite another to turn the dream into reality. Some sort of mistake must have crept in as you were working out your plan, organize a fellowship of entrepreneurs, write a book." I felt as though a flood had hit me. Repeating these last two phrases over and over again, I felt there was something out of place. Something wasn't right. Back there in the taiga, the words had been spoken not quite the same way, but how? How else could they have said? As I continued repeating them, I happened to switch the word order and heard myself saying, "Write a book, organize a fellowship of entrepreneurs." But of course the book should have been written first. The book was supposed to settle all the questions and, most importantly, spread information about the fellowship. Yikes, how much time I realized I'd wasted in the meantime. Look at how complicated my personal life had become. All right then, I'll get busy, I thought. At least now it's clear just what I should be busy at. It's absurd, of course, someone who doesn't know how to write or writing a book, especially one who expects people to actually read it. But Anastasia had faith. It would work out. She kept trying to convince me. Okay, that means I've really got to try now, and I've got to see it through to the end. Chapter 20. The Ringing Cedars of Russia. I decided to go back to my apartment. Moscow was already feeling the touch of spring, and all that remained in the kitchen was half a bottle of sunflower seed oil and some sugar. I needed to replenish my larder and decided to sell my winter shpaka. That was made of mink. It was a real mink hat, not imitation, and cost a great deal. Jeez. Of course, the winter weather was almost over now, but I thought I might get at least some for it. So I headed for one of Moscow's many outdoor markets. I went up to various merchants selling fruit and other goods. They looked at my shpaka, but were in no hurry to buy it. I had already decided to lower the price when two men approached me. They turned the shpaka over in their hand, feeling the fur. "I need to try it on. Go see if you can borrow a mirror somewhere," one of them said to his companion, and suggested I follow him off to one side. We reached the secluded spot at the end of the row of stalls, and I stopped to wait for his companion with the mirror. We didn't have to wait long. He crept up stealthily up from behind, and the blow on the back of my head first caused me to see stars. Then my whole vision went blurry. I managed to grab hold of the fence to stop myself from falling to the ground, but when I came to, my buyers were nowhere to be seen. The shpaka, too, was gone. Only a couple of women were there, making sympathetic oohs and ahs. "Are you okay? Awful bastards, those. Here's a crate. You can sit down for a bit." I stayed standing against the fence for a while longer, and then slowly made my way out of the market area. A spring drizzle was falling. I was about to cross the street and stopped on the curb to look both ways. There was a painful ringing in my head. I wasn't watching, and as a passing car sprayed me with water from a puddle, thoroughly wetting my trousers and windbreaker flaps, I was trying to figure out what to do next when a truck whizzed by, covering me with more spray from the same puddle, and this time the spray flew right into my face. I stepped back from the curb and took refuge from the rain under an awning of one of the commercial kiosks and tried to think my next plan of action. There was no way I realized I could get into a metro station looking like this. It was 3 stops to my apartment. Sure, I could walk it, but the way I looked, I still might get picked up by the police, thinking I was drunk or a tramp or just a suspicious person. And then you stand there trying to explain and justify yourself while they investigate your case. What could I tell them anyway? Who am I now? And then I saw this man. He was shuffling along slowly, the sidewalk carrying 2 cases of empty bottles. He looked like one of those tramps or boozers who often circulate among kiosks that sell spirits or taps. Our eyes met. He stopped, put down his case on the sidewalk, and struck up a conversation with me. "What are you standing there looking at? This is my territory. On your way," he said quietly, though not without an air of authority. Not wanting to argue with him or cross him, indeed, not having the strength to do so, I replied, "I don't need your territory. I just gather myself together and leave." But he continued, "And where will you go?" "None of your business where I am going. I'll just leave, that's it." "And will you make it?" "I'll make it if I'm not interfered with. Leave me alone. The way you look, you won't either stand very long or walk very far." "What's that to you? You haven't got a home, do you?" "What? A novice, eh? Okay, wait here a moment." He picked up his cases and walked off. He came back a moment later with a wrapped parcel and again started speaking to me. "Follow me." "Where are we going?" "To a place where you can rest for a couple of hours or maybe till morning. You can get yourself dried out. Then you can proceed on your way." Following after him, I asked, "Is your apartment close by?" Without turning his head, he responded, "You couldn't get to my apartment if you walked your whole life." "I don't have an apartment. I have a deployment quarters." We walked up a door leading to the basement of a multi-story blocks of flats. He told me to stand over to one side while he looked around, waiting until none of the tenants were to be seen, then stuck something that looked like a key in the lock and opened the door. It was warmer in the basement than on the street. Heat came from hot water pipes which had been deliberately stripped of their installation, probably by tramps. On the floor in one corner stood a pile of rags illuminated by a dim-lit filtering in through a dust-covered basement window. But we went on past them in the far corners, which stood empty. He unwrapped the parcel and brought out a bottle of mineral water and uncapped it. Taking a swallow of water in his mouth, he sprayed it all around as though from an atomizer. "That's to keep the dust down," he explained. Then he slightly moved a divider standing in the corner to one side. From the narrow space between the divider and the wall, he took out 2 sheets of plywood covering with plastic along with several pieces of plastic-covered cardboard. He used them to lay out 2 makeshift bunks on the floor. Taking an old tin from the corner, he lit the bunk on the floor. Taking an old food tin from the corner, I read this, sorry. He lit the candle he was holding. The lid of the tin was not completely detached. It was clean and bent slightly upward in a semicircle to serve as reflector. This primitive device illuminated the edge of the bunk and the half-meter of space between them. Here he spread out a sheet of newspaper on which he started laying the contents of the parcel: cheese, bread, and 2 packages of kefir. Neatly slicing the cheese, he issued an invitation. "What are you standing there for? Come on, sit down, take off your jacket, hang it up over the pipe. When it dries out, we'll clean it up. I've got a brush. Your trousers will dry out without taking them off. Try not to wrinkle them." Then he brought out 2 drams of vodka, and we sat down to eat. In contrast to the dirty basement floor all around us, the corner my companion had managed to set up for himself had an air of cleanliness and coziness. My companion. After the clinking glasses, he introduced himself. "Call me Ivan. Nobody here bothers any way to say it. I don't know what this is. Bothers with patronymics." The way he improvised the bunks and set out the food on the newspaper despite the dirty floor created a clean and cozy atmosphere in his basement corner. "I don't suppose you have anything softer to lie on?" I asked after supper. "You can't even keep rags down here. They only get dirty, and when they start to smell, I've got neighbors over in the corner, 2 of them. They show up from time to time. They've made one hell of a dirty mess." We got involved in conversation. I started answering his questions, and in doing so, I ended up inadvertently telling him about my meeting with Anastasia, her lifestyle and her abilities, about her Ray, her dreams and aspirations. He was the first person I had talked with about Anastasia. I myself don't know why I told him about all the eccentricities about her dreams and how I promised to help her. I had indeed tried to set up a fellowship of pure-minded entrepreneurs, but had made a major mistake. I should have written a book first. Now I'll set about writing one and try to get it published, I affirm. Anastasia said the book would be needed first. Are you really confident you can write it and get it published without any funds? I don't know whether I'm confident or not, but I shall certainly work on that direction. That means you have a goal and you're going to go for it? I'm going to try. And you're sure you'll make it? I'm going to try. Yeah, a book. You'll be needing a good artist to do the cover, someone who can do it with the heart, in lines with the meaning of the book and the goal. Where are you going to find an artist if you haven't got any money? You'll have to do without an artist, without a fancy cover. You should do it up in brown, the cover that really fits with your book. And if I had a good paper, brush and paint, I'd help you, only those cost a lot now. You mean to say you're an artist, professional? I'm an officer, but I've loved drawing and painting since childhood. I joined various art groups whenever I could steal some time. I'd paint pictures and give them to friends. Well, why did you go and become an officer if you still wanted to paint all these years? My great-grandfather was an officer, my grandfather, and my father too. I love and respect my fathers. I know I felt what he wanted me to be, so I tried to be that, and I made it all the way to colonel. Where did you serve? Mainly in the KGB. That's where I resigned from through attrition, or were you forced out? It was my decision. You just couldn't take it anymore. What couldn't you take?
Call from our neighbor.
Sorry about that. Attempt again. They tried to kill you? They made an attempt on your life? Did they shoot at you?
Sorry, guys.
Maybe to settle some kind of score? Officers don't get shot at. It's an age-old story. Okay. Officers meeting up with bullets. You know the popular song, "Oh, officer, officer, your heart is under fire"? They tried to kill you. It's kind of strange. Going to the defense of those behind them, going along, not suspecting their own hearts were under fire, not suspecting the fatal shots to come from behind, an accurate shot, an exploding bullet, and straight to the heart. How so? Remember the Petrovskoe times, the celebration 1st of May, 7th of November, huge columns of people crying, hooray, glory to, long live me and the other officers, not just those from the KGB, were proud of the fact that we were the defenders of our people. You were protecting them. For most officers, this was the whole reason for living. We then came from Petrovskoe and Glasnost. Other shouts began to be heard, and it turned out that we, the KGB officers, were bastards executioners. We were defending the wrong people and the wrong things. The ones that earlier marched in Soviet columns under the red banner had gone over to march in other columns under different banners, and we got left to take the blame. I had a wife 9 years younger than me, a real beauty. I loved her, still do. She is so proud of me. We had a son, an only child. He came along rather late. How shall I say it? Now he's 17. In the beginning he too was proud of me. He respected me. Then after this whole business started, my wife became very quiet. She wouldn't look me in the eye. She began to be ashamed of me. I handed in my resignation and took a job as a security guard at a commercial bank. I hid my KGB uniform where nobody would find it, but there were unasked questions still hanging in the air over my wife and son. You can't answer questions which haven't been asked. They saw the answers in the papers on the TV screen. Turned out we officers were involved in nothing but our dashes and, of course, oppression. But I interjected. They showed on TV some pretty fancy dashes of the military elite, and they showed the real thing, not just faked pictures. Yeah, they showed the real thing, not just fake pictures, only those dashes were sleazy chicken house compared to what many of those who accused their owners have themselves today. Look at you. You had a whole ship at your disposal. Yours a lot bigger than General Dasha. And don't forget that General was once a cadet. He dug trenches, then he became a lieutenant, got shifted about from barrack to barracks, and naturally he wanted to have a house and a Dasha for his family, just like everyone else. And who knows how many times he had to jump out of his warm bed in the middle of the night in same Dasha to go out on an emergency mission. Officers used to be respected in Russia. They were rewarded with an estate. Now it's been decided that a simple Dasha with 1,500 square meters of land is too much for a general. Everybody living differently before. I observed differently, yes, everybody. But you can't tell me it wasn't the officer who were singled out for blame ahead of everyone else. It was the officers who demonstrated on the Senate Square. They were thinking of people. These officers were later sent either to the scaffolds or to the mines in Siberia. Nobody stood up to defend them. Later, Russian officers fought for the Tsar and the fatherland in their trenches against the Germans, and back home, revolutionary patriots were already getting bullets ready for their hearts, more treble than the leaden ones. White Guard monsters? That was what they called the officer returning from the war, officers who were simply trying to maintain order. There was chaos all around. Everything was falling apart. All our former values, both material and spiritual, were being either torched or trampled upon. It was so hard for them, those White Guard officers, so they put on clean underwear under their uniform and went on a psychological attack. You know what's meant by psychological attack. It's when you try to scare the hell out of your opponents. I've seen it in films. Okay, well, what does clean underwear have to do with it? Guard officers are advanced in formation and they get strafed by machine gun fire. Some fall, but the others close ranks and keeping advancing. I don't know what this means. Yeah, that's it. They fall in and they still keep advancing. But the thing that they weren't really attacking to begin with, how so? What was the point of advancing then? In military practice, the whole reason for a goal of any attack is either the capture or the physical annihilation of the enemy, preferably with the least possible loss in the ranks of their attackers. To keep advancing against strafing from machine guns concealed in trenches, that was only done when there was another goal set, either consciously or subconsciously. What goal? Maybe, and this goes against the logic of the art of war. It was a demonstrate something in the enemy, even in the cost of one's own life, to make the soldier firing the guns and killing the advance marching stop and think to realize something and not fire at others. So in that case, their death would be something like Jesus Christ's death on the cross. Something like that. We still managed to remember Christ, however. The young cadets and generals who advanced against their attackers we've forgotten. Maybe even now their souls dressed in clean underwear under their officers' uniforms are standing in front of the bullets we're firing and pleading with us, calling on us to stop and think. Why would they be calling to us when they were being fired on? We weren't even born. What the heck? I don't understand what I'm reading. No, we weren't. But bullets are still flying around today, new bullets. Who, if not us, is doing the firing? Indeed, bullets are still flying around today. And just why have they been flying around all these years? Why did you leave home? It's metaphorical, I guess. I couldn't stand the way he stared at me, who stared at you. We were watching TV one night. My wife was in the kitchen and my son and I were watching together. Then one of these political programming came on. They started talking about the KGB. You know, a real smear campaign. I deliberately picked up a newspaper and made it look like I was reading as though I wasn't interested in what they were saying. I was hoping my son would switch to another program. He never been interested in politics. He likes music. But he didn't change the channel. I rustled my papers, stealing glances at him at the corner of my eye. And I saw him sitting in the chair. His hands gripped the arms of the chair so tight they turned white. He didn't move a muscle. I realized he wasn't going to change the channel. I held on as long as I could, hiding behind the paper. Then I couldn't take it anymore. I smashed the paper from a ball and threw it to one side, got up sharply and yelled, "Are you going to turn the damn thing off? Are you?" My son also got up, but he didn't go over to the TV. He stood up opposite me, staring me in the eye, and said nothing. The TV program was still going, but my son just kept on staring at me. Later that night I wrote them a note. I said I was going away for a while, had no choice, and then I left for good. Why for good? Because for a long time neither of us uttered a word. I needed to make myself a bit more comfortable on the bunk, so I could drift off, but then the colonel started talking again. "So you tell me, Anastasia said she'd bring people through the dark forces window of time." "I sure hope so. We're in the dark forces window of time now." "She'd bring them through, and that's it?" "Yeah, that's what she said, and she herself believed that she could make it happen." "Oh, and she should have handpicked a hand-picked regime. I'd become a soldier again to serve in that regime." "What's this about a regime?" I retorted. "You didn't get it. She rejects the use of force. She wants to persuade people by some other means. She's trying to do that with her ray. I think, or rather I feel, that she's going to do it. There's a lot of people that will want to be warmed by her ray, but not many of them will understand what they themselves will have to put in something from their own brain power. Anastasia needs help. She's all alone. She hasn't got even a single platoon at her command. So you see, she's recruited you, she's commissioned you, and here you are lying in a basement like a tramp. And you call yourself an entrepreneur after that? Well, you KGB'er, you're lying here too. Okay, go to sleep, soldier. It's rather cold in your barracks." "Well, that's the way it is, isn't it? Curl up into a ball, conserve your heat." Then he got up and took out from behind a divider yet another plastic bag. He got something out of it, covered me with it. In the dim light of the candle I could see shining right under my nose 3 stars on the epaulette of greatcoat. It was warm under the coat, and I fell asleep. I was half asleep when I heard the tramp come in and head over for their rag corner. So strange, the writing. They demand the colonel hand them over a bottle of my overnight stay. He promised to settle it in the morning, but they insisted, threatening that he better pay up now or else. The colonel then moved his bunk, placing it between me and the new-coming tramp, declaring, "You touch him only over my dead body." And now he lay down on his bunk, shielding me from this new arrival. Then everything went quiet. I felt warm and peaceful. I was awakened by the colonel shaking my shoulder. "Get up, turn out. You gotta get out of here. The first rays at dawn were barely beginning to show themselves through the dim basement window." I sat up in my bunk. Not only did I have a splitting headache, but I found I had trouble breathing. "It's still early. The dawn hasn't been broken." I observed a little longer, and it'll be too late. They've lit some cotton wool with powder. It's an old trick. A little longer, we'll be suffocated. We went to the window and started working the window frame loose with an iron bar. The tramp had locked the door from the outside. Taking out the frame, he broke the glass and crawled through an aperture. The basement window opened in the concrete wall, covered with grating. The colonel began fiddling with the grating, trying to dislodge it, but somehow it wasn't working. I stayed leaning against my wall. My head was spinning, and Colonel stuck his head back through the window opening and ordered, "Squat down, less smoke near the floor. Try not to move. Breathe in less air." He forced the grating out with his shoulder. He moved it off and helped me clamber out. We sat at the cement curb outside the basement window, silently filling our lungs with pre-dawn air of an awakening city. The spinning in my head gradually lessened. The air started feeling cold. Each of us sat there, thinking his own thoughts. Then I said, "Your neighbors aren't very friendly. They're the ones in charge here. Everyone's in charge of himself. They got their own business. They bring in a new homeless person and make him pay for staying overnight. If he refuses to pay, they slip something into his drink or suffocate him in his sleep, like they tried to do to us, and then they take whatever they like from him. If he's got anything worth taking, that is." And you're telling me that you're a KGB? Are indifferent to it all? You could earn yourself some pretty points by giving chaps like that the once over, or were you just a pencil pusher sitting at an office all day? Maybe you didn't know how to work the streets. I worked in an office, and I worked outside the office. I knew what to do, but to know the moves, that's not the same as applying them. A criminal, an enemy, that's one thing. But here, what we're dealing with human beings. I might calculate wrong, use too much deadly force. You call those human beings? Well, you're ridiculous. You're rationalizing away. They're out there robbing people blind. They're even ready to commit murder. Yeah, they're ready to commit murder, but you won't stop them by physical means. You sit with their philosophizing, but we almost died. We barely managed to escape. Others might not be so lucky. Yeah, others might not be so lucky. There, you see? Then how come you're philosophizing and not acting? I can't use violence on people, you see. What I mean, I could calculate wrong. You may as well get going to your own deployment quarters. It's dawn already. I got up, shook his hand, and left. I had gone but a few steps when he called after me. Wait, come back here a moment. I approached the homeless colonel sitting in the concrete curb. He was just sitting there, his head lowered, not saying a word. Hey, why did you call me? After a moment's pause, he spoke. So you think you'll make it okay? I think I can. It's not far. The 3 metro stops, that's all. I'll make it. I meant, you think you'll reach your goal. Are you sure? Writing a book? Getting it published? I'll give it a try. First, I'll try writing. So Anastasia said it should work out for you. That's what she said. Then why didn't you do that right off? The other seemed more important. So that means you're not good at following orders properly. Anastasia didn't order me. She asked me. She asked you? So she worked out the tactics and strategy herself, and you thought you'd do it your way, and you just loused things up. That's how it turned out. That's how it turned out. You gotta pay closer attention to your orders. Here, take this. He held out something wrapped in a small plastic package. I unwrapped it and saw through the clear plastic a golden wedding band and a silver cross on a little chain. A dealer will give you half a price for these. Let him have them for half. Maybe it'll help you see you through. If you've got nowhere to stay, come back here. I'll take care of them. What are you talking about? I can't take these. Don't rationalize. It's time for you to go, so go. Look to it, just go. I'm telling you, I can't take them. I tried to give him back the ring and little cross, but I was met by an authoritative and at the same time pleading stare. I hope he looked after him afterwards. About face forward march, he commanded, in a whisper that was restrained, yet broken, no contradiction. A moment later came another plea. Just be sure you make it. Arriving at my flat, I felt like going to sleep and even got to the point of lying down. But I couldn't get the homeless colonel out of my head. I got dressed in some clean clothes and went to see him along the way. I thought maybe he'll agree to move on in with me. He's adaptable to anything. He's practical and he's neat. Besides, he's an artist. Maybe he'll do a picture for the book cover, and it'll be easier to find some rent money if we're together. I had no money for the next month's rent. As I approached the basement window we had climbed out of earlier that morning, I saw a group of people, tenants from the building, a police car, and an ambulance. The homeless colonel was lying on the ground, his eyes closed and a smile on his face. His face and body were splattered with wet dirt. One dead hand was clenched around a piece of red brick. A broken wooden crate stood against the wall. The court medical assessor was writing something down on the notepad. He was standing beside a corpse of another man dressed in a shabby, rumpled clothing, with a disfigured face. In the little crowd that had gathered, no doubt comprised of the building tenants, one woman was rattling on excitedly. I was walking my dog, and I saw him, the one smiling perched on the crate, his face to the wall and the 3 of them tramps by the look of it. 2 men and a woman with them come at him from behind. The man gives a crate a kick, and he falls off the crate to the ground. They start kicking him, cursing all the while they did. I yell at him. They stop kicking him. Old Smiley here, he gets up, you see. He has a pretty hard time getting up, ain't he? And he tells him, you sawed off on not show their faces around here again. They start cursing again, and then they come in at him full force. As they get closer, he gives a straight chop with the back of his hand right to the throat at the bloke that kicked the crate. It's not that he's waving his arms about or anything, he just lands the other bloke a chop so he double up on and can't breathe. I yell at him again, and two of them run straight off, and see, the first woman, then the man after her. Smiley's now clutching at his heart. He ought to sit down or lie down straight off if it's his heart what's given out. But no hope. He goes back to his crate. Moves ever so slowly, he does. Puts his crate back against the wall. Then he gets back up on it. I can see he's in a rarely bad way. He starts falling, and he slides down, all drawing on the wall with that red brick of his, and keeps in drawing till he lands himself on the ground, and he's lying there face up right against the wall. I run over, looks, and he ain't breathing, not breathing, but he's smiling. Is that his friend? Why did he climb up on the crate? I asked the woman. Yeah, why did he climb up if his heart were given out? Echoed the voice from the crowd. He wanted to keep on drawing, and when those three blokes came at him from behind, he was drawing, and that's what he was doing. That's probably why he didn't see him coming. I'd been walking him dog for a long time, and there he is standing on his crate and drawing. He didn't turn round, not even once. He can see what he drew. Up there on the wall, and the woman pointed to the building. On the gray brick wall of the building could be seen a circular outline of the sun, and in the middle of it a cedar branch, and around the perimeter of the sun's circle some letters printed rather unevenly. I went closer to the wall and read, "Ringing Cedars of Russia." Apart from that, there were rays emanating from the sun. There were only 3 of them. The homeless colonel didn't manage to draw any more. Two of the rays were short and straight, while the third was wavy and fading away, and extended right down to the base of the wall, where the dead homeless colonel was lying on the ground smiling. Aww. I looked at the smiling face smeared with dirt and thought to myself, maybe in the last moment of his life Anastasia managed to touch him with her ray and warm him up, at least warm his soul up a little and carry it off to a bright infinity. Now I'm going to cry again. I watched as the corpses were loaded into the ambulance. My colonel was thrown carelessly in the process, his head striking the floor of the ambulance. I couldn't take it. I tore off my jacket, ran over to the ambulance, and started demanding they put my jacket under his head. One of the orderlies swore at me, but the other took the jacket without a word and placed it under the colonel's graying head. The vehicle drove off. Everything was empty, just as if nothing had happened. I stood there a while, looking at the drawing and inscription illuminated by the morning sun. My thoughts began getting all mixed up. I had to do something, at least something for him, for the KGB, a Russian officer who had perished on the spot. But what? What indeed? Then it came to me. I'm going to put your drawing, my dear officer, in the cover of my book. The book I most definitely will write. Even though I don't yet know how to write, I'll still write one. And not just one. And on all of them, I'll put your drawing. It'll be my emblem. And on the book, I'll tell all Russians, my fellow Russians, don't shoot at the hearts of your officer with invisible exploding bullets, bullets of cruelty and bullets of heartlessness. Don't shoot from behind at any soldiers, be they white or red or even blue or green. In signs of generals, the bullets you fire at them from behind are more terrible than the leaden ones. My fellow Russians, do not shoot at your officers. Chapter 21, Untitled. I wrote quickly. From time to time, my friends, my students, programmers would drop by and bring me a bite to eat. I still had not told them about Anastasia, but I explained to them that the organization of the fellowship could be facilitated with the help of the book I was to write, and so they set about keyboarding the text of the book into the computer. It was mainly Laboche who worked on this. He showed up every 3 days, bringing a print out of his latest keyboarding and taking home a new chapter of the manuscript. This went on for about 2 months. One day, Leosh showed up with the last chapter printed of Book 1, diskette, and with full text, 2 bottles of beer, frankfurters, and some other kind of food along with little money, and set it all down on the kitchen table. "Where did you get all this bounty, Leosha?" I asked in amazement. He lived alone with his mother on very limited means. He didn't always have enough money to buy metro tokens or even sandwiches. It's exam time, Vladimir," Leosha responded. "I do drafts for some of the students. I make up computer programs for them, for students who can't do them themselves or are too lazy. They pay me for them." "And will you make it through the exam yourself all right?" "Will do. I've got just one exam left, and in a couple of days I'll have to go off for a month of military training to Kinishma. It's good you managed to get Anastasia finished. If there are any corrections to be made now, Artem will take care of them. Anton's already off on training. Tell me, Leosha, how did you possibly manage to sit exams, do drafts, and make up computer programs for others, then still keyboard and print out Anastasia every day?" Leosha didn't respond. I turned to the kitchen table to serve up the steamed frankfurts. Leosha's head and arms were resting on the table on top of a printed pages containing the Anastasia text. He was fast asleep. Chapter 22. Unraveling the Mystery. Standing in the kitchen in my small Moscow apartment, standing next to the table with the frankfurts getting cold and Leosha's head resting on the pages containing the text of Anastasia, I made a promise to myself to find a way of regaining my capital and getting back my ship with a view on taking it on the same journey as last year when I first met Anastasia, but not on a trade mission as before. I wanted to go there during the white nights of summer, so that Leosha, Antoine, and Artem, as well as all those who had worked like dogs in spite of all the setbacks and often to the neglect of their own material well-being, to organize a fellowship of pure-minded entrepreneurs, could enjoy a decent holiday aboard my ship in the most luxurious quarters. And what was this grand idea all about in any case? What kind of hold did it have on people? Why was I so drawn into it so closely? What kind of mystery did it conceal? I just had to figure out this in concrete detail and unravel its mystery and purpose. And why are people so turned on by this dream of Taiga Recluse? And what lies hidden there? How can I unravel the mystery? I tried unraveling it by asking the students to explain what motivated them, what their personal stake was in all this, but they couldn't give a definitive answer, saying only that it was something worth doing. In other words, they were working on intuition, but what was behind the intuition? Chapter 23. Untitled again. At Moscow Print Shop, number 11, 2,000 copies of the first slim volume about Anastasia were printed at the shop's own expense. Why did the manager decide to print a book by an unknown author? Why would he do this, and in spite of the print shop's current financial difficulties, use offset papers instead of the usual newsprint? The first book I sold myself near the entrance to the Terensky metro station. Then I got some help from some of the first book readers. An elderly woman who would daily stand and sell copies outside the metro station. She would take great pains to explain the detail to anyone interested what a wonderful book it was. Why? Then readers began selling it as well as in vacation centers in the outskirts of Moscow. They would print an announcement, organize readers gathering for people's holiday there. Then the business manager of the Moscow Publishers Clearance House, Yuri, suddenly decided to offer the print shop an advance on an additional 2,000 copies. His actions were strange and unexpected. He drove over to see me in his car and told me, "My son and I are leaving the country today to go to a tournament
Our plane goes out tonight. I need to hurry and get my payment in." He paid for the second print run in full. When the time came for him to pick up his books, he told me, during the summer we don't do a lot of book selling. I'll take several packages. The rest of you take care of yourself. When money starts coming your way, you can reimburse me." Again, why? Right from the moment I started working on the manuscript, there have been many whys associated with the book. Even to this day, it's almost as though the book were alive, drawing people into itself and using their help to break through into life. I used to think that these events connected with it were pure coincidence, only those coincidences starting tying themselves together in a pattern. Now I have no idea in all that has happened, just what a coincidence and what is a conformity with law. The two have become exceedingly difficult to tell apart. Chapter 24. Father Fyodor. The moment arrived when I finally managed to pay a visit to Father Fyodor, back in the Taiga, in response to my questions as to whether there were any people in the world with knowledge and ability similar to hers, only living closer to home. Anastasia had replied, "There are people in various corners of the earth whose lifestyle is not caught up in the prevailing technocracy. They all have different abilities, but in your world there is also one person whom you will find it easy to approach, whether it be winter or summer. The power of his spirit is very great. Do you know where he lives? Can I see him and talk with him?" "Yes, you can." "Who is he?" "He is your father, Vladimir." "What do you mean? Oh, Anastasia, I so much wanted to hear proof that you're right about everything, and here is all coming out the wrong way. My father died 18 years ago, and he was buried in a little town at the Brezhnev region." Anastasia sat on the grass, her back leaning against the tree, her knees drawn up close to her chest, and silently looked at me in the eye. She seemed a little sad, as though she were taking pity on me. Then she lowered her head to her knees. I thought she might be feeling upset over the mistake regarding my father, and I tried to comfort her. "Don't get too upset, Anastasia. It's probably because, as you said yourself, you don't have that much strength left." Anastasia didn't speak for a while, then raised her head and once more looked at me right in the eye and said, "My strength has indeed lessened, but not to the point where I could be mistaken." She then proceeded to relate events that had taken place 26 years ago. She recounted the past not only with great accuracy and a minute detail, but was even able to convey nuances of inner feelings. It was understandable how one can pick up clues from the outward appearance, a barely noticeable facial expression, a body position, even the eyes, can all give clues as to what an interlocutor is thinking, but how she was able to discern the past as though it were simply a documentary newsreel is still a mystery to me. Anastasia herself was not able to explain this phenomenon in a standard comprehensible manner, but this is what she had to say. "Not far from Moscow is the Trinity Monastery complex in the town of Posad. Behind Trinity Sergeyev's massive ancient walls there is a seminar, an academy, and several cathedrals in addition to the monastery proper. The cathedrals are open to the public, and anyone who wishes can come and pray in this holy place of Rus. It was not destroyed even during the campaign of the persecution against believers. Indeed, right through this period, the institutions behind these walls continue to function uninterrupted, providing a place where the monastic brethren could serve God. 26 years ago, in the very day I came into this world," she continued, "a young man in his late teens walked through the gates of the Trinity Monastery. He toured the museum and then proceeded to visit the main cathedral, where a sermon had begun being read by a tall, gray-haired monk. Both the monk's height and his rank were all above average. There was Father Fyodor, an Archimandrite of the Trinity Monastery. The young man listened to his sermon. Later, when Father Fyodor withdrew, he followed him into one of the treasury rooms, unhinged
unhindered by the temple's staff. Going up to Father Fideret, he started talking to him about the sermon, and Father Fideret spoke with him for a long time. The young man had been baptized, but did not have much inner faith. He did not observe the fast, did not take communion, and did not attend church regularly. But that day marked the beginning of a friendship between Father Fideret and the young man. The young man started paying visits to the monastery. Father Fideret would talk with him and show him the sanctuaries normally off limits to ordinary parishioners. The monk gave him books which he lost. The monk placed a little cross on a chain around his neck, and it was lost as well. The monk gave him a second cross, a most unusual one. It opened like a tiny case, but it too was lost. The monk would even take the young man into the refectory and seat him on the same table as the monks. Each time he would give him a little money. He never rebuked him for anything and always looked forward to his arrival. This went on for a whole year. The young man visited the monastery every week, but one day he left and did not return the following week. He did not come after a month, even after a whole year. The monk still waited. Now, 25 years have passed already. The monk is still waiting. 25 years, Vladimir. Your spiritual father has been waiting for you. That great Russian monk, Father Fideret. I went far away from the monastery to Siberia. I sometimes thought of Father Fideret. I responded as though justifying my actions to myself or to someone else. But you did not write him ever, even one letter, observed Anastasia. I want to see him. And what will you tell him? Perhaps about how you made money, were happy in love, and simply went astray? How many times were you at your death's door, but at the last moment you were delivered from your woes? He will see all that for himself, just by looking at you. He prayed for forgiveness of your sins, and time after time saved you through his prayers. He still believes, just as he did 25 years ago. He was hoping for something different from you. What was it, Anastasia? What does Father Fideret know? What does he want? I cannot comprehend it, at least not now. It was something he felt intuitively. Tell me, Vladimir, do you remember the conversations you had with him? Do you remember what you saw at the monastery treasury room? It's all very fuzzy in my mind. After all, it was long ago. I can only remember isolated scenes. Try to remember them. I shall help you. Father Fideret would talk with me each time in various places of the monastery. I remember some underground rooms, at least they were partially underground. I remember the factory, the long tables where the monks took their supper, and I had supper with them. It was during a time of some sort of a fast. The food was especially prepared for the fast, but I liked it. And did you have any unusual impressions or feelings during your visit to the monastery? Once after supper I felt the refectory and went through a passageway to an inner courtyard to the monastery complex, heading for an exit. The gate was already closed to parishioners. The courtyard was empty. Those massive high walls blocked out the noise from the city beyond. All I could see around me were the cathedrals. Everything was completely silent. I stopped. It seemed as though I could hear solemn music playing. I needed to leave. There was a monk on duty at the gate to let me out and bolt the gate shut after me. But I just stood there and listened to that music, and eventually, slowly, made my way over to the gate. You never heard that music again? You never experienced the same impression? No. Did you ever try to hear that music, to call up the impression of it from within? Yes, but I never managed to. I even tried standing on that same spot the next time I came, but alas. Try thinking of something else, Vladimir. Now you're interrogating me? You recounted everything so accurately, everything that happened to me 26 years ago, and you tell me how I felt back then? That is not possible. Father Fideret did not formulate any specific plans. He was hoping for something intuitively. But he did do something great and significant for you, something known only to him. I can only feel it intuitively myself. He thought up something significant and did a lot towards his end. A great deal, in fact, but why he associated his desire with you, you did not have the basic abilities to come quick into the faith, remains a mystery, and why he has not broken his faith, even after 25 years of your profiliate life. That too is a mystery, and why are you, who have you received so much, still sitting on your hands? Why? I cannot understand that. After all, nothing in the universe ever disappears without a trace. Please see if you can remember even isolated scenes from your meeting and conversations with your spiritual father. I remember a salon, or perhaps it was some sort of treasury room in the Academy of Seminar, or maybe it was one of the underground rooms in the monastery itself. Some kind of monk opened the door for Father Fiodot, but didn't go in himself. The father and I went in alone. There was some pictures on the walls and things standing on little shelves. You experienced 2 surprises there. What were they? Surprises? Yes, of course. It did surprise me. It astounded me. What did? A particular picture. It was black and white, as if drawn from pencil. It was a meticulously executed portrait of some person. So what surprised you about it? I don't remember. Think, Vladimir, please, try to recall it. I shall help you. There was the small salon. You were standing alone there with Father Fiodot in front of this picture. You were standing just a little way in front of him, and he told you, "Step a little closer to the picture, Vladimir." You took 1 step forward, then another. I remember, Anastasia. This picture of a person was drawn with a single line, a fluctuating spiral line. It was as though the artist had put his pencil on whatever in the middle of a blank sheet of paper, and without taking it off the paper, had made it go in a spiral, alternately pressing hard on it to make the line thicker and easing up, barely touching the paper, to make a fine, delicate line, but still continuous. The spiral line had ended on one edge of the page. The result was amazing, and a portrait of a person. This picture, Anastasia advised, should be put on public display for all to see. Someone will be able to decipher the information concealing it. That pulsating line portrayed a person has something to say to people. How? I do not know yet. You are aware, for example, how dots and dashes can present an alphabet or a musical notion? I can only guess it could be one or the other of those, or something else besides. When you return, ask them to put it on public display or to publish it somewhere. Someone will turn up who is able to decipher that spiral line, but who will listen to me? They will listen to you, but back then you experienced a second most unusual feeling. You can recall what it was? It was in the same room or in the next room. Yes, it was a rather small room where a beautiful carved wooden chair was standing on a raised platform. Perhaps it was an armchair, something like a throne. Father Fiodot and I stood and looked at it. The father said that nobody ever touched it, but you touched it and even sat on it. It was Father Fiodot himself who suggested I sit on it. And what happened to you when you did? Nothing. I sat there looking at Father Fiodot, and he stood there silently looking at me in the eye. Just looked, that's all. Please remember, Vladimir, try to recall your inner feelings. They are most important. Well, there wasn't nothing special. It was just that, some thoughts began running through my head, lickety-split, like an autopilot, in fast-forward mode, and the words all blurred into a stream of unintelligible sound. And you never tried to decipher them, Vladimir? Did you ever have the desire to stop that tape so you could listen to it at normal speed and understand what it was saying? How could I? By pondering the essence of your being? Not ever tried? You're not making any sense. And the thing that Father Fiodot told you, did you understand yourself? Can you recall precisely even a single phrase? Even a phrase without any connection to the rest? Yes, but I really can't remember what it was connected with. Tell me what it was. You will show them. At this point, Anastasia, who had been sitting under the tree, suddenly sprang up. Her face beamed. She put her hands on the trunk of the cedar and pressed her cheek against it. Yes, of course, she exclaimed, waving her arms with joy and delight, crying out, "You are truly great. Monk of Russia, you know, Vladimir, there is one thing I can tell you for certain about Father Fyodor. He has made a mockery of a lot of the world's teachings by showing them what the most essential thing is. He and I never discussed any teachings. We talked about everyday things. Yes, of course, everyday things. Father Fyodor spoke about things you were interested in. He showed you sacred creations and treated them with veneration, but avoided making a big show of it. Even though he had risen to a high rank, he was a very simple man, most important to thinking man. Perhaps he was even meditating during the time you were with him, and he was not one of expound dogmas. How silly the preachers of conventional dogmas that flock to Russia from abroad look. By comparison with him, they only distract one's attention from the most essential thing. He was so successful at protecting you from dogmas that you see me too as a naive recluse. It does not matter who I am. What matters is that you stick to the most essential thing. And what is the most essential thing? The thing that is in every man. But how can every man know the teachings of the gurus of the West and East India and Tibet if he's never heard of them? All essential information has been included in man, Vladimir, in every man right from the start. It is something he is given on the day of his creation, and just like arms, legs, hair, and a heart, all the teaching of the world, along with all the discoveries, are taken exclusively from this source. Just as parents try to give their children everything, as the grand Creator gives everything to each one right off. Nothing man-made, not a multitude of books, nor the latest computers and the computer of the future, all taken together, can ever encompass even a part of the information containing in a single man. One has only to know how to use it. And why doesn't everybody make discoveries? And why does everyone formulate teachings? Why don't everyone formulate teachings? Let us say one person manages to extract a grain of truth from the whole, and he keeps talking about it enthusiastically, thinking it was given to him alone, and that it contains the most essential thing. He talks it up to others, trying to make them see it is the only one and only important thing. But by talking like this, he is blocking the basic complex network of information already existing within himself. Knowledge of the truth consists not in proclaiming it, but in living it. And what way of living it is characteristic of those who best know the truth, a happy one. But to know the truth, one must have a conclusion, awareness, and purity of thought. That is visionary. Fantastic, Anastasia shrieked with laughter, and merely added, "You read my thoughts." Nothing visionary there. It's simple and an attentive attitude to man. You're always relating everything to purity of thought and conscious awareness. Visionary, visionary, she repeated, still laughing. You read my thoughts. Oh, how fantastic! Upon hearing her cheery laughter, I could no longer refrain myself and broke into peals of merriment. Later I asked, "What do you think, Anastasia? Will my spiritual father, Father Fyodor, receive me if I go see him? Will he talk with me? He won't be upset? Of course he will receive you. He will be most happy to see you there. He will accept you any way you are. Only he will be even happier to see you if you have done at least some things using the information within you, if he perceives some indication that you are aware of it. Stop the fast-forwarding, Vladimir, and you shall understand the great deal. Does my spiritual father still live in the same place at the Trinity Monastery? Your spiritual father, that great elder of us, is now living in a small monastic priory in the forest, not far from the Trinity Monastery. The priory's regulations are stricter than those in the monastery, and your spiritual father is in the prior there. The prior is situated in the forest in a compelling, beautiful setting. There are just a few little houses there, each with its own monastic cell. The prior, situated in the green forest, has a small wooden church. It is not ordinarily decorated, and it does not have a gilded dome, but it is very, very beautiful, cozy and clean, heated by 2 stoves. Candles are not bought or sold there, as in most other churches. In fact, nothing is bought or sold there. There is nothing and nobody to desecrate it, and parishioners are not allowed access. Even to this day, your spiritual father Fyodor is praying in this church. He is praying for the salvation of everyone's souls, including yours. He is praying for children who have forgotten their parents and praying for parents forgotten by their children. Go to him and bow before him. Ask for forgiveness of your sins. The power of his spirit is very great. And give my deepest respects to Father Fioret. Fine, Anastasia, I shall do that. And you know, I shall first try and do what you have asked me to. Upon arriving to Posad, the town outside Moscow, which used to call Zegret, I entered the gates of the monastery just as I used to do 27 years ago. I first headed for the gate of the active part of the monastery. Before, all I had to do was introduce myself and ask for Father Fioret, but this time the monk on duty replied that the archpriest was no longer Father Fioret. There was a Father Fioret at the monastery living in the forest outside the monastery grounds, but parishioners did not go there. I told the monk that I was an acquaintance of Father Fioret, and in proof of this I named the monastery sanctuaries which the father had showed me so many years ago. Then I was told where the forest priority was situated, and with an inexplicable shiver of excitement I approached the little wooden church in the forest. It was indeed extraordinarily beautiful and blended and harmonious with the natural environment. There were paths leading to the church from several little wooden cell houses situated around it. Father Fioret met with me at the small wooden porch of the forest church. I was a bit at a loss for words. I remember Anastasia's counsel. Only do not be embarrassed, and try not to act surprised when you meet your spiritual father. Still, I couldn't get over an inexplicable feeling of trepidation. Father Fioret was old and gray, but no older than he had appeared 27 years ago. We sat on some blocks of wood on the porch of the little forest church. Without a word between us, I tried to speak but couldn't manage to come up with the right thing to say. It seemed as though he already knew the whole picture, and there was no sense of uttering words. It was as if the 27 years since we last met had gone by all at once. It seemed as though we had parted only yesterday. I had brought along a copy of my book on Anastasia to give to Father Fioret, but I felt reluctant to actually hand it to him. I had been showing the book to various clerics. Some just took one look at it and said that they didn't read books like that. Others asked what it was about, and after my brief explanation pronounced Anastasia as an infidel. I didn't feel like upsetting Father Fioret, and certainly didn't want him to reject her out of hand. Each time someone had tried to speak ill of Anastasia, a feeling of resistance had welled up in me, and even had a row about it with the deacon of the Novopasky monastery. He pointed out 2 women wearing dark clothing and black headscarves and said, "That is how God-fearing women should be." I responded, "If Anastasia is happy and enjoying life, that may well be pleasing to God. It is more pleasant to see people enjoying life than being dull and downcast like that." So it was with some trepidation that I finally got out my book and handed it to Father Fioret. He took it quietly and held it in the palm of one hand. He began gently stroking it with his other hand, as though feeling something with his palm, and asked, "Do you want me to read it?" And without waiting for an answer, added, "Fine, leave it with me." 2 days later, I paid a morning visit to Father Fioret. We sat there in the forest on a tiny bench near the father's cell, and we talked about all sorts of things. While his manner of speaking was pretty much the same as 27 years ago, one thing bothered me. Why did Father Fioret look just a bit younger than 27 years ago? And all at once he broke off his strain of thought and said, "You know, Vladimir, your Father Fioret has passed on." At first I was speechless, but then managed to ask, "Then who are you?" "I'm Father Fioret," he replied, and looking at me with just a faint trace of a smile. I then asked him, "Tell me, where is his grave?" "In the old cemetery." "I'd like to see it. Can you tell me how to get there?" He didn't say anything about the grave, only, "Come and see me again whenever you have time," and then an incredible experience began taking place. "Time for dinner," said Father Fioret. "Come, I'll give you something to eat." In a small hut, which served as a refectory, I sat down to the table, a table set out with a tureen of borscht, mashed potatoes, fish, and a drink with stewed fruit. He poured some borscht into a bowl for me, and I began eating. The father himself did not eat. He simply sat at the table. As soon as I started at the potatoes, I felt a delightful taste in my mouth. It brought back memories. The potatoes tasted exactly as they had done in the monastery refectory 27 years ago. I had remembered it all my life since then. My head began spinning. On the one hand, here was a different Father Fioret sitting beside me. On the other hand, he talked and behaved exactly as I remembered from before. I recalled how one time many years ago, when we were together in one of the rooms of the monastery, Father Fioret had suggested I have my picture taken with him, and I agreed. He called over one of the monks who had a camera. He took our picture. Now I decided to use this to introduce some clarity to my present situation. I knew that monks did not like to pose for pictures, and the thought came to me to ask Father Fioret if he would mind if I had a color picture taken of us, and that I also wanted to take one of the little forest church. If he refused, that would mean he was not the same Father Fioret, not my Father Fioret, and so I suggested, "Let me have my picture taken with you." Father Fioret did not refuse, and we had our picture taken, and I also took a snapshot of the little church. It turned out rather well even though I had a very simple camera. As I was leaving Father Fioret, he gave me a small travel Bible. It was not laid out in verses like all other Bibles I had seen, but simply a running text as an ordinary book, he advised me. When you cite the Bible in your book, and you should indicate the precise chapters you are quoting from. I asked him whether he would be open to receiving it and talking with people who wished to meet Anastasia, so they wouldn't have to travel such a long distance to the Siberian taiga, to which he replied, "You know, I still haven't fully understood myself, so for now just come alone, whenever you have time." I was disappointed by Father Fioret's refusal to see other people, but I wasn't about to press the matter. My conversation with him on a variety of subjects led me to the following conclusion. In Russian monasteries there are to be found certain elders whose wisdom and simplicity of expression far surpass the art of countless numbers of denominational preachers, each of the home-grown or imported variety. Well, why are you silent? Your elders of Russia that have been endowed with such wisdom, is this something to which you have been led on your own, or are there dark forces of some kind that are preventing you from speaking out? People come to church service, and it turns out to be a language they don't understand. And then people flock in droves, and even pay money to hear preachers talk in languages they can understand. Maybe that is why so many Russians flock to foreign holy places and ignore their own. I always felt a sense of peace in my heart after speaking with Father Fioret. The way he talks is a lot simpler, clearer, and more understandable than the vast majority of preachers. I want to hear after meeting with Anastasia in my efforts. Meeting with Anastasia in my efforts to make some sense of what she said. I want others to have good experiences too. But when will you speak out, wise old elders of Russia? Chapter 25. The Space of Love. After the sale of the first print runs of the book about Anastasia, I received royalty payment. I went to Davinka, now known as All Russian Exhibition Center. For some reason, I always enjoyed being there. This time I walked past the multitude of snack bars and shashlik buffet, tempting me with their delicious aromas, and fought against my inclination to buy all the delicacies in sight. Even though I had money in my pocket, and a fair amount at that, I decided I would now spend it more wisely, and all at once another incredible thing happened. It wasn't loud, but unmistakably distinctively I heard Anastasia's voice. "Buy yourself something to eat, Vladimir. Buy whatever you like. You do not have to scrimp on food any more." I kept on walking a few steps past the open snack bar, and again came the voice. "Why are you walking on past? Please have something to eat, Vladimir." "Come on now, I'm having hallucinations," I thought. I walked over to a bench alongside a broad pathway, where there was hardly anyone else around. I sat down and whispered, quietly bending over so people wouldn't think I was talking to myself. "Anastasia, am I really hearing your voice?" And I heard the answer distinct and clear. "You are hearing my voice, Vladimir. Hello, Anastasia. Why didn't you talk to me earlier? So many questions have been piling up, questions people have been asking at readers' gatherings, including a lot I can't answer. I haven't been talking to you. I have been trying all this time to talk with you. I have been talking with you." I've been trying all this time to talk with you, but you have not been hearing me. Once when you decided to do away with yourself, I even cried out. I was so worried, but to no avail. You did not hear me. I figured out what I needed to do and started singing. It was this song that the two girls picked up and played on their violins. At the metro station, they heard it and started playing. As soon as you recognized the same melody and had heard me sing in the taiga, you remembered me. I was so worried at the time, I thought my milk was going to give out. What milk, Anastasia? My breast milk, the milk of our son. After all, I did bear him, that Vladimir. You did bear, Anastasia? Was it hard? How are you doing there all alone in the taiga? How is he? You told me, I remember your saying it wouldn't be at the right time. Everything is fine. Nature's awakened early and is now helping me, and our son is fine. He is strong, lad. He is already smiling, only his skin is a little dry, just like yours. But that is nothing, it will pass. Everything will be fine, you shall see. It is more difficult for you now than for us, but take one more step, finish the writing. I know how hard it has been for you, and it will not be easy in the future either. But keep going on your own path. But Anastasia, I wanted to tell her that writing a book is harder than running a business. I wanted to tell her about how things stood with my family and the firm, about all the ups and downs of the past year, about how I no longer have a home and family and almost ended up in the loony bin. I wanted to give her a good talking to about those dreams of hers, so she wouldn't aim too high with them, wouldn't keep on tempting people. But then I thought, why upset a nursing mother? Her milk might indeed turn bad. And so I said, don't you worry about trifles, Anastasia. I don't have any particular difficulties at the moment. What's the fuss? I've written a book, and it was easier than drawing up a business plan. When you draw up a business plan, there are a lot of different factors, and you have to foresee in advance. But here you simply sit down and describe what's already happened, just as in the jokes about the chickle, I sing what I see. And besides, you know something, Anastasia? Those dreams of yours, which I thought were sheer fantasy, they're starting to come true. It's incredible, but they are coming true. Look, the book is finished, the dream about it, and you dreamed about it, and now it exists. People are still really reading it enthusiastically. The Moscow papers are already writing about it. Readers are writing poetry about you, about nature, about Russia. I found the picture we talked about in the archives of the monastery. The picture has been preserved. It's entitled "The One and Only" by a single line. I shall publish it. And can you imagine the bards? You remember telling me about the bards? Yes, I remember, Vladimir. Surprising as it is, that too is starting to come true. About I was on that one readers' conference where I was approached by the chap with dark blonde hair. He handed me an audio cassette and said it inters military fashion song of Anastasia, please accept. The journalist readers and two of the staff at the Moscow Research Center, Alexander, who had come to the conference, they all listened in silence to the tape. Later, a number of people began making copies of it. They made copies at the same time, tried to track down the man who had given it to me. Those books, apart from his dark blonde hair and short stature, didn't have much to say for themselves. He had appeared, it seemed, out of nowhere and disappeared just as mysteriously. He turned out to be a submarine officer from St. Petersburg, a scientist by the name of Alexander. He later told me how the submarine he was on managed to rise to the surface after an accident, how he had been confidently led by a series of coincidences in a connection with his cassette, led to hand it to me. Not only that, but he turned out to be a bard as well, and his song, "The Church," contains whole phrases which you said to me. Remember these, for example? "Believe no other words. Once said, they're gone as wind. Many will see the church, but few will enter in. Our life may be a race. From floor to floor we're thrown, but every one must face the choice he's made his own." Besides, this bard really doesn't have a singing voice. He particularly recites when he sings, but the very fact goes to prove that you said about the power of a word connected but to the soul by invisible threads. This bard is a living example for all the bright joy you have been giving to people for the purification of soul. I thank you. Bard, I thank you, said Anastasia. Just think, another officer, I mused, who had first printed the book. He was an officer, and the homeless colonel who drew the picture for it. And then there was a pilot, a regimental commander, who's been helping me sell the books. And now the first one to bring me songs turns out to be an officer. What is it about your ray that seems to set officers' hearts afire in particular? Do you shine your ray on them more than others? Many have been touched by my ray, Vladimir, but it sparks aspirations only when there is something there to set aflame. Your dream, Anastasia, is indeed turning more and more into reality. People are grasping hold of it. They understand it. The homeless colonel understood. He was a chance acquaintance. Pity he's gone. I saw him laying dead there. His face was all smeared with dirt, but he was smiling. Dead, but was still smiling. Did you do something there with your ray? What does that mean when someone dies with a smile on their face? That man that was with you, he is now with the Bard, treading the invisible pathway. His smile is saving many hearts from bullets more terrible than the leaden ones. Your dream, Anastasia, has entered upon our world, and it really seems as though our world is beginning to change. There are certain people who feel and understand you. They show evidence of new strength coming from somewhere, and that is changing the world. The world is becoming just a little better. But you, Anastasia, there you are, just as before in the taiga and the glade. I would not be able to live in such conditions, and you would not be able to live in our world. What then is the point of our love? Your love is meaningless, and I still do not understand my relationship to you. But what's the point, since it's so clear we can never be together, never close? We are together, Vladimir, close. Together? Where are you? When people love each other, they strive to be always close to each other, to embrace and caress each other. You're too different. You don't need that. I do need it, just like everyone else, and I am making it happen. But how? Right now, for example, can you note all the gentle touch of the breeze, feel its caressing embrace, and the warm touch of the sun's glistening rays on your face? Can you not? Hear the birds singing so cheerfully and the leaves rustling on the tree you are sitting under? Listen, it is most beautiful and unusual rustling. But that everything you just mentioned, that's for everyone. In any case, you are responsible for all that. Love dissolves. In any case, are you responsible for all that? Love dissolves in space, for one can touch the hearts of many. Why dissolve love in space? So that close to a loved one, there will always be a space of love. This is the essence of love. This is the designated purpose. It's all pretty confusing to me. And your voice, before I never heard anything at a distance, but now I do. Why, it's not the voice that you hear at a distance. You need to listen not with your ears, but with your heart. You need to learn how to listen with your heart. Why should I bother learning? You can just talk with me the way you're doing right now with your voice. I shall not be able to do that indefinitely. But you're doing it right now. After all, I can hear you. Grandfather is helping us at the moment. You go have a talk with him. I need to go feed our son, and there are so many other things to do. I do want to get them all done. So it works with your grandfather, but not with you? Why? Because grandfather is somewhere in your vicinity right now, very close to you. Where? Chapter 26. Anastasia's grandfather. I looked about me. There was Anastasia's grandfather standing right close to the bench, using his walking stick to push a piece of litter somewhere someone had thoughtlessly tossed on the grass toward a rubbish bin. I jumped up. We shook hands. His kindly eyes were sparkling with cheer, and he talked in simple terms, not like his father. When I saw Anastasia's great-grandfather back in the taiga, he hardly said a word, and his eyes kept staring into space as though they were looking right through you. Grandfather, I sat down at the bench, and I asked him, "How did you get here? How did you find me?" "It wasn't much of a problem getting here and finding you with Anastasia's help." "She's really something, eh?" She had a child. She said she would have one, and she did. Alone, out there in the taiga, not any hospital. It must have been painful for her. Did she cry out? Now, why would you think it was painful for her? Well, women, when they give birth, it's painful. Some of them even die during childbirth. It's painful only when a child is conceived in sin, as a result of fleshy lusts, when women pay for this with pain in childbirth and torment afterward in life. I don't know if I believe that. If the conception takes place with higher aspirations, the pain only intensifies the feeling of the great joy of creation on part of the mother. Where does the pain go, then? How can it intensify joy? When a woman is raped, what does she feel? Of course she feels pain and revulsion, but when she gives in of her own free will, that same pain is transformed into different sensation. The same is true in regard to childbirth. Does that mean Anastasia experienced a painless childbirth? Of course it was painless. And she chose a suitable day, a warm and sunny day? What do you mean, she chose? Childbirth happens quite unexpectedly. Unexpectedly, if the conception simply takes place by chance. A mother is always capable of delaying or accelerating her baby's appearance by a few days. But weren't you aware of when the baby was due? Didn't you take steps to help her? We did feel something happen on that day. It was a splendid day. We walked over to her glade, saw the she-bear sitting at the edge of the glade, moaning because her feelings were hurt. She kept moaning and pounding her paw on the ground, and with all her might. Anastasia was lying on the same spot where her mother had given birth to her, and there was this little ball of life lying on her breast, and the she-wolf was licking him. And why was the bear moaning? How had her feelings been hurt? Anastasia had called over the wolf instead of her. She could have gone to her on her own. They do not approach Anastasia without an invitation. Just think that what would happen if they all came uninvited whenever they felt like it. I wonder how she's managing with the baby now. Why don't you go and see for yourself if you're interested? She told me I shouldn't communicate with him until I purge myself of something. First of all, I have to go round to a holy place, but I don't have enough money for that. Don't go by what she said. She doesn't always make sense. You're the father, after all. You should do what you think is best. You could buy a whole bunch of rompers and other baby clothes, packages of diapers, a little jacket, a rattle, maybe, and demand that she dress the baby normally and not make him suffer. He's all naked out there in the forest. I've been wanting to do that ever since I heard about my son. I will do it. As for not making sense, I think you hit the nail right on the head. That's probably why I don't really understand my feelings toward her. First it was amazement, now some kind of feeling of respect has appeared, and something else besides which I can't grasp hold of. But not on the order of love for a woman. I still remember the kind of feeling I had when I loved a woman before. This here is something quite different. It's quite possible that she cannot be loved in the ordinary sense of the word. Something gets in the way. Maybe it's her illogicality, her failure to make complete sense all the time. Don't take Anastasia illogically, Vladimir, for stupidly. It is her seemingly illogicality that is drawing forgotten laws out of the depth of the universe and possibly creating new laws. The force of both light and darkness are occasionally astounded at her apparent illogicality, and then all at once the simple truth of being, that everyone knows, starts flaring up more brightly. Even we don't always comprehend our Anastasia. Even though she's our own granddaughter and a great-granddaughter, she grew up under our very eyes, and since we don't always understand, we are not always able to be of significant help. And so she's often left alone with her own aspirations, very much alone. Take you, for example. She's gone and met with you and opened up her whole self to you and to others, thanks to the book. We wanted to stop her. We wanted to stop her from loving. To us, her choice of you seemed incomprehensible, even absurd. I still don't understand her choice myself. I admitted my readers, too, wonder, who are you? They keep asking, why did Anastasia choose you? I can't give them an answer. I realize that according to all logic, she should be in the company of some kind of intellectually or spiritually minded person. He would no doubt be able to understand and love her. They could be more useful together. But me, I have to change my whole life. I have to deal with a whole lot of questions which for other more educated people have long been clear and comprehensible. Do you regret now how your life has changed? I don't know, I'm still trying to make sense of it all as to why she picked me out of particular. I can't answer that. I look for an answer, but I can't find one. And how are you looking for an answer? I'm trying to understand things within myself, who I really am. Maybe there's something special there, eh? Could be there's something there. After all, they say like attracts like. Vladimir, did Anastasia talk to you about pride and self-conceit? Did she speak about the consequences of this sin? Yes, she said it was a mortal sin, leading people away from the truth. Well, she didn't pick you out, Vladimir. She didn't pick you out. She picked you up. She picked you up like a worn-out good-for-nothing. We didn't realize that ourselves at first. I hope you are not too offended. I didn't entirely agree with you. I had a family, a wife and a daughter. And my business wasn't doing too badly, so I may not have been anything special, but I wasn't at the bottom of the heap either. Not someone to pick up like a tramp or a useless piece of garbage. You haven't been in love with your wife for quite a while. You have your own life and interest, she has hers. It was only the daily routine that kept you together, or rather the inertia of the past feelings which have been getting weaker and weaker over time. Neither have you had anything to talk about with her, aside from your daughter. She's not interested in your business dealing. That's something that seemed important only to you. It brought in a financial income, but today's income may well be nothing tomorrow, or a loss, or a bankruptcy event even. And then you were ill. You practically killed your stomach with that dislocated lifestyle of yours. There was no way you could climb out of your hole of disease. It was all over, and nothing was left. So that's it. So what's it to you people? What am I to her? An experiment? If she's looking for some kind of fringe benefit, it's simple that she's fallen in love, Vladimir. Genuinely, sincerely, just as with everything else she does. And she's happy that she hasn't taken anyone out of your world capable of bringing happiness to another woman. She has not placed herself in any privileged position. She's glad to be just like other women. So it's just a whim of hers, eh? She wants a typical husband from our world, one who smokes, goes out carousing. Well, I must say that's quite a self-sacrifice just from a whim. Her love is genuine. It's not a whim. She's not looking for any fringe benefits, even though she appeared illogical at first to the force of both light and darkness, to us and to others. In reality, she clearly illuminated the whole concept and meaning of love, not with words, doctrines, or moral teachings, but with actual achievements in the lives of people in your world, including your own personal life. The force of light, the force of Creator, speaks through her love, and not only do they speak, they show clearly as never before. Look and see the power of women, the power of pure love. At the very last moment before death is capable of giving new life, capable of lifting up any man, rescuing him from the tenacious paws of darkness and carrying him into a brightness of infinity, capable of surrounding him with the space of love and giving him a new life, which is life eternal. Her love, Vladimir, will restore you to the love of your wife, the respect of your daughter. Thousands of women will look at you with fervent glance of love. You will have complete freedom of choice, and if from all the varied manifestations of the external appearance of love you succeed in catching sight of that special one, Anastasia will be very happy. In any case, you will be rich and famous. There will be no possibility of bankruptcy for you. The book you have written will circulate all over the world and bring you a return, and not just a monetary return. It will give you and others a power greater than mere physical or material strength. I must say I observe the book. It's really starting to sell quite well, but I did write it myself, even though some people say Anastasia helped me in some way. What do you think? Is it just my book, or did she have a hand in writing it? You did everything a writer is supposed to do. You got the paper, your hand controlled the pen, and you described what happened. You put down all your deduction on your own language. You saw the publication of the book. What you did was no different from a writer's usual course of action. So the book is mine alone. Anastasia didn't do anything. No, she did not. She did not manipulate the pen on the paper, but you talk as though she still facilitated its appearance in some way. If so, explain in more detail. What exactly did she do? To make it possible for you to write this book, Vladimir, Anastasia gave her life. Okay, now everything's got obscured again. How come? How is it possible for her, living in the forest, to give her life for some book? Who is she? She herself says man. Other people call her an alien, a goddess. Now, that all ends up in some serious confusion. I really want to straighten this out for myself. It's all very simple, Vladimir. Man is the only creature in the universe who can live on all planes of existence at once. In their earthly existence, most people see themselves only as earthly materialized manifestation. But there are those who perceive other levels of being, levels invisible to the material senses. Calling Anastasia a goddess is not a sin against the truth. The main difference between man and all other forms of existence lies in the ability of man to create the present and the future by his thoughts, inventing forms and images which are afterward materialized. The clarity, harmoniousness, pace of thinking, and mental purity of man is a creator. Is what determines the future, and in this sense Anastasia is a goddess, for the pace at which she thinks, the clarity and purity of the images she formulates are such that she alone has proved capable of withstanding the whole dark mass of opposing forces. She alone, only there is no way of telling how long she'll be able to hold out. She's still waiting, believing that people will realize what is happening and will help her, believing that they will cease producing darkness and hell. Who's producing darkness and hell? Prophets who believe in and talk about the end of the world. They themselves are producing mental visualizations of the end of the world. The whole mass of teaching foretelling the ultimate doom of mankind are hastening the day with their visualizations. There are a lot of them, a whole lot of them, and these people have no idea, while they seek salvation for themselves and search for the promised land, that a hell is being prepared specifically for them. But the people that are talking about the last judgment of a global catastrophe, they actually believe in it. They sincerely praying for the salvation of their souls. They are motivated not by faith in the light and the love that is God, but by fear. And this fearful scenario is something they are fashioning themselves. Think, Vladimir, try to imagine, here we are, and I am, here we are, you and I, sitting on this bench. You see lots of people before your eyes. All at once, some of them start to go into fits of convulsion, some terrible pain as though they were sinners. All around us on the earth, millions of corpses are rotting, while you and I are sitting untouched by it all and watch. It's as though we are sitting on a bench in a paradise. But doesn't it wrench your heart to see all the horrifying images of what's going on? Wouldn't it be better to die or fall asleep at the moment before witnessing such tragedy? What if all the righteousness who are saved, I wonder aloud, are in the promised land, where there are no rotting corpses around, no frightful images? When you get news, even from the other side of the world, about the death of a loved one or a relative, don't you feel grief and sorrow in your heart? Anyone in a situation like that would surely be distressed. Then how can you imagine paradise for yourself, realizing that most of your fellow countrymen, your friend and relative, had already perished, and others are dying in frightful torment? How hardened must a heart become, how deep a pit of gloom must it fall into, to feel pressure under such circumstances? Such souls are not needed in the kingdom of light, for they themselves are the creatures of darkness. But why do the great teachers of mankind, I queried, the ones who put or are now putting various doctrine down on paper, talking about the end of the world, the last judgment, who then are they? Where are they leading people? Why do they talk that way? It's difficult to define precisely what they're getting at. It's possible they will bring about a change in people's conscious awareness simply because the crowds of people they draw find their ideas so attractive. Those who are alive today can effect such change. I observe, but what about those who came before and left their teaching for us as a legacy? They might have indeed prepared the weary for a change in the hope that their followers would make the change happen and discover the truth. Perhaps they're waiting for the course of history to show the vast majority of mankind the hopelessness of their present path and continuing on ensuing events to help them turn their following and believers to the light. If you people know all this before, why did you sit there in the forest and remain silent all these years? Why didn't you try to explain it to somebody earlier? Anastasia said your people have been living this way of life for generations, over thousands of years, preserving the truth about man's pristine origins. In various corners of the earth, the grandfather replied, there are people who have preserved a way of life apart from technocracy, making us of capacities which are inherent only in man. From time to time they have made attempts to share their conscious awareness with others, and each time those who tried perished before they could say anything substantial. Even though they presented powerful thought forms and images, they were resisted by the vast majority of mankind. You mean to say they would trample on Anastasia and crush her? Anastasia somehow managed to stand up to them, at least so far. Maybe it's because of her illogicality. The old fellow fell silent, thoughtfully tracing the point of his walking stick on the ground to form an incomprehensible symbol. I sat there, deep in thought. Finally I asked him, and why did she keep repeating to me all the time, I am man, I am woman, if she's really a goddess, as you say? In her earthly materialized sense of existence, she is simply man, a human being, a woman, and even though her lifestyle is somewhat unusual, she is still capable of, just like anyone else, of experiencing feelings of joy and sorrow, love and wanting to be loved. But all the abilities she has are inherent in man, in every man. That is, in man in his pristine state. The ability she had, which seems so extraordinary, will no longer seem exceptional to you once you learn what your modern science has to say about them. And as to the other abilities she has, which are still not understood, rest assured an explanation will be found. And it will all go to show that she is simply man, a female of the human species. There is one phenomena you will soon encounter, however, which you won't be able to understand, nor will your scientists be able to explain it. Even my father doesn't know exactly what kind of phenomenon it is. Your world calls such things anomalies, but I beg of you, Vladimir, don't identify this phenomenon with Anastasia. It will appear right beside her as it is not in her. Try to find the inner strength to see, to feel her, what is simply man. She tries to be like everyone else. For some reason she feels it's important. She feels a need to prove that she is man. This is difficult for her, since in doing so she must still keep her principles intact. But then, don't we all have principles that are sacred to us? But what kind of phenomenon are you talking about? This thing you won't define, and which science can't explain. Chapter 27. The Anomaly. When we buried Anastasia's parents, she was still very young. Anastasia's grandfather began. She wasn't yet able to walk or talk. My father and I dug a hole in the ground with the animal's help. We placed branches at the bottom and put the bodies of Anastasia's parents in a hole and covered them over with grass and earth. We stood there a while on the burial mounds without saying a word. Little Anastasia sat a short distance away in the glade, watching a bug crawling along her arm. We thought it was just as well that she wasn't yet able to fully be aware of the misfortune that had befallen her. Then we quietly walked away. What do you mean, you walked away? You just walked off and abandoned this poor, ignorant little girl to her own devices? We didn't abandon her. We left her in the same spot where her mother had given birth to her. You have a concept known as Shambhala, or motherhood. The meaning of these words is becoming more and more abstract. Motherland. That is literally motherland. Mother. In anticipation of their children's appearance in the world, parents ought to create a space for him, an environment of kindness and love, and give to him a piece of the motherland, which, like a mother's womb, both preserves the body and caresses the soul. It imparts on the wisdom of creation and assists in obtaining the truth. And what can a woman give her child who isn't born amidst stone walls? What kind of world has she made ready for him? Or has she given any thought at all to the world in which her child is to live? In that case, the world will do with him as it likes. It will strive to subject this little human being unto itself, making him a mere cog or a slave, and the mother will simply become an observer, as she has not made ready for her child any space of love. You see, Vladimir, the nature surrounding Anastasia's mother, the creatures large and small, treated her as they would treat any man who lived the way she did, as a friend, as a wise and good deity, one who had created around her a world of love. Anastasia's parents were happy and kind people. They very much loved one another, loved the earth and the space around them, responded to them with love. Little Anastasia was born into this space of love, and at once became its center. Many creatures will not touch a newborn. A mother cat may nurse a puppy, or a mother's dog a kitten. Many wild animals are capable of nursing and taking care of human offspring, but these animals have become wild to people in your world. To Anastasia's mother and father, they played quite another role. The creatures treated them entirely different. Anastasia's mother gave birth to her in the glade, and many creatures were witness to the birth. They saw how the women there revered, became a mother and bore another man, another human being. When they witnessed the birth, their feelings towards their human friend, their love for her, intertwined with their own parenting instincts, giving birth to a new exalted manifestation of light. Everything, absolutely everything in the surrounding space, from the tiniest bug and blade of grass to the seemingly ferocious beast, was ready unhesitantly to give its life for the sake of that little being. And there was nothing in that surrounding space of motherland, created and bestowed by its mother, that could possibly have threatened that being. Everything would look after and cherish this human being. To Anastasia, the little glade is literally a mother's womb. The glade is her living motherland, powerful and kind, and inextricably tied by a natural living thread to the whole universe, to the whole creation of the grand creator. The little glade is her living motherland. It came from her mother and her father, and from the one and the only original father. We can never be a substitute for it. That is why, after burying her parents, we walked away. 3 days later, while we were approaching the glade, we felt the tension in the air. We heard wolves howling. Then we saw little Anastasia was sitting quietly atop the burial mound. One of her cheeks was smeared with earth. We realized she had been sleeping on the mound. Tiny tears were streaming from her eyes and falling onto the ground. She was crying noiselessly, with only an occasional sob, and she kept stroking the burial mound with her little hand. She wasn't able to talk, but she did say her first words on this mound. We heard them. At first she simply uttered syllables like Mama, then Papa. She repeated this several times. Then she added a syllable to each. Mamachka, Papachka, Mamachka, Papachka. I am Anastasia. I now have you no more, eh? Only my grandpa's, eh? Sounds Canadian. My father was the first to realize it. Even as we were burying her parents, little Anastasia, sitting there in the glade and watching the bug, was fully aware of the whole depth of the misfortune that had befallen her. She used her willpower to refrain from showing her feelings. With her mother's milk, she had been imbued with the wisdom and strength of her pristine origins. Nursing mothers have the capacity, Vladimir, the capacity to pass along to her baby, together with mother's milk, the conscious awareness and wisdom of the ages, right back to their pristine origins. Anastasia's mother knew how to do this, and used this method to full advantage, to the fullest possible advantage. Since Anastasia didn't want us to see her crying, we didn't go out into the glade and didn't approach the mound. But we couldn't tear ourselves from the spot, so we just stood there, observing what was going on. Supporting herself on the burial mound, little Anastasia attempted to stand on her little feet. She didn't do it on the first try, but still she managed to stand up. She stood there swaying back and forth, stretching her arms out a little to each side, and finally took her first timid step away from her parents' grave. Then she stepped a second one. Her little feet got mixed up in the grass, and her little body lost its balance and started to fall. But the fall, well, there was something quite unusual. At the moment she fell, barely noticeable bluish glow came flooding over the glade and changed the earth's laws of gravity just on that particular spot. It touched us too with some kind of mellow languor. Anastasia's body didn't fall, but gradually and smoothly descended to the ground. Once she got up on her feet again, the bluish light disappeared and the normal gravitation field was restored. With careful and hesitating footsteps, Anastasia went over a little branch lying in the glade and was able to pick it up. We realized she had started cleaning up the glade, as her mother had done many times. This wee little girl then carried the dry branches to the edge of the glade, but once again she lost her balance, began to fall, and dropped the branch. During her fall, once more the bluish glow sparked into life, changing the Earth's gravitational field, and the branches flew over to the little pile of dry branches lying on the edge of the glade. Anastasia got up, looked around for the branches, but couldn't find them. Then, throwing up her little hands with shaky steps, she slowly made her way over to another branch. No sooner had she started bending over to pick it up than the branch itself began rising from the ground as though a breezer had blown it to the edge of the glade. But there wasn't enough of a wind around to do this. Some invisible presence was carrying out little Anastasia's desires, but she wanted to do everything herself as her mamma had done. And no doubt in protest against this help from her invisible ally, she thrust her little hand into the air and waved it gently above her head. We looked over and saw it. Over the meadow we saw hanging a small spherical mass, pulsating and glowing with a pale blue light. We could see a whole multitude of fiery discharges inside its transparent covering, giving the effect of multicolored lighting. Indeed, it was very similar to a large ball of lightning, but it was intelligent. We couldn't tell what it was made of and what kind of intelligence we were dealing with. We could feel some kind of unknown and unseen power in it, but there was no sense of fear of this power. On the contrary, it seemed to be radiating a pleasant, languid grace. We didn't feel like moving, we just felt like being. But what made you think it possessed untold power? I interrupted. My papa noticed that, even though it was a bright, sunny day, the leaves on the trees and the petals on the flowers turned in its direction. In its bluish glow there was more power than in the sun's rays, and it could change the Earth's gravitational field at the moment Anastasia fell, just in the right place and at just the right time. The change was so precise that her body descended smoothly, but yet was not torn away from the earth. Anastasia spent a long time collecting branches. Sometimes she would crawl, at other times walk all over the meadow with slow steps until she had cleared them all away. The fiery sphere still pulsating, hovering over the wee little one, but it no longer helped her pick up the branches. The powerful fiery sphere seemed to understand the gesture of her little hand and obeyed it. Expanding and dissolving in space, contracting and producing internal discharge like flashbulbs of some kind of energy from goodness knows where, the sphere would momentarily disappear and then reappear as though it were somehow excited, and this excitement caused it to sweep through space at incredible speed. The time came when Anastasia normally lay down and to sleep. We never compel our children to sleep, rocking them back and forth until they become dizzy. At this time, Anastasia's mother would simply lie down herself in her usual spot and pretend to doze off, to show her child by example. Little Anastasia would crawl over to her, snuggle up against her warm body, and peacefully fall asleep. And this time Anastasia went to the spot where she was used to sleeping during the day with her mother. She stood and looked at the place where she had always slept with her mamma at this time, but now there was no mamma around. It was not clear just what she was thinking at that moment, only once again a tiny tear glistened in the sunbeam on Anastasia's face, and right away the bluish glow came pulsating across the glade, flashing at irregular intervals. Anastasia raised her little head, saw the pulsating mass of light, sat down on the grass, and began staring at it continuously. It remained still under her gaze. For some time she just sat there staring like that. Then she held out both of her little arms in its direction, as she was wont to do when summoning one of the creatures to her side. At that point, the fiery sphere sparked up a multitude of powerful lightning bolts, reaching out beyond its blue covering, and made a dash for her little arms like a fiery comet, looking as though it had the ability to sweep away everything in its path. It took only a split second to reach Anastasia's face, start rotating, and with one of its lightning flash, wipe away a tiny tear glistening on her cheek. And at this point, it extinguished all the discharges and became a pale blue, faintly glowing sphere in the arms of the little one sitting on the grass. For a time Anastasia sat there holding it, examining it, and stroking it with her hands. Then she got up, lifted up the blue sphere, and with careful steps carried it over and put it down on the place she used to sleep with her mother, and again she caressed it gently. The sphere took up position on the ground and pretended to doze off, just as Anastasia's mother had done, and the little girl lay down beside it. She fell asleep. She slept there on the grass, all curled up into a ball. The sphere took flight, disappearing into the heavenly heights, then spread itself low over the glade as though it were a blanket. Later, once more, contracting into a small pulsating ball, it took up a position next to Anastasia, who was still sleeping on the grass, and began stroking her hair. It was a strange and unusual caressing, with the most delicate luminescent flickering threads of lightning. It took each individual strand of hair, lifted it, and caressed it. One subsequent visit to Anastasia in her glade, we saw it again on several occasions. We realized that to Anastasia it was something quite natural, just like the sun or the moon or the trees and animals around her, and she had conversations with it just as she did with everything else around her. But it was evident she made a distinction between it and the other things in her environment. The distinction wasn't too noticeable in terms of outward expression, but there was a definite impression that she treated it with just a little more respect than other things, and sometimes she would even play up to it. She never played up to anyone else, but for some reason she allowed herself to behave this way with the sphere. It reacted to her mood and even played along. The morning Anastasia turned 4, Grandfather continued, we were standing at the edge of the glade, waiting for her to wake up. We wanted to quietly watch and see how she would delight in the new spring day that was unfolding. The sphere appeared just a moment before she woke up. It glistened faintly with its bluish glow, either spreading itself in a shower of light or dissolving over the whole space of the glade. And we beheld natural living pictures made by no human hand. It was charming and magnificent. The whole glade was transformed. The surrounding trees, the grass, even the bugs, the needles of the cedar began shining in hosts of soft hues. Behind the squirrels, springing from branch to branch, could be seen rainbow trails sparkling and dissolving. The grass was lit up in soft green glow, and even more pronounced multicolored glow emanated from the multitude of bugs scurrying through the grass, forming unusual, vivid, and beautiful carpets spreading its way across the glade, constantly morphing itself into new, intricate, and marvelous patterns. Upon awakening, Anastasia opened her eyes to behold an extraordinary living phenomena. Full of enchantment, she jumped up and gazed all around. With a panorama view, she smiled as she always did in the morning, and everything around her responded to her smile, an even brighter glow and accelerated moment. Then Anastasia carefully knelt down and began meticulously examining the grass and shining multicolored bugs scurrying about. When she lifted her head, and slightly worried expression on her face betrayed a measure of concentration. She looked up and even thought nothing was visible up there. Stretching her little arm to the sky, all at once the still air stirred in her hand, appeared the bluish sphere. She held it up to her face, then put it down on the grass and tenderly stroked it, and we could hear their conversation. Anastasia was the only one who actually spoke, but we had the distinct impression that the sphere was understanding her, and even silently responding. Anastasia spoke with it tenderly, with just a touch of sadness. "You are good. You are very good. You wanted to delight me with your beauty. Thank you. But change it back, please. Change it back to the way it was before, and do not ever change it again." The blue sphere emitted another pulse, then lifted slightly off the ground and slightly discharged as flashed from within. But this glowing scene did not fade. Anastasia fixed her gaze upon it and spoke to it once again. "Every little beetle, bug, and ant has its mama. Everyone has a mama. All mamas love their children just the way they were born. It does not matter how many legs they have or what color they are. You have changed everything. How will the mamas recognize their children now? Please make everything as it was before." The sphere gave a faint flash, and everything in the glade was restored to the way it looked before. Once again it descended to Anastasia's feet. She stroked it and offered a thank you. She stared silently at the sphere for a while, and when she spoke to it again, her words really impressed us. She told it, "Do not come to see me again. I like being with you. You are always trying to do only what is good for everyone else, always trying to help. But do not come visit me. I know you have a very large glade of your own, but you think it very fast, so fast that I cannot understand all at once. Only later shall I understand a bit. You move faster than everything else, much faster, and the birds and the breeze. You do everything very fast and very well. And I know that is how you must do it to get everything done, to do good in your very large glade. But when you are with me, it means you are not there. So when you are with me, there is no one to do good in the other glade. Go away, you need to take care of the large glade." The blue sphere contracted into a little hump and took off way up high. It began sweeping through space, sparkling more brighter than usual, and once more plunged down like a fiery comet to Anastasia, who was still sitting in the same spot. It stayed still by her head for a while. Then a multitude of tiny flickering rays reached out to Anastasia's long hair and stroked each strand individually, right down to the tip. What are you taking your time for?" Anastasia said quietly. "You should get going back to those who are waiting for you. I'll make everything all right here myself, and I will be happy to know that everything is all right in the large glade too. I shall be able to feel you, and I want you to think of me too, but just occasionally." The blue sphere began ascending, but not with its usual carefree bounce. It rose from Anastasia in a fitful burst and finally disappeared into space, but it left something invisible all around, and each time when something happened that affected Anastasia's negative, the surrounding space would grow still as though paralyzed. That is why you lost consciousness when you tried to touch her without her consent. She pacifies this phenomenon by waving her hand in the air whenever she can. Just as before, she wants to do everything all by herself. We asked our little Anastasia what was that glowing thing that was hovering over the glade. What do you call it? She thought about it a bit and answered briefly. "I would call it good. Rampikins?" The oldster fell silent, but I still wanted to hear about how little Anastasia lived in the forest, and I asked him, what did she do after that? How did she live? "The same way the old fellow replied. She grew up just like everyone else. She like anyone else, we suggested she help the Dashniks. By the time she was 6, she was already able to see people at a distance to discern their feelings and help them. She got involved with the Dashniks. Now she believes that the phenomenon of the Dashniks offers an easy transition to making sense of what constitutes our earthly existence. Here she's been continually shining that ray of hers for 20 years now. She's given warmth to plants on the small plot of land. She's treated people's illness. She's tried to explain to people, without imposing on them, how one should handle plants, and she's had terrific results. Then she started observing other aspects of human life, and destiny brought her together with you. And now she's come out with the idea of carrying people through the dark force window of time. And what do you think she'll be successful? I asked. Vladimir, Anastasia knows the power of thought inherent in man as a creator. Otherwise she would never have let herself make such a statement. From now on she will not deviate from this path. She'll stick to it. She's stubborn, lass. It comes from her father. So she's taking concrete steps, I observed. She's trying to make her thought forms into reality. And here we are just sitting and rationalizing about the spiritual, like kids wiping their nose. You know, there's quite a few people that will still ask me, does Anastasia really exist? Or did I just dream everything up myself? That's not a question people can actually ask. People touched by the book will feel her right away. She is in the book. Questions like that can only be asked by illusionary people, not real people.
Chapter 28, Illusory People. But I'm talking about very real people, like those 2 girls over there, for instance. Do you see? I pointed in the direction of 2 teenage girls standing about 5 or 6 meters away from our bench. The old man fixed his gaze upon them and said, I think one of them, the one that's smoking, is unreal. What do you mean, unreal? If I went up to her and she gave her behind a good, if I went up to her and gave her behind a good slap, you'd hear her scream and curse. That'd be more than real. You know, Vladimir, what you are now seeing is simply an image before your eyes, an image created by the dogma of the technocratic world. Look closely. The girl has on very uncomfortable high-heeled shoes. Besides, they're a little too tight for her. She wears them precisely because someone else is dictating what shoes women should be wearing these days. And she's wearing a short skirt of material made to look like leather, but it isn't leather. It's harmful for the body, but she's wearing it according to the dictates of society's current fad. Look at all her gaudy makeup and how arrogantly she's behaving. Outwardly, she's independent, but only outwardly. Her whole appearance is at odds with herself. Her real self has been smitten by an image of someone else's thought forms. A soulless, illusionary image has eclipsed her living soul and taken it captive. You can say what you like about the soul captivating and dictating of some image or other, I injected, but how can one tell whether that's actually true or not? I'm already an old man, you see. I can't get in tune with the slower pace of your thinking. I can't express myself convincingly the way Anastasia does. The oldster sighed and added, Do you mind if I try showing you? Showing me what? I shall now attempt to destroy, at least for a time, that illusory, lifeless image and free the girl's soul. You watch closely. Go ahead. The girl holding the cigarette in midst of arrogantly berating her companion, the old fellow watched them closely and intently, and when the girl turned her glance away and fixed it on some of the passer-by, the oldster's eyes followed her gaze. Then he got up and gestured to me to follow him, head towards the girl. Then he got up and gestured me to follow him, headed towards the girls. I can't read, sorry. I went after him. He stopped about half a meter from them and fixed his eyes on the girl with the cigarette. She turned her head to look at him, blew a puff of cigarette smoke in his face, and said with some irritation, Hey, what's with you, Gramps? Begging for money, eh? The oldster paused, probably to recover from the cloud of smoke enveloping his face, and said in soft and tender tone, "Put the cigarette, dear girl, into your right hand. You should try holding it in your right hand." The girl obediently put the cigarette into her right hand, but there was much more to it than that. Her face suddenly became completely altered. Her arrogance had vanished. In fact, everything about her was different. Her face, the way she stood, and in completely different tone of voice she said, "I'll try, grandfather. You should have your child, dear girl. You should have your child, dear girl. It'll be hard for me. I'm all alone. Let him come to you. You go and think about that hand of yours. Think about your child, and he will come. Go along now, my dear. You must hurry." "I'll go." The girl took a few steps, then stopped and called back to her companion in a calm, quiet voice, with no sign of her former irritation. "Come along, Tanya. Come with me." They left. "Wow, can you tame any woman like that?" I said, when we had regained our seats at the bench again. "That's terrific. Some sort of super hypnosis, eh? Far out." "It's not hypnosis, Vladimir, and there's no far out mysticism here. It's simply an attentive attitude to one's fellow man, and I mean to the man, not the dreamed up image which obscures the real man. And man responds instantly to this. He finds his strength when you appeal directly to him, ignoring the illusory image. But how did you manage to see the invisible man behind the invisible image? The invisible man behind the visible image. It's all very simple, really. I watched them a bit. The girl was holding her cigarette in her left hand. She was rummaging about in her purse with her left hand, which means she's left-handed. And if a small child holds a spoon or does something else with the left hand, his parents try to get him to use his right. She got along fine with her parents, I realized. This is when I saw the way she looked at the man and the woman walking along with the little girl in tow. I spoke to her the way her parents might have when she was little. I tried to use the same tone of voice her parents might have used, back when she was a little unaffected, not under someone else's image. That little girl was the real man, and it responded right off. But you were talking to her about childbirth. What was that all about? She's pregnant, you see. She's been pregnant more than a month now. That alien image doesn't want the child, but the girl's inner being wants the child very much. They're struggling with each other. Now her inner being will win over. Now her inner being will win out. Chapter 29. When Nobody Can See God. Anastasia told me when I talked with her in Taiga, I recall that nobody can see God because his thoughts work with great speed and concentration. But I'm thinking, why doesn't he slow them down to people? This is weird. But I'm thinking, why doesn't he slow them down so people can get a good look at him? The old man raised his walking stick and pointed it at a passing cyclist. "Look here, Vladimir. Look how the bicycle wheel turns. The wheels have spokes, but you can't see them. They are there, and you know it, but the speed of the rotation does not allow you to see them. Or put it another way, the pace of your thinking and visual perception does not allow you to see them. If the cyclist goes slower, you will see the spokes of the wheel a bit blurred. If he stops altogether, you will see them clearly, but the cyclist himself will fall off. He won't get to his destination because of his stopping. And for what? Just to let you see that the spokes are there? But where does that take you? Has anything changed in you or around you? The only thing you know for certain is the spokes exist, and that's it. The spokes, of course, can always get up and continue his journey." Oh, my goodness. The cyclist, of course, can always get up and continue his journey, but others may want to see, which means he'll have to stop and fall again and again. And for what? Well, so I can't get a good look at him just once, and what will you see? After all, a cyclist lying on the ground isn't a cyclist anymore. You will have to imagine what he looked like. Just so God, who changes the pace of his thinking, is no longer God. Wouldn't it be better for you to learn how to accelerate your own thinking? Imagine yourself talking with someone who has a slow time getting what they are saying. Doesn't that irritate you? Isn't it a pain slowing down your own pace of thought to this level? You're right if you adapt yourself to a fool's pace. You might become a fool yourself. So in order for us to see God, he would have to slow down his own thinking in our pace and become as one of us. But when he does this, sending us his son, the crowd looks at him and says, "You aren't God. You're not even the Son of God, just a pretender performing a miracle, or will nail you to the cross." Why shouldn't God's Son perform a miracle? I questioned, at least so the non-believers would have to back off and not crucify him. Miracles do not convince non-believers, they only tempt them, came the reply. And those who perform miracles are burnt at the stake under cries of "burn," the manifestation of the dark forces. Besides, just look around you. God's miracles bound in countless numbers. The sun rises every day, and then there's the moon at night. An insect on a blade of grass is a miracle after all, not to mention a tree. Here we are, the two of us, sitting under a tree. Who could think up a more perfect mechanism than a tree like this? This is a particle of his thought, all the materialized living form scurrying beneath our feet, flying above our heads in the ethereal blue, singing for us, caressing our bodies with a ray of warmth. These are his. These are all his. They are all around us, made for us. But are there that many people who are not able to But are there that many people who are able to are there that many people who are able not only to see but to feel and realize the significance of all this? Maybe not even to improve, but simply to use and keep from distorting or destroying these living marvels of creation. As for his sons, they have one purpose: to raise people's conscious awareness by their words, slowing down their own thinking even at the risk of being misunderstood themselves. But Anastasia emphasized that just speaking words was not enough to raise man's consciousness awareness to a meaningful level. I too think that mankind has uttered an enormous number of different words, but what do they mean? The earth all around is full of unhappy lives. It may even suffer a global disaster. Quite right. When the words do not come from the heart, when the threads linking them to the soul are torn apart, then the words are empty, imageless, faceless. Our granddaughter, Nastenka, is capable of creating images, not just in every word, but in the sound of every letter of the alphabet. Now the earth-dwelling teachers, his son, that are in the flesh today, will attain such a degree of power that the human spirit will outshine the darkness. Sons, teachers, what have you got to do with it? Aren't the abilities hers alone? Well, she will share them. In fact, she is already sharing them. Look here, you've even been able to write a book. Readers have flooded the world with poems, and new songs have been sung. Have you heard the new songs? Yes, I have. So this will be multiplied many times with your religious teachers, just as soon as they come into contact with the book. And were you to see simply words, they will feel the living image, and the power will be magnified multifold in them. They will feel it. But what about me? What am I? Completely devoid of feeling? If so, why did she talk with me and not with them? Because you are incapable of distorting what you hear, and there's nothing you have of your own already that you can mix with it. On a clean sheet of paper, the word is set forth more clearly, but not to worry about your thought will accelerate too. Okay, let it accelerate in me too, so I don't lag behind the others. I guess everything you say must be right. Here in Russia, there is the leader of one religious community. The community settlers refer to him as their teacher, who told his followers to read the book about Anastasia. It will set your hearts on fire, he told them, and many of his followers went out and bought the book. So that means he understood, he felt something, and that is why he helped Anastasia and you. And did you ever thank him for his help? I've never met him. You can say thank you in your heart, silently, and you mean, but who's going to hear that? The one who listens with all his heart will hear it. There's another element here, he said, and the book was really good. Anastasia too, but he went on to say that I wasn't a real man, and that I wasn't a true male of the species. Anastasia didn't meet with a real man, he said. I saw this myself on TV, and then read it in the papers. And what would you say you were, Mr. Perfection? Well, perfection, I admit, is stretching it. Then you need not to be offended. You can work towards being perfect. My granddaughter will help you. Those whom love is capable of uplifting can rise to the heights. It's not even meant for everyone to grasp the whys and the wherefores. An extraordinary speed of thinking is required for that. What about your thoughts? What speed does it operate at? You don't find it tiresome talking with me? The thinking speed of anyone who leads a lifestyle such as ours is always significantly greater than that of people in the technocratic world. Our thoughts is not encumbered by constant concerns about clothing, food, and a lot of other things like that. But I don't find it tiresome talking with you, thanks to my love for my granddaughter. She wanted me to talk with you, and I am glad to do something for her. And what is the pace of Anastasia's thinking, the same as yours and your father's? Anastasia's is greater. But how much? By what ratio? What she can process in 10 minutes, let's say, how long would that take you? To make sense of what she can process in a second, we would require several months. That is why she sometimes seems to use illogical. That's why she sometimes seems to us as illogical. That is why she is utterly alone. That is why we can't be of any significant help to her. Why we can't grasp right off the logic behind her actions. My father has completely given up conversation altogether. He keeps trying to match her pace of thinking so he can help her. He wants me to do the same, but I don't even try. My father thinks that's because I'm lazy, but I love my granddaughter very much, and I simply trust that she is doing everything correctly. And if she asks me to do something, I'm delighted to do it, and that's why I came to see you. But how then did Anastasia manage to talk with me for 3 whole days? We wondered how too, for a long time. After all, constantly making that kind of an adjustment would drive one crazy. It was just recently that we discovered the answer. You see, when she was talking with you, she did not slow her thinking down. On the contrary, she made it work even faster. She accelerated it and transformed it into images. Now, like your computer programs, these images will play themselves out for you and for anyone who reads the book. They will expand and accelerate the pace of human thinking by leaps and bounds, bringing it closer to God. When we realized that, we concluded that in thinking up such a thing, she had created a new law in the universe. But now it's clear that she was simply using the opportunity afforded by pure and sincere love, which we hadn't known about before. Love that all has remained one of the Creator's grand mysteries. And look how she has now opened up one of the greatest opportunities and powers. And does the pace of thinking allow her to see God? Hardly. After all, she lives in the flesh too. God is in the flesh as well, but only partly, and his flesh is all the people of the earth. As one small particle of this flesh, Anastasia occasionally grasps something. It is possible that when her thinking reaches such incredible speed, she feels him more than others do, but this happens with her only for short periods of time. And what does it give her? In a matter of seconds, she will be able to comprehend the truth and essence of being. The conscious awareness with the wisest people of your world have spent a lifetime perfecting and sharing with each other. And that means she has the knowledge of our Oriental lamas, the wisdom of Buddha and Christ, and knows yoga too. She does. She knows more than it is said in all the treaties passed down to your world today, but she still considers them to be insufficient since there is no universal harmony among those living in the earth today. The march toward global disaster continues. This is why she is working out at her incredible combinations. She is saying enough of teaching people dogmas, enough of tempting them with Adam and Eve's apple. They must be enabled to really feel what man once felt, what he is capable of, and who he is, and who he once was. So I said, what you're trying to tell me is that she has a real possibility of doing something good for all of mankind. If that's so, then when will it begin? This good. It has already begun, just little sprouts so far, but that is only for the time being. Where are they? How do I see them or feel them? Ask the people who read the book. The sprouts are in them. Indeed, the book is awakening bright feelings in many people. That's something that can no longer be denied. Many will attest to it. She succeeded with those combinations of hers. Incredible, but she has done it. And you, Vladimir, think about who you were and who you've become. It's very interesting. For the people who think she's not real, he is a very transformed man. Something happened to transform him like that. And for the better, for sure. What has been happening, Vladimir, is that a program of thought images has been unfolding in you, and her soul has been unfolding in people's consciousness. The world is starting to change in you, and by doing so, in changing the thought images all around you, we cannot fathom completely how she manages to do that. What is evidently real on the surface is something we can still manage to decipher. What helps her to bring about this new reality remains a mystery. Naturally, one can make vigorous efforts to delve into it, but we should be wary of taking away from the marvelous reality that is folding before our eyes. A breathtaking dawn of a new day is something to be admired. Once you begin analyzing the whys and wherefores instead of elation, all you get is excavation, which doesn't lead to anything and doesn't change anything. Golly, I didn't realize it was so far out, so complex. I was still hoping that Anastasia was just a simple recluse, only extraordinary kind, beautiful and a little naive. You see what I mean? You mustn't go digging around and knocking your brains out. If it's all too complex, then let her remain for you a kind of beautiful recluse, since that's the image you have of her. Others will see something different. You've been given what you've been given. That's all your consciousness has room for at the moment, and that is perfectly well and good. Just try and admire the dawn if you can. That's the most important thing of all. Chapter 30. Dawn in Russia. The dawn will begin in Russia, I observed, when everyone will be better off financially, when the economy as a whole improves, and individuals see a rise in their income. All the material things you see around you depend on man's spirit and conscious awareness, Anastasia's grandfather responded. Okay, maybe. But what's the point in erudite philosophies of if people cannot afford to feed or clothe themselves? They need to think about why that has been happening. Each one needs to figure it out for themselves, to stop trying to find a scapegoat. Only in changing themselves within will they change anything around them, including their financial situation. I agree with you that people will not be able to accept this all at once. But Anastasia said, after all, you have to do without moral preaching. You have to show people how, that's all. And she showed how. Now it's up to you to carry out what she has outlined. Then within the space of 3 years, many communities throughout Siberia, large, small, foreign, and neglected, where there are only old people still living, those children don't even come for a visit. We will become richer, many times richer. Their life will bloom abundantly, and many children will return. And she will have much more than that to offer. She will reveal many secrets. She will restore people's abilities and the knowledge inherent in the pristine origins. Russia will be a most wealthy land, and she will do this to prove that the spirituality and knowledge inherent in our pristine origins are more significant than the futile efforts of the technocracy. Russia will herald a new dawn over the whole earth. And what do you have to do to bring it about? You can start by revealing the first secret related to you by Anastasia. You should write in your book about how to produce healing oil from the cedar nut. And don't hold anything back. I suddenly felt everything boiling up inside me. The wind was literally knocked out of me. I could sit and jumped to my feet. I couldn't sit and I jumped to my feet. Why, tell me, why? Why should I suddenly turn around and do that? For everybody? For free? Any sane person would think I was an idiot. I set up an expedition and I put into it everything I had. Now my firm's been ruined. Anastasia asked me to write a book and I wrote it, and now we're even. Your aspirations, your philosophy, that's not something I can readily comprehend. All I did was put it down on paper as promised. As I promised Anastasia I would. But the oil? Well, that's something that's completely clear to me. I know now how much I can get for it, and I'll never share the technology with anybody. I'll scrape together a little money from selling the books, and then I'll start to produce it myself. I've got to put everything back together again. I've got to get my ship back and company too. I need to buy a laptop so I can keyboard the next book. I don't have a home anymore, no place to live. I want to buy a trailer home, and when I'm rich, I want to erect a monument to Russian officers, the ones physically alive but with mortally wounded hearts. Our indifference keep tearing their hearts apart, and their honor and conscience have been spat on by people. The same people, officers in all ages, have gone into battle to defend. While you people sit nice and quiet there in the forest, here people are perishing. The country all around is full of various preachers. They all just talk about spiritual matters, but don't really feel like doing anything. At least I'm going to do something. But here you're telling me I should give valuable know-how away just like that to everyone, not on your life. Anastasia did determine a percentage for you too, grandfather injected. I know, 3% from the sale of oil. Sure, what's a miserable 3% to me when I can get 300 for the oil? I know what the world prices are now, and as for its healing properties, what they're selling out there is considerably less effective. I did some checking. They don't know how to produce it properly. Now I'm the only one who knows how to do it. Everything she said checked out. There's nothing in the world that can compare with its healing impact. Besides, significant studies confirm it. Pallas said that it could even restore a person's youth, and you want me to give it away just like that? You must take me for a fool. I've looked through so much literature, even sent people into the archives to confirm what she said, and they did. A lot of money went to do that. You checked into everything, which means you couldn't bring yourself to trust Anastasia right off. That lack of trust is what cost you the time and money. Yes, I did do the checking. I had to, you see. But now I'm not going to be a sucker anymore. You talk about a dawn for everyone. Come on now. Dawn? In that dawn of yours, I'd still be a sucker. I wrote a book. I did everything just the way she asked me to. I remember her telling me, don't hide anything, either the bad or the good. Humble your pride. Don't be afraid to look ridiculous. Don't be afraid to be misunderstood. I haven't hid anything, and what's come of it? The book makes me look like a complete idiot. People stand there and say that to my face, that I haven't got a spiritual ounce in my body, that there's a lot I still don't understand. They say I am coarse and uncivilized, and even a 13-year-old girl from Coloma wrote me to say I've been doing things the wrong way, and a woman from Perm came to see me right to my doorstep and said I wanted to see what Anastasia saw in him. Don't hide anything either, the good or the bad. Humble your pride. Don't be afraid to look ridiculous. Don't be afraid to be misunderstood. She knew everything, didn't she? She comes out pretty good in the book. That's what people say, and how do I look? It's all her fault. If it weren't for the child, I could easily slap her one up for what she did. Just think, I wrote everything down in good faith, just as she asked me to, and for that the people tell me I'm insensitive and a coward to boot. Of course I'm a complete idiot. I've made myself into one. I obeyed her. I written all that about myself, and now I'll never live it down for the rest of my days. And after I'm gone, they'll still make fun of me. The book got a life of its own. As it turns out, it'll outlive me. And even if I stop printing it, what difference will it make? The underground press is already grinding out more copies. They're trying to run it off one photocopy machine. All at once, I stopped short and looked at the old man. A little tear could be seen slowly making its way down his cheek. I sat down beside him. He was still silent, looking at the ground. Then he spoke. You see, Vladimir, your granddaughter, Anastasia, is capable of foreseeing a lot. It's not that she wanted anything for herself. She didn't want fame, didn't want money. By taking part of the fame upon herself, she put herself in danger. But she saved you. And the fact that you come out the way you do in the book, well, that is her doing. You're right about that. But that was not to humiliate you. That's how she was able to save you. By taking upon herself a whole mass of dark forces all by herself. And you responded to her with the pain of misunderstanding and irritation. Think, it is easy for a woman who creates out of love to hold on like that? What kind of love is it, I countered, when her beloved is counted among fools? Calling somebody a fool doesn't make him one. A fool is one who mistakes flattering words for the truth. Think for a moment of how you would like to be seen by others, as a figure exalted above all, as a brilliant intellect, and you could have made yourself a reputation like that with your first book, but then pride and selfishness would have destroyed you. There are not even that many enlightened people who could hold out against sins like those. Pride creates an unnatural image of man. It obscures the living soul. That is why the philosopher of the past and the genius of today can create so precious little, because even after the first stroke of their pen, they are so overwhelmed by a sense of self-conceit they lose sight of what was given to them in the beginning. But Anastasia was smart enough to set up a protective barrier against flattery and worship, which lead to pride. They won't touch you now. She is saving you from a multitude of ills, and is protecting both your spirit and your flesh. You will write 9 books straight from your heart. The earth will be radiant with its space of love, and then, once you have dotted the final I in the 9th book, you will be able to understand who you are. Actually, there's 10 books, but some are stretched into 2 books, or actually 1. Come on, isn't it possible to tell who I am right now? Who you are right now? That's pretty obvious. You are who you are at the moment. You are who you feel yourself to be, whoever you will become. Only Anastasia possibly knows, and she will wait, living each moment by love. The fact that people sitting in their comfortable apartment call you a coward, that's nothing. You should take it with a grain of salt, and suggest they try heading off into the taiga for 3 days with no gear. Let them try sleeping with a bear in a cave to get the full sensation. Let them take a mentally deranged girl along. After all, wasn't that how Anastasia seemed to you at first? More or less. Let any man who accuses you try sleeping with his mentally deranged companion out there in the backwoods where they can hear the wolves howling. Could he really do that? What do you think? The old fellow asked slyly. And no sooner had I pictured to myself the scenario he described than I burst out in a hearty laugh, and the two of us had a good laugh together. And then I asked him, "Can Anastasia hear what we've been saying?" "She will learn about all your deeds. Then tell her not to worry. I shall explain to everyone how to extract healing oil from cedar nuts." "Fine, I'll tell her," the man promised. "But do you remember everything Anastasia told you about the process?" "Yes, I think I do. Right. Tell it to me." Chapter 31. How to produce healing cedar oil. I don't know. I think some commercial business kind of swept in on them because I don't like how much they sell everything and how they do it. Like everything, like cedar toothpaste and everything. So, anyway, that was just my thoughts on that. Let's work on this chapter. It's not that difficult a task. The modern technology involved is already familiar, and it needs no setting forth here. But there are some rather unusual nuances I should point out. When gathering the cone, one should not beat against the cedars with logs or wooden bats, as the harvesters do today. This greatly weakens the healing properties of oil. And we can do it all ourselves if we want, because they give the whole thing in the book, so that also is interesting. Forces you to do it on your own. One should use only the cones which the cedar itself gives off. Either they fall with the wind, or you can knock them down with the resonance of your voice, as Anastasia does. They should be collected by people whose thought is free from evil, and it is especially good when the cones are picked up by children's hands. In any case, all the steps that follow should be carried out with kind and bright thoughts. Such people may be found in Siberian villages even now, Anastasia affirmed. Whether this really makes a difference is difficult to tell, but it is always says in the Bible that King Solomon sought out people skilled in felling timber. Only it doesn't say how these people differed from anyone else in other respects. The nuts obtained after the shelling of the cones must have their oil extract within 3-month period. After that, quality will significantly deteriorate. The kernel should not come into contact with any metal during the extraction process. In any case, the oil should never come into contact with metal. The oil can be used to treat any disease without diagnosis. It can also be used as a food product and added to a salad, or it can be taken 1 spoonful a day, preferably at sunrise, although the afternoon is also a good time. But definitely it's in daylight, not at night. That's the main thing. Only people may be offered a counterfeit. I voiced my concern to the old fellows, but he responded slyly with, and just a touch of humor, "Well, then, you and I will make a device to screen out counterfeits, and we'll work out those commissions of yours at the same time." How do we do that? Have to think about it. You, after all, are the entrepreneur. I was one, but right now I am not sure who I am. Let's think together then. You correct me if something's not right. Okay, I agreed. The final product should be tested with measuring instruments by competent technicians, doctors, scientists in word professions. That's right, they can issue certificates, but instruments can't catch everything. A taste test will also be needed. Possibly tasters determine the quality of wine. For example, there's no substitute for that, but the wine tasters are acutely aware of the taste of different vintages. They have a superb sense of both fragrance and taste. But who will be tasting the oil? You can check it. And just how am I supposed to do that? I've only tasted the usual sort of oil when we made it ourselves. We didn't follow the technological procedures Anastasia recommended. Besides, I'm a smoker. For 3 days before checking the oil quality, you should have abstained from smoking and alcohol. And don't eat meats or fats. And you shouldn't talk with anyone for those 3 days. Then you can check it and determine from the taste whether it is good or an imitation. And what do I compare it with? With this. Whereupon the old fellow put his hand upon his canvas bag and drew out a small hollow stick approximately 2 fingers in width. Another stick protruded from one end like a cork. This is genuine oil. Once you've tasted it, it won't mistake it for anything else. You won't mistake it for anything else. But first let me rid you of what has built up in you from smoking and other quirky habits. How are you going to get rid of it, the way Anastasia did? Yes, more or less, but she did that only one who loves is capable of eliminating ailments in a loved one with the ray of love, and of warming his body so that even his feet start perspiring. With the ray of love, quite correct, but you cannot love me, not the way she does. But I love my granddaughter. Let's try it. Go ahead. The oldster screwed up his eyes and began fixing an unblinking gaze on me. I could feel a sense of warmth flow through my body, but quite a bit weaker than what I felt from Anastasia's gaze. Nothing happened, but he still kept trying, to the point where his arms were trembling, and I could feel a little more warming in my body, but only a little. Still the old fellow didn't give up, and I waited, and all at once my feet broke out into a sweat, after which a feeling of freshness permeated my head along with fragrance. I could feel the fragrance in the air. "Ah, we've succeeded," he said, wearily leaning against the back of the bench. "Now, give me your hand." He opened the stick cork and from the hollow stick poured cedar oil into the palm of my hand. I licked it off with my tongue. The warmth spread across my palate and through my mouth, and I suddenly caught a waft of the cedar, and it was indeed a hard mistake for anything else. It was hard to mistake for anything else. "Think you'll remember it now?" asked Anastasia's grandfather. "I'll remember." "What's so hard about that? I ate potatoes once at the monastery. I remember that for ages. 27 years later, I still remember the taste. Only how will people know that it has been checked, that it is genuine cedar nut oil? Right now it's too expensive on the market for just 1 gram of the raw oil diluted with something they charge 30,000 rubles for. I saw it myself. It's packaged as an import. With prices like that, it's all too tempting to sell fakes. You're right, money is the master of ceremonies at the moment. We'll have to think of something." "You see, a dead end. Anastasia said that this money can be turned to a good purpose," grandfather observed. "Let's think of something along that line." "They've been trying to work out for some time now, for example, how to guarantee the quality of vodka against imitations, but they've changed the labels and corks. They've come up with excess labels, but all to no avail. There were imitations on the market before, and there still are. What with photocopiers and all, any label can easily be copied. What about money, Vladimir? Can it be copied too?" "Money? That's more difficult to fake. So let's stick together onto the backside of our bottles, like labels, so that these sniveling bits of paper can actually do something good for once." "What do you mean, stick money on bottles? What kind of nonsense is that?" "Give me a banknote, please. Any banknote." I gave him a 1,000-ruble note. "Well, then it's quite clear. You take the note and cut it in half. Stick 1/2 on the box or something else. The other half you hide away in a file. You'll think of a suitable place, or put it in the safety deposit box at your bank. You see, on each half of the note there are identical numbers, and so anyone wanting to confirm the authenticity of the oil can simply verify the numbers. Well, Grams, I thought to myself, you've got a good head up on your shoulders, and out loud I said, there are no better differences against imitation. Way to go. He laughed. Still laughing, he added, so give me a percentage too. Come on, cough it up. A percentage? What kind of percentage? How much do you want? I want everything to be just right, I said. Said the old fellow, all at once serious again. Then he added, besides the 3%, take an additional 1% in kind is as oil already packaged, and offer it for free to whoever you feel you should. Let that be a gift to people from me to you. Or from you to me. Oh my goodness, dyslexic. Right, I'll do it. You've really thought of everything to a T. Way to go. To a T. That means Anastasia will be very happy for us. And my father still thinks I'm lazy. So you think I've done a good job? Of course you have. And we both had another good laugh. And I added, tell Anastasia I say you would make an excellent entrepreneur. You mean it? Certainly. You could become one of those new Russians, and a great one too. I'll tell her. And the fact that you're telling everyone about the cedar nut oil, I'll pass that along too. No regrets. What is there to regret? It would be a tiresome process anyway. I'll dash off the 3rd books, as I promised, and then I'll get going with my business again, trade, or something else, something normal.
Chapter 32. Title. He says I don't know what to call it. However, whoever can come up with a title themselves, they're welcome to. Something like that. I decided to tell Anastasia's grandfather about my new assistant. A lot of articles are now being written about Anastasia. She's being talked about in both academic and religious circles. One production team, made up of very religious and considerate people, offered me a deal to grant them in return for payment the exclusive right to interpret and comment on Anastasia's saying in the mass media, and I agreed. And for what amount, Vladimir, did you agree to sell them Anastasia? The tone of his question and what he was getting at left a rather bad taste in my mouth, and I answered, what do you mean, sell? I told them more about Anastasia when I wrote in the book. I told religious people so that they could offer their exclusive comments, as well as their explanations of what she said. They want to meet with her. They're even ready to finance an expedition. I agreed. What's wrong with that? The old fellow didn't respond immediately. Since no reply was forthcoming, I added, they offered me money for an exclusive right. That's the way we do things. People offer services for money. They will earn even more from their publications. The oldster lowered his head and remained silent for a while. Then, as if thinking things over aloud, he said, so, you, in your entrepreneurizing way, sold Anastasia, and they, assuming themselves to be the most religious and competent people in the world, decided to buy her. Well, that's a pretty strange way of putting it. So when it comes right down to it, what did I do wrong? Tell me, Vladimir, didn't it even enter your head or the heads of those religious people to think of asking, finding out, or realizing just who Anastasia herself wished to talk to, and when, and how? And do people in your world go visiting without so much of an advance request to the host? I don't recall her asking anybody to visit her. If she doesn't want to talk with them, she doesn't have to. She didn't sign any deal. But you did. She is ready to share what she knows with everyone, but it is her right to determine how she's going to do this. And if she's chosen to set it forth with your expression, who has the right to dictate or demand another? She made the choice herself, but somebody wants to change that, and the reason behind the effort to alter her choice is clear. She will not talk with people who put themselves ahead of everyone else, with people whose self-righteousness she knows will distort, overturn, and adjust to their own way of thinking the truths she holds sacred. Sadly, this happens so much with truth. It gets distorted by perception, interpretation, and ego. Why paint such a dark picture ahead of time? These people are interested in many different teachings. They are very religious. It is they who have determined that they are the most religious of all. Religious self-righteousness is the apex of the most deadly sins, pride. I began to be overwhelmed with the inexplicable sense of anger at myself. I had not yet received payment for the deal, and so I was able to break it. And shortly afterward, not seeing anything amiss, I signed another deal with one of the religious centers for the exclusive right to my own interviews. Once again, I was taken in by their considerate attitude and the religious knowledge they displayed, especially since this deal concerned me alone, and I could do with myself what I pleased. But once again, both they and I fell into a trap, and once again it turned out that I had indirectly sold Anastasia, and they had bought her. Oh, you're shedding all over me. Sorry, I got hair all over my face. And this time it was not Anastasia's grandfather, but a Moscow woman journalist who, after reading a new agreement, flustered, "Boy, how stupid can you get? You've sold Anastasia really cheap. Take a closer look and see what the fine print says. You've signed over the right to others, an exclusive right to exploit and use as they see fit, over the most powerful information channel there is. Everything you said relating to Anastasia, you've denied yourself the right even to question their opinion, no matter what it is. To what degree that's true, it's hard to say. Maybe I'd better cite a few of the points of the agreements here." Good old Vladimir goes into all the details. Subject of agreement. The author gives exclusive rights to all videotaping of himself, as well as to the use of any other video material connected directly or indirectly with the production of Anastasia television program, hereinafter referring to as programs. The aforementioned transfer of right to the contractor extends to all countries of the world. The contractor undertakes his own expense to prepare the copy each of 3 programs of between 30 and 40 minutes each on a professional beatcam recorder. By mutual agreement between author and contractor, any interaction with video or film studios, television included cable TV, as well as shooting of any video on any equipment, as well as the use of video material on a given subject, is to be effective only and exclusively by the contractor. While this agreement is in force, the author waivers the right to give video interviews and prepare any audio material using the concept or terms that are in the programs, either directly or indirectly. When did that happen? After analyzing all the events connected with the writing, publication, and distribution of Anastasia's book, I came to the conclusion that people who call themselves strongly religious have a dark side which they themselves fear, and thus keep trying to assure others and persuade them of their religiosity. They are probably afraid that people will discover their dark side. It's so much simpler with entrepreneurs. Their actions and goals are more open, less obscured, and consequently they are also more honest, both to themselves and to those around them, to society. It's possible I'm mistaken, but you can't get away from the facts. 3 Moskans cured the of Anastasia, no agents or compensation anytime soon. They never talked about any religious matter. The book was published by Shalim 11, a retired officer by the name of Gennady. I'm not going to pronounce the rest of his name because I will butcher it. At his own expense. The print run was small, and there wasn't even a thought of breaking even. Gutsaya, an entrepreneur, never talked of religious matters either. The next run was paid for by the business manager of Moscow Publishing Clearance House, Yuri. And again, not even going to try the rest of the name. But then it turned out he wasn't dealing in books at the time. He gave me the greater part of the print run to sell. He set no deadlines for getting a return on his investments, and he too never talked about religious matters. And then the religious people began putting in their 2 cents worth, and a print turned of 45,000 was released by an underground press. When this religious firm was discovered, they started proclaiming their religiosity and desire to produce bright things, and even promised to pay authors royalties. They still keep promising that, and that's not the only case. Religious people generally seem to be very neglectful of accounts, especially when they're the ones who owe money. As the transfer of exclusive rights, I have decided to make it clear on the pages of this book. I shall no longer give exclusive rights for the interpretation of Anastasia's sayings to anybody, and if anybody challenges me on that, let people know that I have not given anything voluntarily. Why do I say voluntarily? The Moscow journalists who helped me break the contract soon became the target of the anonymous threats. Who made them? What did they want? What kind of religion do they profess? They support their religion by extortion. Well, I know what the extortion racket is all about. After all, there are human beings there too, and I want to warn them. Be extra careful around religious people, and before getting into anything, consider calmly and carefully where these religious people are taking you. There's more. In the first book I wrote that I have invited Anastasia to come to Moscow herself and appear on our TV, but she refused. I couldn't understand why at the time, but now it is clear to me that what she foresaw. Even after the books came out, there have been many interpretations of what she said, many quite different interpretations. Some are interesting, some are interesting, and some are controversial. But among others, one could clearly trace the desire on the part of certain people to interpret her in a manner that would serve their own interests. Direct challenges were thrown my way, for example. So you think you alone have the right to talk with her? You don't understand everything. Let others speak with her. More will come out of it. But she is not an object to hand over to someone. She is man, and she herself has the right to decide how she will act, whom she will speak with, and what she will say. Now it's become clearer than ever that Anastasia is really being subjected to attack by a visible and invisible throng of dark forces in the guise of fanatics and self-seekers. Back in the first book, I quoted Anastasia as saying, "I know what a terrible mass of dark forces will descend upon me, but I am not afraid of them. I will succeed in raising my son. I will succeed in seeing my plan come true, and people will be carried across the dark forces window of time," which is what we are in right now. Wondering how that's when and how, yeah. In Anastasia's world, they instruct their children up to 11 years of age. In other words, she has at least another 10 years she can hold out. And then what? I asked her grandfather. Is she bound to perish? It's hard to say, the old fellow answered. They all die quite a bit earlier compared to her, and more than once she has embarked on a journey foretelling physical death, but each time at the last moment the law has flared up. Forgotten it maybe, but it is still strong enough to overrule anything else. It has illuminated the essence of the truth, but earthly existence, and it has caused life to remain in her earthly body. The old man fell silent, and once again, preoccupied in thought, began tracing some sort of symbols on the ground with his stick. I too began thinking, wondering how on earth I got myself involved in a situation like this. But the thing was, I couldn't very well walk away from it now. It might have been possible earlier, but not now because of the child. Anastasia had given birth to a son. Even though she'd rather devote herself to caring for the child and raising him, she is not going to abandon her dream, to carrying people across the dark forces window of time, and she will not, because she's really very stubborn. Someone like her will not walk away, and who will help her, naive as she is, if I should renege on my promise? She's got nobody left. She'd go to pieces. And that's something that should not happen to a nursing mother. She's got to finish her breastfeeding, at the very least. And so I asked her grandfather, Is there anything I can do for Anastasia? Try to figure out for a start what she's talking about and what she wants. Then aimless wandering will give way to understanding, and a wave of warmth will cheer the heart, and over the word, cheer the heart, and over the world will be unfurled a new dawn. Can you make it any more specific? I asked. It's hard for me to formulate it in any more specific way. The whole important thing is sincerity in all. So, start by doing what is dictated by your heart and soul. She told me about particular Russian provincial towns. I remarked. She said about it something possibly becoming richer than Jerusalem or Rome, because all around there are many sacred sites of our forebears, sites more significant than the temples of Jerusalem. Only the local people do not have sufficient conscious awareness to discern them. I want to go there and change their conscious awareness. That's not something that can be done quickly, Vladimir. Well, you see, I didn't know it couldn't be done, and so I promised Anastasia, and there must be some way of bringing about a change. Since you didn't know it could be done, you shall change it, indeed. More power to you. And now is time for me to go. I'll see you off. Don't waste your time. No need to see me off. Think about what you have to do. The old fellow got up and offered me his hand. I watched Anastasia's grandfather recede into the distance along a tree-lined boulevard, and thought of my forthcoming trip to the city of Gelsenik, remembering what Anastasia had told me about it, and it was no mere chance conversation. Blah. Chapter 23. Jess. Chapter 33. Your sacred sites, O Russia. Wow, I read that properly. I asked Anastasia, do you people often come across ringing cedars? Very, very rarely, she replied. Perhaps 2 or 3 in 1,000 years. Right now, apart from the one that has been saved, there is one more, and it can be sought up and used for its designated purpose. What does that mean, used for its designated purpose? What is the purpose? The great intelligence of the universe, God, who created man and his environment, no doubt had the foresight to give people the opportunity to restore their lost abilities to use the wisdom accumulated in the non-material world. This wisdom has existed right from the start, but man's ability to perceive it has been lost through sinfulness. My grandfather and great-grandfather told you about the ringing cedars and its extraordinary healing properties. What they did not explain was that its pulsations and rhythms are close to the great intelligence. If they are merged and combined, as it were, with the rhythms already presented in many people, then a man who places the palm of his hands on the warm trunk of a ringing cedar and runs his hand over it as though caressing it, thereby attains the possibility of communicating with the infinite expanse of wisdom. Such a man is capable of becoming aware of many things in the scope of his thinking at the moment or contact or thereafter. This happens in a varying degree with each individual. I'm telling you about the highest manifestation. And then we kind of cut to an image of a domain, and then there's a bit of information about it. With its hundreds of domains, North Caucasus, Russia is... Oh, cat! That hurts my stomach. Is a region with one of the highest concentrations of preserved megalithic sites in the world. Over the millennia, many of the domains were vandalized or destroyed. After Vladimir Megre's The Ringing Cedars of Russia raised public awareness of their momentous spiritual importance, millions of people have visited these formerly neglected and forgotten sites. Photos from 2004. And then a map of where they are, and then a bit more information. A map of domain country, Russian northern Caucasus, and the Black Sea coast above, and a view of this region below. What the region looks like. More of the domain land. After a domain complex in the process of restoration, northern Caucasus, Russia. Below a domain near the settlement of Sada, which is front vandalized and covered in modern graffiti. Can't see it in the photo though. Giant tree beside a house. The cedar of Lebanon planted some 100 years ago by the hand of Vladimir, another Vladimir, not this Vladimir, one last name I can't pronounce again, near the city of Gelznek. For details, please see chapter 33, your sacred rights, O Russia, which is in this chapter already. So I guess they're going to talk about that. A group of people in front of a domain. Above, 8 women employed of Druzhka, a Santorinium, on a trip to domain near Svata in the Kashkai's mountain in 26 November 96. The picture was taken by Vladimir Megre himself, as these women were preparing to lay flowers in honor of their distant forebears. And then there's a house in the next photo, and it says below Vladimir Megre's photo of a Father Fioret's church. Oh, it's a church. And then a photo of Jesus, it looks like, wearing a thorn of crowns. The one and only by single line. This picture in the private collection of the Trinity Sergiv Monastery is a copy of a famous engraving by Claude Mellon. The face of Jesus Christ, the one and only, surmounted by a crown of thrones, is executed by a single spiral line in 166 revolutions. For detail on Vladimir Megre's experience connected with this image, please see chapter 24. Father Fioret. Okay, so they're just putting all the images in the end for some reason. Okay, let's see. This looks like a Dashnik gathering. Yeah, Dashnik Day holiday, honoring the millions of gardeners and celebrating man's connectedness to the earth, is now celebrated on the 23rd of July throughout Russia and beyond. Celebrations at the Rodnyo Eco Village, Vladimir region, Russia. Everything's Vladimir there. Another looks like more Dashnik's gathering, and a picture of Vladimir Megre arriving from the Ringing Cedars of Russia movement conference held in the city of Vladimir on June 5th, 2004. The conference brought together over 400 delegates from 150 eco villages from all over Russia and beyond. And a loud truck goes by. Okay, now back to the chapter. I think I'm going to have to just quickly go back to see what we left off on, where all these pictures came in. Just give me a second, guys. Okay, so this is about the Ringing Cedars. Okay, I'm just going to reread this part. My grandfather and great-grandfather told you about the Ringing Cedars and its extraordinary healing properties. What they did not explain was that its pulsations and rhythms are close to the great intelligence. If they are merged and combined, as it were, with the rhythms already present in many people, then a man who places the palm of his hand on the warm trunk of a ringing cedar and runs his hand over it is through it as though caressing it, thereby attains the possibility of communicating with the infinite expanse of wisdom. Such as man is capable of becoming aware of many things in the scope of his thinking at the moment of contact or thereafter. This happens in varying degrees with which individual I'm telling you about the highest manifestation. Okay, right, I remember now. But why does it happen differently? Does the cedar choose to give its power to one person and not another? Its operations is identical to each case. Its rhythm and vibration are always the same. But some people can tune into it and feel it all to the full, while others detect just a light touch. Many people don't feel anything at all to start with, but conscious awareness will gradually come even to those without feeling. At least, they have a great possibility of feeling it. I still don't quite understand what kind of selection takes place. Vladimir, please try to read my lips. The difference is not in the power of the tree, but in the man. All right. I have found it. An example. Music. You know, when music is playing, music too, after all, consists of vibration and rhythm. But some people listen to it attentively. They begin to have feelings from it, sometimes even tears of joy and tenderness. Others listen to some music, but feel nothing, or do not care about listening to it at all. The same with this cedar. Only those who are capable of feeling and understanding will hear anything much at all. And this much is something that will gradually unfold itself to them. It comes during the moment when man feels like pondering. Women can gain the strength and wisdom of their pristine origins. They can fulfill their designated purpose and make both themselves and their chosen men happy, as well as their children they gave birth to and love. And here the miracle is not in the cedar, but in human aspiration. The cedar simply assists them. It's not the major contributor to the noble deeds. That's incredible. It's like some kind of tempting, beautiful legend. You do not believe me. You think that I'm saying is only a legend. Why then did you make such an effort to come here, anyway? And why were you so eager to have me show you the ringing cedars? Well, I don't think it's all a legend. At first I, too, didn't believe what your grandfather and great-grandfather said about the cedar. Later, after I returned home from the expedition, I read the popular scientific literature and got to know what scientists were saying about its healing properties. And I was struck by the fact that the scientists and the Bible were in the same wavelength. But I never found a hint anywhere of the cedar being used to feel a link with the great intelligence of God, as you described it. Either you did not pay close enough attention to what the scientists or the Bible were saying, or you missed the main point. Otherwise, you would not be doubting my words. Then, what could I have missed? There are only 2 references on cedars in the Bible, which God teaches how to treat people with their help, and then how to disinfect one's home. But the Bible also talks about King Solomon as one of the wisest rulers that ever lived, one revered by his people. King Solomon, you will agree, is a historical personage. He was no legend. So? And the Bible also says that this king built God a temple of cedar and a house for himself beside it, also made of cedar. And in order to get the cedar, he hired more than 30,000 workers to bring it from another country. And to get the cedars cut down, Solomon asked another king named Hiram to give him people skilled in felling timber. Getting this cedar cost Solomon 20 cities of his kingdom. Think, why did the wisest of all rulers need to go to such expense and build his temple and house out of material which was less sturdy than what he had on hand already? Why? You can find the answer to that to the Bible, where it says, and it came to pass when the priests were come out of the holy place, that the cloud filled the house of the Lord, so that the priests could not stand to minister because of the cloud, for the glory of the Lord had filled the house of the Lord. You can find indirect proof of this in the works of your prominent scientists. That's great. Something I think I can believe in. It means the cedar will reveal many secrets to people. Show me the ringing cedars that can be sawed up. I'll bring it to a city with easy access for people from all over the world wishing to touch it. Where will you find a city on the earth where the inhabitants will not simply desecrate the sacred cedar, but actually ensure its protection and provide a suitable expedition space and access for visitors? I'll try to find one. Tell me, why have you concluded that it's going to be such a difficult task? People's consciousness today is too bound up with the programs of the technocratic world. They are becoming biological robots. That is so true. And scary. And also because of the vaccine. The technocratic world is structured in such a way that man keeps on inventing all sorts of mechanical devices and social order supposedly to make his life easier, but in fact any savings of labor is an illusion. Man himself is becoming a robot of the technocratic world. He never has enough time to contemplate the essence of being or listen to what another is saying, and no time either to reflect on his own destiny. He is literally a programmed robot. Here you are seeing everything with your own eyes, and hearing it with your own ears, and still find it hard to believe. Anastasia, with me it is a different story. I cannot call myself a strong believer. I believe, in general, but probably not the same way people do. In our world right now, there are a lot of people who truly do believe. Many read the Bible. They will grasp it immediately. They see how much the Bible talks about the cedar. They will believe and take good care of your little piece of cedar. There are different kinds of beliefs, Vladimir. It often happens that a man will hold on to his hands the Koran or the Bible or another book containing the wisdom of the ages and say that he believes and even try to teach others, whereas in fact he is simply attempting, as it were, to make a deal with God. Look here, I believe in you. Remember that in case anything happens, what when is belief or faith? I inquired. How should it be expressed? It's one way of life in one's perception of the world, in the understanding of one's essence and designated purpose, in one's corresponding behavior in relationship to the environment, in one's thinking. So just believing is not enough. Just believing is not enough. Imagine an army, all the soldiers down to the last one, believing in their commander, but they do not go into battle. They have such strong faith in him that they trust he will win in any case. So the soldiers sit back and watch as their commander goes up along against the enemy force. They sit there in a state of a frenzy and call out, "Go, go, go! We believe in you! We know you can do it!" That's no help, Anastasia. You didn't make a real analogy. Those kind of absurdities simply don't happen. Those kind of absurdities do happen in real life, Vladimir. And give me an example from the concrete realities of our life and not something made up. Ugh, Vladimir, you always ask this question. Fine. There is a city in Russia called Geljanek. It has a noble purpose to be a place where people can go to relax from their daily grind, a place to meditate and touch sacred sites. There are many sacred sites in and around this city which are more significant than those found in Jerusalem, more significant than the pyramids of Egypt. This city could be one of the richest cities in the world, richer than Jerusalem or Rome, but the city is dying. It is a resort now. All of its houses and hotels are becoming empty and decaying. The materialistic consciousness of the local authorities prevent them from seeing the treasures which are capable of making the city flourish. When they talk about the city, they emphasize the sea, the artificial treatment facilities available, and the fact that the local hotel rooms are equipped with, besides table and fridges. They do not even mention the sacred sites. They know little about themselves and do not want to know. Their priorities lie elsewhere. There are many people living in the city who call themselves believers, people of many different denominations. Some of them actively engage in proselytizing. What faith do they proselytize? Okay, write it again so I can have struggle reading it again. With their attitude or their surroundings, they have been and still are violating the very commandments contained in their sacred books. In the Bible, for instance, there it says, "Love thy neighbor as thyself." But you have to know your neighbor before you can love him. You cannot love whom you do not know. But the one who calls themselves believers, do know their neighbors or even their forebears who lived in the sacred land and left them inexhaustible treasures of the sacred sites as their legacy. Our ancestors have carried with them over the millennia waves of wisdom and light of their own soul. Many people call themselves believers, yet do not notice what is sacred around them, the sacred sites which have been left them by their ancestors to help them. What kind of sacred sites could possibly be found in a city like that? You see, Vladimir, near the city of Geljanek may be found growing the Lebanese cedar mentioned as many times in the Bible, and this living direct creation of God talked about so much even before Christ Jesus coming to earth is located right next to this city. It is only 100 years old. It is still but a stripling through already very beautiful and sturdy, It has grown there because it was planted by a worthy man. He was a writer named Korlienko. Thanks to his erstwhile popularity, the cedar has been protected with a surrounding hedge. But today the house where he lived is in a state of decay, and people are not paying attention to the tree he planted. And what about the believers? Many of the people in the city who call themselves believers pay no attention either to the tree or the other great sacred sites of their forebears. They are destroying them, and the city is dying. This means God's punishing them in some kind of vengeance, eh? God is good, he's never vengeful, but what can he do when his creations are ignored? That's amazing. Can such a tree really exist? I must look into that. It exists, and there are many other sacred sites around the city, but people treat them with the technocratic point of view, like the pyramids of the wise pharaohs. What? How do you know about the existence of the Egyptian pyramids? Thanks to generations of my forebears, the ability has been preserved within me to communicate with the dimensions where thoughts and wisdom reside. Akashic records. The communication gives one the opportunity to learn anything one might wish to know, anything that captures one's interest. Hold on a moment. Let me test you. Answer me. Do you know the secrets of the Egyptian pyramids? I do, just as I know that those who investigated those pyramids were constantly working from a material standpoint. They were basically interested in how they were constructed, the dimensions and relations to the size of each other, what treasures were hidden inside, what things were to be found there. They considered people living in the time of the pyramids were built to be superstitious. They regard the pyramids only as a means of preserving the pharaoh's valuables, their bodies, their glory. Thus they distanced themselves from what was fundamental, from what was consciously designed. Consciously designed, Jess? I don't understand you, Anastasia. What conscious design were they distancing themselves from? Well, that I read right. Wow. Anastasia didn't speak for some time, staring, it seemed, somewhere off into infinity, and then she began telling her remarkable story. You see, Vladimir, way back in ancient times, people living on the earth had the capacity to use wisdom and intelligence far surpassing the abilities of modern man. Past is the future, and the future is the past. We are more advanced in the past. People at the time of the Earth's pristine origins enjoyed ready access to all the information in the entire database of the universe. This information filling the universe was created by the great intelligence God, with contributions both from him and from people themselves, their thoughts. It is so superb that it is capable of answering any questions unobtrusively. The answers would appear instantaneously in the subconscious of the man asking the question. Like channeling, but just thoughts downloaded to your mind. That's how I do it. And what did it give these people? These people needed no spaceships for traveling to other planets. All they had to do was wish for it, and they could see what was happening here. These people needed no television, telephone, or communications wires ensnaring the Earth. Not even literacy, since all the information you derive from books they were able to obtain instantaneously by other means. So thoughts create reality, and what I always say is technology is training wheels for what we can do on our own, and far more superior. We don't need, like the Star beings say, they need a spaceship, but we are the spaceship. We can become the spaceship. These people need no industries producing medicines or drugs. They could get all the best remedies possible simply by gentle wave of the hand, since whatever they needed is available in nature. These people needed none of your modern transportation devices. They did not need cars or food processing complexes, for everything was supplied to them. They knew that a change in climate conditions in one part of the earth was a signal to them to move to another part, so that the part they were leaving might refresh itself. Natural disasters. They had an understanding of the universe along with their own planet. To add to that, animals know this. They always sense right before a disaster is about to happen, and they leave. A few days in advance even. Sometimes a few weeks. So you should listen. Pay attention to the animals, you know. And kids. They worked to bring the planet Earth to perfection. They had no equals in the universe. In terms of intelligence, they were second only to the great intelligence of the universe of God. Approximately 10,000 years ago, the human civilization that then populated what is now Europe, Asia, the northern part of Africa, and the Kashkais, individuals arose in whom the link with the intelligence of the universe was particularly or wholly deadened. This point marks the beginning of mankind's movement towards a disastrous of global proportions. The exact nature of the disaster is immaterial, ecological, nuclear, or bacteriological, either as forecast by scientists or foretold allegorically by ancient religions. Hold on there, Anastasia. I don't at all see how the appearance of such invalids can be related to a global disaster. Your choice of the modern term invalids is very apt. Yes, they were invalids, handicapped people. Now, when someone is deprived of sight, what do they need? Someone to guide them. And someone deprived of hearing? A hearing apparatus. And someone with no arms or legs? Prosthesis. But there was something much greater that they lacked. They did not have a link to the intelligence of the universe, hence the loss of the knowledge which could help improve the earth and govern it. Imagine what would happen if the crew of a super modern spaceship suddenly lost 90% of their mental capacity. Not comprehending anything, they might start taking apart the paneling and building a fire in the cabin, or pulling instruments out of their consoles to use for toys or decorations. Well, these people can be compared exactly to a demented crew like that. These were the handicapped invalids who first invented the stone axe, then the spear again. And it is their thoughts that progressed over time to the invention of nuclear warheads. It is their thoughts that even today continue with incredible stubbornness to tear down already perfect creation and substitute their own primitive artifacts. The descendants started inventing more and more, and doing so kept tearing apart the super-modern natural mechanism of the earth and creating all sorts of artificial social structures. Then people started fighting with each other. These mechanisms, these machines were incapable of existing all by themselves like natural ones. Not only could they not reproduce themselves, but they could not restore themselves after a break as a tree can. Not only could they not reproduce themselves, they could not restore themselves after a breakdown as a tree can, for example, and then the technocrats, required a vast army of workers to serve these mechanisms virtually, transforming a segment of the general populace into biological robots. These biological robots, lacking as they do any individual capacity to learn the truth, very easily lend themselves to manipulation. For example, they were all too easily injected through artificial information media with the program, "We must build communism," right? Like today, all over the world. Symbols were created for it, including lapel pens and flags of a certain color. Then later, through these same media, the program "Communism is bad" was inculcated in another segment of the populace, and other symbols and colors were brought to the fore. And then these two groups with different programming end up hating each other right to the point of physical annihilation. But this all began 10,000 years ago, at the time of a significant increase in the number of people deprived of a link to the great intelligence. Indeed, you could even call them demented, since there was not a single living creature capable of polluting the earth the way they did. In the far-off time of a few people were still left who had free access to the wisdom of the universe. They hoped that when mankind reached the point that the polluted air made it difficult to breathe, and the water became dangerous to drink, and all its artificial created life support systems, technological and social, proved themselves too awkward and more often only led to disastrous imbalances, mankind would start having second thoughts. People standing on the edge of an abyss will start thinking about what happens and what being is all about. They will start pondering the meaning of their existence and purpose. Then many of them will desire to understand the truth of their pristine origins, and this is possible, but only under the absolute condition that the abilities inherent in man's pristine origin be restored. Few of the people who have lived 10,000 years ago still possess these abilities. It was basically those heading up social groups, leaders of tribes. They began, or rather, at their behest, people began, to construct special facilities made of heavy stone slabs. These enclosed an interior chamber about 1.5 by 2 meters in an area and 2 meters in height, sometimes more, sometimes less. The slabs were placed in a slight angle, leaning towards the center of the top. Occasionally these chambers would be held out of the single monolith. Other chambers might be hidden underground and covered over by mounds of earth. On one of the walls in the chamber a cone-shaped opening was cut into the slab, approximately 30 centimeters in diameter and covered with a specialty fitted stone plug. Into those tomb chambers would go people who had not lost the ability to communicate with the wisdom of the universe. Those still alive, and even those who might be born thousands of years hence, would be able to go to them and obtain answers to any questions that were of interest to man. This required sitting beside the chamber and meditating. Sometimes the answers would come right away, sometimes after a delay, but it would definitely come, since these structures and those that retreated into them served as an information receiver. Through them it was easier to communicate with the great intelligence of the universe. Those stone structures are the prototypes of the Egyptian pyramids, only the pyramids do not constitute nearly as powerful receivers. Even though they are far greater in size, their essence and function, however, is pretty much the same. The pharaohs who were buried in the Egyptian pyramids were also thinkers, and at least partially preserved the abilities inherent in man's pristine origins. But in order to obtain an answer to a question using the pyramids, those still living had to come to the pyramids not individually, but in large numbers. They had to stand along each of their 4 sides and direct their physical and mental gaze upward, as though skimming over the pyramid's oblique sides right to its top. I probably read that wrong. Oblique. Opaque, maybe? There at the top, people's gaze and thought focused on a single point, consequently forming a channel facilitating contact with the mind of the universe. Even today it is possible to do the same thing and obtain a desired answer. At the focal point of everyone's mental gaze of an energy formed an energy not unlike radiation. If a measuring device were placed at the top of the pyramid right at the focal point, it would record the intensity of this energy. The people standing at the base, too, would feel strange sensations. Oh, if it were not for the sinful pride of people today, the prevailing public opinion, the false perception of that past civilizations were less advanced, people today would then be able to find out the real purpose of the pyramids. With all the attention modern researchers have paid to how they were built, they still have not been able to figure this out. And it was all so simple. In constructing the pyramid, apart from physical strength and various pieces of equipment, they always use mental energy to reduce the force of gravitation. Whole groups of people with this kind of an ability would assist the builders. There are people alive today who are able to move small objects with their will. Telekinesis. But of immeasurable greater significance than the pyramids in terms of contact with the mind of the universe were the smaller stone structures which preceded them. Why, Anastasia? I asked. Because of the way they were constructed, their shape. Because, Vladimir, living people retreated there to die, and their death was a most unusual one. They went into an eternal meditation. What do you mean, living people? What for? To create for their descendants the possibility of bringing back the power of their pristine origins. An elderly person, as a rule, one of the wiser leaders or founders of a tribe, sensing his end was near, would ask his relatives and family to place him in a stone chamber. If he were considered worthy, they would grant his request. They would push away the heavy metal slab covering the top of the chamber. He would go into the stone chamber, and the slab would be pushed back into place. Inside, the man would be completely isolated from the external material world. His eyes would see nothing, his ears would hear nothing. Such complete isolation, the impossibility of even entertaining a thought about going back, but not yet having crossed into the next world, the deactivation of the usual organs or feeling, sight and hearing would open up to the opportunity for full communication with the mind of the universe and the comprehension of many phenomena, as well as the many of the actions of earth dwellers. Most people of all, they would be able, most important of all, they would be able to subsequently transmit what they had discovered to those still alive, as well as to succeeding generations. Today you would call an approximation of such state of mind meditation, but that is merely child's play in comparison with meditation in eternity. Afterwards, people would come to the stone chamber, pull out the plug covering the opening, and begin thinking mentally, consulting the thoughts lingering in the chamber. The spirit of wisdom was always there. Could be Jesus' chamber where he rose. But, Anastasia, by what means can you prove the existence of such structures to those of us living today, let alone the fact that people went into them for eternal meditation? I can. This is why I'm telling you. Then how? It's very simple. After all, these chambers made of stone, they still exist today. Today, you call them dolmens. You can see them and touch them, and you can verify everything I've told you. What? Where? Can you pinpoint their location? Yes, I can. In Russia, for example, in the Kashkai's mountain, not far from the city you know as Gelzhenek. Tups, Novosibirsk, and Sochi. Yeah. I can verify that. I'll make a special trip there. I still can't believe such things exist. I'll definitely check to see. Do verify by all means. The local inhabitants know about them, but they do not pay any attention to them. Many dolmens have already been plundered. People do not understand their true purpose. They do not know about the possibilities they afford for contact with the wisdom of the universe. Those who have entered into eternal meditation can never be re-embodied in anything material. They have sacrificed eternity for the sake of their descendants, and now it turns out that their knowledge and opportunities have gone begging. This has caused them great sorrow and anguish, as for proof that in the past living people went into those dolmens to die. This may be confirmed by the position of the skeletal bodies discovered in them. Why is my brain so strange when reading? Some were found in a reclining position, others sitting in the corner of a semi-reclined, leaning against one of the stone slabs. This fact has been attested by people today. It has been described by your scientists, but they still have not attributed any special significance to it. No serious studies of the dolmens have been undertaken. The dolmens are being laid waste by the local inhabitants. Some of them are being used. Their stone slabs for construction of new buildings. Anastasia sorrowfully lowered her head and fell silent. I promised her. I will tell them what you said. I'll explain everything to them so they won't go on plundering and laying waste. They won't mock them any more. They simply don't know. Do you think you will manage to convince them? I'll try. I'll go to these places and try to explain. I don't quite know how at the moment. I'll find these dolmens, pay my respects to them, and explain it all to the people. That would be good. Then if you're going to those places, please pay your respects to the dolmens in which my foremothers died. Astonishing. How do you know that your foremother lived in these places, and how she died? Anastasia replied. How could one not know, Vladimir? How one's ancestors lived and what they did? How could one not be aware of their desires and aspirations? My ancient foremother certainly deserved to be remembered. All the mothers in my family since then have learned of her wisdom, and she continues to help me today. My foremother was a woman who had a perfect knowledge of how to inculcate in her child thought, breastfeeding, and the ability to communicate with the mind of the universe. Even back in her time, people were starting to ignore the significance of this, just as people ignore today. In breastfeeding an infant, the, the mother should never allow herself to be distracted by random thoughts, but concentrate all her attention on her child. My foremother knew what to think about and how, and consequently wanted to share her knowledge with everyone. She was not yet that old when she started asking the leaders about being placed in a dolmen. This was because of the leader was getting old, and she knew his successor would not accede to her request. Women were rarely permitted to go into a dolmen. The old leader revered my mother and had great respect for her knowledge, and he gave his consent. Only he could not compel any menfolk to push back the dolmen's heavy stone slab, and then reseal it once my foremother had entered. Consequently, this task had to be carried out by women, and women alone. But nobody came to visit my foremother's dolmen any more. People are not interested in what she knew, and she so desperately wanted to share it with everybody. She wanted children to be happy and a joy to their parents. Anastasia, if you wish, I shall go visit this dolmen and ask her how to breastfeed infants, ask her what to think along these lines, and how. Just tell me where it's located. Fine, I shall tell you, only you will not be able to comprehend her response. You are not a nursing mother, after all. You do not know what a breastfeeding mother feels. Only women nursing mothers are in the position to understand. Just go to the domain, go up to it and touch it. Think some good thoughts about my foremother. She will like that. For some time neither of us said a word. I was amazed at how detailed her explanations were regarding the exact location of the domains, enough information for me to subsequently verify, and I was not able to raise any further doubts about her existence. I did ask her, however, to show me some proof of the possibility of contact with the invisible and still incomprehensible to me wisdom of the universe, to which Anastasia responded. Vladimir, if you keep on doubting everything I say, any proof I have to offer will seem incomprehensible and unconvincing to you, and I shall have to spend a great deal of time explaining. Don't be offended, Anastasia. It's just that your unusual lifestyle as a recluse. How can you call me a recluse when I have the opportunity to communicate not only with everyone and everything on earth, but with significantly more? So many on earth are surrounded by utterly lonely people just like themselves. These are real hermit recluses. It's not that frightening to be alone. It is much more frightening when one is lonely, even when surrounded by people. But still I persisted. If one of our prominent scientists, let's say, could talk about that dimension, the one where, as you say, thoughts produced by humans, civilizations reside, people would be more inclined to believe than just on your say-so. That's the way people today are. They look to formal science as an authority. There are such scientists. I have seen their thoughts. I cannot tell you their names, but no doubt they are renowned scholars by your standards. They have the capacity to prolific thought. You can hunt down the proof you need when you get back, and compare them with everything I have said. Upon arriving in Kashgars, I located the dolmens in the mountains near Gelznik. I took some color photos of them. They knew about the dolmens and the local history museums, only they didn't attach any particular significance to them. I also managed to find the dolmens where Anastasia's foremother was buried. Paying my respects, I laid flowers on the moss-covered stone portal. As I looked at the dolmens, I realized that here was a visible and tangible proof of Anastasia's words. By the time I had read the account from Kings in the Bible about King Solomon and his relationship to the cedars of Lebanon, not being much of a scholar myself, I wasn't about to leaf through a whole lot of scientific works trying to find confirmation of Anastasia's words. But by extraordinary coincidence, this young recluse from the remote Siberia taiga seemed to be able to confirm, from a distance, the truth of everything she said, and in the language of modern science. People took up into themselves to bring or to send to me scientific studies dealing with the existence of the mind of the universe. At the beginning of the book, I cited the conclusion of two academics, which I'm not going to say their name, member of the Russian Academy of Medical Science and director of the Institute of Clinical and Experimental Medicine, and Anatoly of the International Institute of Theoretical and Applied Physics in Russian Academy, Natural Science, published in May 1996 issue Wonders and Adventures. I have been writing this chapter about the sacred sites of Geljanek right in the city itself. The text has been keyboarded into the computer by an employee friend. Prior to its publication in the book, it has gone over by my employees of the sanitarium, and something interesting has happened. On the 26th of November 1996 at 10:30 in the morning Moscow time, an event occurred which did not have any obvious claim to significance, although I am certain that it will prove to be of planetary proportions. A group of women were making their way toward one of the domains in the mountain near the settlement of Fashada in the Geljanek district. They were all employees of the Drushka Sanitarium. In contrast to the tourists that sometimes visit these places to admire the natural beauty and gawk at this lonely mountain domain, these people, possibly for the first time in a millennia, came to the domain for the specific purpose of honoring the memory of their ancient forebear, to honor the memory of a person who lived more than 10,000 years ago, a wise leader of his people who, at his own initiative, was sealed into the stone crypt, alive so that over the millennia he could share the wisdom of the universe with his descendants. It is difficult to say for just how many millennia his efforts went begging. Traces of our own era's atrocities are seared into the ancient slabs of the form of modern graffiti and the forcibly enlarged aperture of the domain's portal. Visitors to the domains, at least over the past century, have thought little about its significance, about the person buried here, his wisdom, his desire and aspirations to sacrifice his life for the living. This is all eloquently attested in a number of pre-revolutionary as well as more recent monographs I have seen. Scientists, researchers, and archaeologists have been more interested in the dimension of the domain itself, amazed and eager to determine how the multi-toned slabs were prepared and put in place. And now I look at the women standing by the domain with the flowers they had brought to lay on the portal, and thought to myself, how many centuries or even millennia have passed since you last received flowers, O illustrious ancestors? What does your soul feel now? What is happening this very moment in the astral world? Have you, or our distant and yet so close forebears, taken these flowers as a first sign that your efforts were not in vain? And among people today, your descendants, there is an aspiration today toward living one's life with greater conscious awareness. These are but the first flowers. No doubt there will be more and more, but the first ones are the most desirable, and you will be helping those who are now living attain the wisdom of the universe and the conscious awareness of being. You are our distant forebears. Participants in this visit to the domain, including the sanitary inspector of Geljanek Health Service, he had been invited in her capacity as a local tour guide and museum curator, to accompany them and measure the domain's radioactivity. Miss Laranov told me that once on an excursion she had led to this domain, a tourist had brought along a Geiger counter, which had showed a significant level of radiation. This individual later took her aside so as not to alarm the other tourists, showed her the counter, and told her about the presence of radioactivity at the dolmens. This time, Health Service Inspector had brought about a fairly accurate radiation meter in its own special case. He began measuring radiation levels even before we got close to the domains, and continued his readings right up to the domain itself, and even inside. While Mrs. Larison was giving her talk to the group of women, I was seized by a fear that now this medical inspector would announce the results of his measurements for all to hear, and as And this would not just be a tourist observation, but an official conclusion. People might stop coming to visit the domain once they learned of the elevated radiation levels. Anastasia told me that this radiation, like energy, could come and go. It was controlled and could have beneficial effect on man. But how would we, people of the modern world, look upon the opinions of the, let's admit, not very typical women in contrast with the affirmations of modern science and facts established by modern scientific equipment, especially concentrating radiation, which and concerning radiation which men as is so fearful of today. Oh God, I thought poor Anastasia, she wanted so much after all for people to take a different attitude, a more thoughtful attitude toward these ancient extraordinary burial places of our ancestors. And now there would be an official pronouncement. Even in the best case, it would mean no more visitors to the dolmens. In the worst case, they might be destroyed altogether. People wouldn't even use them any longer for construction as they had done before. But if this mind of the universe really exists, if Anastasia can use it so freely, then they'd better come up with something at least. Pravosky approached the group of employees standing by the dolmen and announced the reading on the meter. They were most extraordinary. I felt overwhelmed, first with amazement and then with joy. According to the readings, the closer one got to the dolmen, the more the Earth background radiation decreased. This was all the more remarkable since on its way to the dolmen our group had passed through areas of elevated radioactivity. I just gotta check something. Yeah, it was decreased. One would have expected the people standing at the dolmen, their clothing, shoes, etc., to have retained trace of this radiation. Thanks, noisy motorbike. Go away. But in spite of this, the measuring device still showed increasing levels. It was as though an invisible someone had said, "Do not be afraid of this, people. We are your distant forebears. We wish you well. Take your knowledge, children." And all at once I realized Anastasia, this phenomenon must have attributed directly to her. Yes, definitely to her. Thank you for jumping on my stomach again. Even though she was thousands of kilometers away, she had drawn an invisible line across the millennia, linking those living today with an ancient civilization, thereby causing a surge in people's consciousness of an aspiration towards good. Even if it were just among a small group of people, it was still a beginning, and it was something absolutely real, since here in the front of me was a real dolmen, and here were real and tangible women and real flowers that they had brought. According to science literature, dolmens are to be found near to Sochi and this other place, as well as in England, Turkey, North Africa, and India. This point to the existence of an ancient civilization with a single culture, whose members could communicate over vast distance. As Anastasia's information reaches more and more people, their attitudes towards whatever other domain have been preserved will no doubt change. This in evidence is the reaction of the people of Geljanek indeed. The world's first excursion of domains followed. Anastasia's amazing revelations about them took place at Geljanek, led by Valentina, the luckiest and happiest woman alive, as she described herself, and here was a woman with 30 years' experience as a tour guide and a member of Geljanek's city council to boot. But that's not all. Under Miss Larzum's guidance, a group of local historians began comparing already known facts. They spoke with the long-term residents of the area and read biographies of saints, all of which enabled them to confirm the existence of Geljanek environs of the sacred sites Anastasia had spoken of. These were unique sacred sites of Russia, most of which were not even mentioned in single tourist brochures. They included the Lebanese cedar, St. Nina's mountain, a monastery, and a sacred hand spring. People who are healed there tie the cloth ribbon around a tree. In Geljanek area, a church is now being restored. A branch of the Trinity Sergov monastery is under construction. I observed all this and thought to myself, look at all these sacred sites in just one small corner of Russia. springs of healing water, and here Russians are traipsing off to the ends of the earth to worship other people's gods. How many still forgotten sacred sites are waiting to be discovered in other parts of Russia, and who will discover them? I done what I can. It's a pittance, of course, but at least it was given me some hope that Anastasia will show me our son. So armed with rompers, toys, and baby food, I set off to the Siberian taiga once again to see Anastasia and meet my son. To be continued. One more thing, but I'm not sure if I'll read it now. It's kind of long. It's in Anastasia's Ray, editors afterward. In Anastasia's Ray, editors afterward. Taking advantage of the forestry weather, which had put a nearby lake under a thick shield of ice, I spent a Sunday afternoon skating with my daughter. The sky was overcast and a chilly northern wind was blowing by layers of winter clothing. An energetic movement kept us warm. The same day, 26th of December 2004, a local newspaper reported temperatures below 10 degrees Fahrenheit and featured an article on ice fishing. 5 days later, on New Year's Eve, we were having tea on the porch of our house, basking in the sun's hot rays and watching our daughter in her summer dress, smelling yellow dandelions and feeding honey to a bee that had joined our meal. After breakfast, we went for a walk by the lake, only to discover no trace of ice whatsoever. The sun's heat was so intense that the temperature in the shade climbed to 65 degrees Fahrenheit, and a new and historic record high was set. The newspaper printed photographs of residents of Columbia, Missouri, wearing sports and t-shirts, enjoying the outdoors on the 31st of December 2004, and commented on the unseasonably warm weather. And then I remembered the words Anastasia had addressed to Vladimir Megre 9 years earlier. I am making it happen. Can you not feel the gentle touch of the breeze? Feel it caressing embrace? And the warm touch of the sun's glistening rays on your face? Can you not hear the birds singing so cheerful, and the leaves rustling on the tree you are sitting under? Love dissolves in space, for one can touch the hearts of many. Love dissolved. I could not hear any rustling of leaves since it was middle of winter, but the warm breeze and the bird's song and the sun's gorgeous warmth were very real indeed. Anyone who witnessed this unique outpouring of sunshine in the middle of Midwest winter could not help but sense something unusual in the air. But I felt I knew something special about the cause of this sudden weather change. It was on this day, the 31st of December 2004, that the translation of Anastasia was completed, and it seemed as if nature were rejoicing at the birth of the books, the same way it had celebrated the birth of Anastasia's son with the warm, sunny day, pushing away the icy grip of the Siberian winter in 1996. A few days later, when the Anastasia text was laid out and sent to the printer, the cold returned and the newspapers were replete with stories of ice storms and snowfalls. But the feeling of a great accomplishment lingered to take embodiment first in the printed book, then in the emails and telephone calls of its initial readers. Here is one email I received. A friend gave me the book Anastasia. I read it today outdoors while the sun shone warmly and the birds sang sweetly. My heart knows such an essence as her spirit, and I am still basking in the glow of the presence. After reading that Anastasia suffered a loss in strength after helping someone, I decided to send her distant Reiki. I know from experience with my kids that it has a healing effect. Immediately after sending the distant Reiki, I heard her say thank you. Today I sent her a distant Reiki again. Soon after I finished, I began smelling the sweetest scent of flowers, and the scent went into all my senses and sinuses. My sinuses feel different now. I feel such an inexpressible feeling of love and joy. It is like being in love, but in a total different way. If you were here right now, I would hug you and let you feel it. Thank you, sweet and precious gift. Even as this and other heartwarming messages showed me that the book is producing same responses among English-speaking readers as in other parts of the world, I was still wary of the welcome the translated edition of Anastasia would receive in professional and academic circles. But the first impression shared with me by its early readers, students of psychology, Russian literature, forestry, ecology, sociology, and philosophy, are most encouraging. One scholar, after reading just the first chapter, asked me if she could have a pendant she read. Dr. Richard Bolstad, a psychologist from New Zealand and author of Resolve, a new NLP model of therapy, was quick to recognize the value of the book for his professional field and described the Ringing Cedar series as ecological, consensus, and found wisdom delivered with love, unique Russian gift towards the needed healing of the whole planet and the creation of space for love in our lives. Stephen Foster, a guru, one of the leading experts on medical plants in North America, author of A Field Guide to Medical Plants and Herbs and other books, medicinal plants. After sharing many of his personal experiences corroborating Anastasia's sayings about the spiritual link between man and nature, had this comment about the series. The Ringing Cedar series will impact a new generation of readers like the works of Carlos Castaneda did for a previous generation, only this time through the awakening latent spiritual connection each of us has with nature. This is not about a walk in the woods, rather this book catapults us to an entirely new way of being on planet Earth. I also discovered from informal talks with my colleagues that many foresters have psychic experiences in the forest, but silent for fear of being ridiculed by their peers. One colleague who managed thousands of acres of forest in the Ozarks confessed to me in the private conversation that when marking trees to be felled, he communicated with the intelligence governing the trees and had a deep reverence for the life manifested in them. I am all the more happy to hear these accounts in view of the fact that they are a sincere expression of readers' actual feelings rather than a formulation developed by a well-paid marketing specialist and put into the mouths of celebrities, as often happens in current practice in the publishing industry. These and all other reviews of the Ringing Cedar series I have received are genuine. They come straight from the heart. One of the faculty members at the University of Missouri surprised me by saying he already knew about Anastasia and the impact these books were producing around the world. It turned out that he had learned about the Ringing Cedar series from his aunt who lived in Germany and had read the best-selling German translation. He said she had so greatly impressed by the book that she would call him from Germany and read entire chapters in German over the telephone. This story made me wonder as to how many aunt calls their nephews on the other side of the globe to read a chapter from a book they particularly liked. Not very many, I would imagine, which means a book that does elicit such a response most certainly possesses a power to set hearts aflame, regardless of the language in which it is read. I became even more confident about the Ringing Cedar power to transcend national boundaries after I received the following message from Europe from Nara Petrovic, editor of the Slovenian translation of the series. This is what he wrote. Without any advertisement, the book became a bestseller mainly by readers spreading the news from mouth to mouth. In many libraries, the waiting lists were soon getting longer and longer, and the bookstores, the sales were very good. Thousands of readers in Slovenia and Croatia are more than enthusiastic about the books. Whoever has read the books and has a vegetable garden was compelled, even out of sheer curiosity, to try out the ideas explained in the first book. And when I spoke to people, they confirmed that everything works. One man even called us and told us that he had made a beehive according to Anastasia's detailed instructions and was amazed at how well it worked. One of the publisher's relatives spent a lot of time in the garden even before he read the books. He loved to work in the garden and thus had cultivated very healthy and tasty crops. But after he implemented Anastasia's instructions, the tomatoes and some other vegetables yielded so well that all of his relatives and friends were surprised by the tastiest vegetables they'd ever eaten. One lady who lives near my city planted pumpkins for the first time in her garden according to Anastasia's instructions.
That year there was a great drought. All her neighbors' gardens were dry, with very little vegetables, while the pumpkins in her garden were huge, although she took almost no care of them. I also have accounts of people in North America who, after either reading the Russian version or learning about Anastasia's ideas from their Russian friends, have followed her advice on gardening to obtain remarkable results. This is very encouraging in the light of how all the incredible revelations of the series have been playing out in real life. There is no escaping the fact that your dreams, Anastasia, is entering upon our world, and it really seems as though our world is beginning to change. There are certain people who feel and understand you. They show evidence of new strength coming from somewhere, and that is changing the world. The world is best coming just a little brighter. In this English speaker, there are no different from the readers that embrace Anastasia's ideas earlier. The book you have written will circulate all over the world, and it will give you and others a power greater than mere physical or material strength. The only difference is that in Russia and other countries, the dream has been unfolding for a number of years now, while America, along with the rest of the English-speaking world, is at the beginning of this radiant path, which it may now choose to follow. I lost where I was. All right, okay. Les Jackson, a well-known proponent of ecological approaches to agriculture in the United States and director of the Land Institute, has passionately argued in his writing that there is no other possible way of development for this country but to return to the land. What if he is right, and there is indeed no other way? Then it is probable, not by chance, that two of the central chapters in Vladimir Megre's 8th book, The New Civilization, convey Anastasia's vision of America's future, a beautiful one. Even as my family are now packing up, getting ready to move from Colombia to a small farm lost amidst the beautiful Ozark Mountain, with an inspiration, apart from continuing work on the Reading Cedars series, to live their ideas in real life. I have an ever-growing feeling of awe at the clear realization that what Anastasia's dreamt about is already coming to pass in America as well. It is coming to pass. Within the 2 months since Anastasia was published in English, there have already been 2 artistic performances of dance and song inspired by her. The dancer, a young breastfeeding mother and a future midwife, told me how her heart had instantly felt and accepted Anastasia's essence as her own, and how she now feels her presence and support on the path she is following. She told me she felt herself simply overflowing with the energy of love and wanted to share it with everybody. Then, as she described her captivating dance and song as a butterfly woman, I stared at her in awe, experiencing a strange sensation in my heart and head. The remarkable thing is that I have a large painting by Alexander, I cannot pronounce the last name, who designed the cover art for the series, hanging on the wall in my home. This painting, called The Butterfly Dance, depicts Anastasia dancing in the whirlwind of butterflies and is inspired by Book 3, The Space of Love, one of my favorites, which is next. I will read. Which has not been translated as yet. But The Space of Love is being translated and is scheduled to see the light on July 23, 2005. A day in which Dashnik Day, an all-Earth holiday, will be celebrated in America for the first time, true to Anastasia's promise. This holiday will indeed begin in Russia, but then it will become the most fantastic holiday for the world as a whole. And then a wave of warmth will cheer the heart, and over the world will be unfurled a new dawn. I can already see the twilight of this dawn, and I know that I'm not the only one who does. Columbia, Missouri, Earth Day, April 22, 2005, Leonid Sharskin. I met him in Australia. That's it. The end.